1, 2.
They say time and tide wait for no man, so we will begin our program. My name is Gitao Muraguri, Marketing Manager at Kenya Network Information Center, and it gives me great privilege to say good morning to you all. Good morning. Turn to your neighbor, mwambie, you must have been born very good looking. Because, and you can turn to the other one and ask them what happened. So it gives me great pleasure to welcome all of you to Kenya DNS 2023. And I will invite our CEO to welcome all of you and also to recognize all protocols. So without further ado, our CEO, Karibu. You can clap for him as he comes.
I'm told the mic is not working. Do I even need this? I do. Okay. Thank you, Gitao. I was hoping you'll spend a bit more time on the introductory jokes as I collect myself, but it is what it is. So a very good morning to everyone. We are struggling to fill the room, and we are not sure whether it's because we have royalty in Nairobi, maybe ni watu walikuwa kwa banquet, but we are sure many people are on their way. But I think because we are also streaming this live, it is incumbent upon us to start the program. So once again, karibuni sana na muwe na wanasema relax. So I'd like to recognize our chairman of the board, Paul Kariuki. Karibu sir. We have also in our midst our chairman emeritus, Geoffrey Shimanula, who will hopefully be saying jambo at some point in the program. I also want to welcome, I've seen a few registrars who are part of our ecosystem as KENIC, resellers, karibuni, our partners, our sponsors. I have also seen a few board members of the KENIC board. Welcome. I will not forget the KENIC staff. So we are all in red today, celebrating KDNS 2023. So welcome to the KENIC staff. I have a very simple duty. One is to not only welcome you, but sort of just set the tone for what is going to be 48 hours of immersive discussions around the domain name system. Allow me, if you may, to set some context by going back a bit. And I'll reflect first on the theme for this forum, which is two-pronged. On the one hand, the theme speaks of navigating the future of cybersecurity. It's been a recurring theme the last couple of weeks, and the chairman was just reminding me we have had the regulator, the academia, and the private sector at large really focusing this month on cybersecurity. And on the other hand, we are also going to pay attention to what does it take to unleash the power of domains. So, because we have a few people joining us online, all the way from Pretoria, Harare, I know South Sudan, We have somebody, one of the regulators also who will be joining us, Chigali. And hopefully in the afternoon, West Africa will also come online. I'd like to spend a few minutes just to say, who is KENIC? For those who might be out there who don't know who KENIC is. Why do we exist? So the Kenya Network Information Center is the country code top-level domain which administers, manages the assets around .ke domain for Kenya. It's a delegated mandate from the internet governance perspective. And our why is very simple. We not only avail reliable, secure infrastructure to deliver the DNS system, but ultimately we strive to build trust. The internet as a resource is built around community, collaboration, and multi-stakeholder approach. And it cannot succeed without trust. So at KENIC, we endeavor to ensure that all our registrants, all owners of domains, can trust the system and it delivers value for them as they go online. We also strive to be the model registry. So we are delighted that we have peers who are joining us from other parts of Africa. And we benchmark with each other to see how, as a continent, do we upskill in terms of availing the DNS system. Now, let me go back to 1983. I'll go down memory lane. So in 1983, a gentleman by the name Paul, I need to get this right, Mokapetvich, I'm not sure whether he was Russian, presented two papers. And these papers, for those who are in the internet governance space, they will understand what an RFC is, a request for comments. So those are the two papers he shared, RFC 882 and 883. And this set the stage for what we call the protocols and the system that is DNS. So the first DNS paper was done in 1983. So 40 years on, the DNS system serves us. It allows the internet to deliver value to everyone that plugs in. 10 years later, through IANA, some of you might know of IANA, the Internet Assigned Number Authority, Kenya got its first delegated mandate to run the .ke domain on the DNS system. And a few years later, in 2000, what I believe is one of the most important PPPs to ever be set up, birthed KENIC. The public sector, the private sector came together, and this was the precursor of what KENIC is today. And some of the founding fathers are in the room, and they'll speak more to this. But this was the beginning of delivering the top-level domain for Kenyans, and we continue to serve Kenyans through this PPP. At the international level, in 1998, ICANN was born. And ICANN really coordinates all general top-level domains, CCTLDs, to ensure that there is no conflict in the system. I know we have a team that has returned from Hamburg, where I was meant to go, but unfortunately I had a mishap with my visa issues. And Bob from ICANN will be sharing some updates from that meeting after tea, in terms of after the AGM, which is the end of the calendar for ICANN. What are the things that, as a DNS community, what should we pay attention to? I know there's been talk of fragmented internet. What does that portend? Is that really where the DNS system wants us to go? So I expect that we'll get some inputs on that. But ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted that as KENIC, today we are hosting our third DNS Summit. In 2015, we had our Africa DNS hosted in Nairobi. 2022, we did the same, and this is a follow-on to that. So we want to ensure that we hold up the torch to ensure that the internet does not only thrives, but extends its services to every corner of this country and of the continent. Some of you might be wondering, why DNS? The initial objective for the Domain Name System Forum was, one, to improve the technical administration of the DNS system. I'm glad to report that we'll have later in the day a technical stream for those who want to understand a little bit more about DNSSEC, for example, domain name security, issues of cyber security, which we'll discuss also, and the governance around that. But secondly, it was to allow for CCTLDs across the world at all operational levels to share experiences, which is what we are doing today. Now, as I wrap up my context around the DNS, I want to throw your attention to the interplay between the internet and development. And for us as Kenyans, national development. The regulator, CA, estimates that the internet contributes 10% to our GDP as a country. Internet and allied. Now, globally, it's estimated that in 2025, this industry we are in will contribute 1.4 trillion into the global GDP. So the relation between the work we do as an internet community around DNS is not only critical, but significant to the outcomes of our people. Prosperity and development. The second piece of our theme is navigating the future of cybersecurity. Now, I'll throw some numbers to all of you joining us online and those in the room. And I'll start with some global figures. So out of the 8 billion human beings, about 5.3 billion are already on the internet. Now there's a shortfall there, and most of it is in emerging countries or developing countries. So there's some work to do to bring more people online. Social media has 4.9 billion. And every day, the numbers are going up. The sad statistic for me is that the world is losing 8 trillion in cyber-related incidents, cyber attacks, nefarious activities, and so on. And every day, Kenya is getting 3.5 million attacks on our cyberspace. That is from CA. It is also interesting that we have a shortfall of 3.5 million jobs for cyber opportunities. So those of you who are looking to venture into cybersecurity, for example, there's a shortfall of professionals in that area. Commensurate to the threats that we are facing as the attack surface increases, there's definitely opportunity. And I was delighted last night, I spent some time with CA as they were recognizing university students who have been part of a hackathon to build that pipeline of cybersecurity professionals. This country needs them, the world needs them. Locally, we have some good statistics also. Chairman Emeritus might know this. I don't know how many fibers land into our coastline. We have 8 undersea cables landing this part of the world. I'm not sure how many terabytes of internet or data they bring in, but it's significant capacity to the country. And with that is opportunity, but also potential traffic that brings in threats. Our mobile penetration is about 131%. And this is again is CA data. 6 billion Kenyans are going onto the internet using their mobiles, and 92% of Kenyans are on the internet. And I hope we will cross the 100% threshold. Again, a very worrying statistic: 4 billion shillings lost due to cyber-related incidents in our cyberspace. 4 billion shillings declared. I won't say who under declares or doesn't declare, but that is the estimate given by the regulator. The head of cybersecurity at the CA mentioned to us yesterday that by the end of this year, we might close at 2 billion hits in terms of cyber attacks. It is a lot more this year than the last 7 years that the KESAT at the CA has been tracking this. 860 million last year. I'm happy my friend Nyagitari from Safaricom is here. I got statistics from Safaricom, but so that I don't get them wrong, I'll let him share those with us later. But the one that I picked from his colleague last week, 1,000 DDoS attacks daily. Nyagitari, I might be wrong, but I got that from your colleague. Closer home at Kennick. In the last 10 days, the Kennick infrastructure, the DNS infrastructure that we maintain, had 53,000 unique events on our infrastructure. 3,170 abuse reports as of last month, and 50% of these are phishing attacks. We have ransomware in there and many other signatures. So what am I saying, ladies and gentlemen? As we avail this infrastructure, as we avail domains to the public, it comes with a responsibility. And the responsibility is to ensure trust and safety, especially for our younger users on the internet. So my thoughts are, as we get into the next 2 days, we'll shed more lights to some of these areas, and hopefully at the end of tomorrow, have actionable recommendations to strengthen the DNS system, not only for Kenya, but I know for my friend at AFTLD, also for our peers around the continent. Because the community is only as strong as its weakest link. So those of us who might be suffering, we need to bring them all up to speed. It will not be fair, Gitau, if I sit down without thanking the partners who have supported us on this journey. We know that as the day progresses, we'll have more speakers. We're anticipating close to 30 speakers and panels to run. We have more people online who are following us. So I will mention our 7 sponsors by name, and I will continuously do this in the course of the next 2 days, so that those who did not support us can be a bit embarrassed, hopefully, and hopefully do it next time. But we want to sincerely thank our sponsors, the Internet Society, Konza Technopolis. The team will be joining us later in the day. ICANN, thank you, Bob and team, and poleni sana kwa safari. We have Liquid, who are also giving us bandwidth capacity for the 2 days. Kenneth, we have PAX, and we have Tespo. So let's put a big hand for all these partners for supporting KDNS 2023. So I have a very simple task, ladies and gentlemen, from here. And you'll not see me on the podium because now I'll be supporting the team to ensure that we run the event. But I have the singular honor to invite the next speaker, who is hopefully known to many of people in the room, but maybe for those joining us online, you'll be keen to follow up on his thoughts around the DNA space and cybersecurity. This is our Chairman Emeritus, that's what we call him. Just exited the KENIC board as chair, and we are forever grateful, sir, for the service you have provided broadly in our industry, but more specifically for KENIC. It is on this tall man and these shoulders that we all stand as we build the DNS system for Kenya into the future. So without further ado, a warm welcome to Bwana Geoffrey Shimanyula to give his comments. I was warned you never leave the podium until you hand over to the next speaker.
The chair, KENIC board, directors, our registrars, our invited guests, those in-house and those online, good morning. Allow me first to make a quick correction. Once upon a time, I used to think that I was tall, until I got onto a plane that had some Burundian basketballers. Whereas I could walk in the corridors and say, I'm almost touching the roof. Those guys were actually bending. So I'm not as tall as I thought. Happy to be here this morning. And mine is actually to share some history around domain names. I have one thing that I did as a young account manager that when I look at it right now, it really pains me. I'll tell you what it is. How many of you in this room have heard of this name, Randy Bush? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So at least I'm not the only old dog in the house. This guy called Randy Bush was a god those days. If you needed to register a domain name, he was the man to go to. And since he was in the US, our tech guys had to stay in the office late in the evening because he could give them a slot, which on our side will be like 1 o'clock. Okay? Say, Davis, for you, I'll deal with you at 1 o'clock. So guys stay in the office until 1 o'clock just to make sure that a domain name is registered. It was painful, but it had to be done. Those days, if you registered a .com, you are the guy. This business of .co.ke, what is that? You're too small. So everybody went for .com. As you see me here standing, I'm one of those victims who went selling .com to one of the biggest brands this country has. That brand is called Kenya-Airways.com. So we thought, KQ is a big thing. They can't have .co.ke. We went and registered .com. But I'm glad and happy to stand here and say, you know what? We've gotten to a place whereby there is every pride in you having a .com, a .co.ke or a .or.ke or a .ke domain name. There's this animal that hit us 2 years ago called COVID. We lost many things. We lost money. And above all else, we lost our loved ones. But there's one good thing that this devil brought. The fact that we can trade without seeing the people we are buying from. We can deliver goods without knowing who paid. E-commerce became a reality. People with websites started now doing business big time. I know the people in this room who have registered domains and they have no clue who the registrar looks like. I'm one of them. I don't know who my registrar is. All I know is I receive that notice, your payment is due, and I pay. I have a pay bill number. If I need anything changed on my website, I will communicate. Please change ABCD. They tell you, sir, we give us 24 hours, you'll have done it. And indeed, after 24 hours, it is done. Last year, for the first time ever, Kenik was happy and proud to announce that they had crossed the 100,000 domain name mark. We had never crossed 1,000. Can we clap for these guys? Can we clap for our registrars for a job well done? Because the biggest challenge has always been, and I thought it was just for us, but we had a DNS forum last year, and we had the same complaint from guys from South Africa, guys from Rwanda, that you know what, people register domain, they serve whatever purpose they need to serve, and they go away. They don't bother. But I'm glad that we finally crossed that 100,000 mark. And now the challenge with the team is to grow it to 500. And we can do it. We can do it. With the support of the registrars, we can do it. Now, one of the, before I move on to whatever it is I want to share with you here, I was telling the team at Kenik before I left that we've done a good job in supporting even our neighbors to get in this domain space. We supported South Sudan until, I think, 2 years ago. They are now on their own. My wish, dream, and desire is that Kenya, through Kenik, can now be the ones to manage .esc. Can we do that or we can't? Most of the entities we see in this region are headquartered here. True or false? So why can't we also have .esc being managed out of Nairobi, out of Kenya? Kenik, it's a challenge that I'm throwing at you, and I'm hoping that this is something that you can indeed effect in the next few months to come. Talk to whoever you need to talk to. We have the big boys here, okay? Let them support where they need to support. So as I was invited for this function, we are talking about domain names and cybersecurity. So I decided to put just some thoughts together. These two things, are they related? When you have a domain name, it serves many purposes. But number one, it is your identity, right? This is me. And nobody ever wants to joke around with their identity, with their name. We protect our names. Two, it is, you use your domain for communication. All the emails that you get. Email is now a norm. Those days of Randy Bush, if you had an email address, you know you had bragging rights. You go to Hard Rock Cafe and say, you know what, this is my email address. Guys are like, what the hell is that? They don't even know. Because we are still doing faxes and those kind of things. Then you go on and have your website. Now your website is what the world engages with you through. So for 1 minute, allow me to draw some parallels. You have your website, which has everything about you. You want people to reach out to you based on what it is that you've shared on your website. At the same time, there are those who are actually selling wares on their website. Now, consider that website as being this shop of yours. If you look at a shop, the shop has a grill. True or true? That shop has some sirens. That shop has a watchman. That shop might have a stone wall. Why are we doing this? We are protecting our wares in the shop, right? I want us to look at that website, that domain of yours, as that shop. What are you doing to protect that shop from guys breaking in to steal, breaking in to do funny things that will affect your customers walking into that shop the next day? For the next 2 days, I'm sure you're all ready and prepared to spend time talking about your domain names and cybersecurity. So, I have a question. And the question is this: is there space for cybersecurity in the domain name area? Is there space? Yeah? There is. I think I concur. The answer is yes. Why do we say there is space? One, you need to have protection against cyber threats. Cyber threats are real. When you wake up in the morning to go to work, you have your fare, because you know you're alighting at Kencom. Some other guy wakes up to get onto that bus, to get onto that matatu, to pickpocket you. Have you ever experienced this? You get to the office and you're like, where's my wallet? Of course, you remove the wallet, you paid your fare, put it back in, and some guy took it. It's the same thing that can happen to your website, to your domain. You need to protect it. Two, there's the aspect of protection. There's the aspect of trust and credibility. You need to be sure and comfortable that wherever is on your domain, whether it's the emails that are coming from your domain or the website, is indeed what you desire to have it there. And you need to protect that with your everything. Because that is what will give you trust and credibility. But if you allow people to go and change the content of your website, if you allow people to start sending emails using your domain name, my friend, you lose that credibility. Data breaches are very common nowadays. Very, very common. And domains often handle sensitive information. So proper cybersecurity measures can prevent unauthorized access and protect sensitive data from being compromised. Please, 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 do what you have to do to ensure that your data is safe. Then, of course, there's the aspect of compliance and legal obligations. There is the aspect of your brand reputation. Don't allow anyone to mess with your brand. Protect your reputation at all costs. And you can only do this when you invest in cybersecurity. Protect your domain name. Protect everything that is associated with your domain name. Then, of course, we have the issue of financial losses. Okay? We've heard of DDoS. A few weeks ago, we couldn't do anything on the eCitizen portal, right? You have no clue how much money was lost because there was no transaction. So, if you're in this room and your business is to sell phones, for example, and for a whole week, okay, because of distributed denial of service, your website is not reachable, or your website is showing funny things, it means you have no business. For that 1 week, you're out of business. But even as you're out of business, remember, there is one thing that is constant. The bills keep coming. So please, make sure that you protect yourselves from any financial losses that are attributed to you not being safe on the cyberspace side of things. Okay? We have business continuity just to make sure that, look, you can operate every single day because you're protected. So, ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, I'd like to say that cybersecurity is indeed essential in the domain name space to protect your business, your customers, and their digital assets. It's a critical component of maintaining a secure and trustworthy online presence. Let us all embrace cybersecurity as it's now part and parcel of our operations. Thanks for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Bwana Chair Emeritus. My pleasure now to invite our current chair, Bwana Paul Kariuki. Let's clap for him as he comes. Karibu, sir.
Thank you, Bwana Maragori, for that introduction. Thank you, Chair Emeritus. You'll acknowledge and agree with me that standing on those shoulders is the shoulders of a giant. He demonstrated other tall people, but there are some people who are very tall from inside. And therefore, standing on their shoulders, you are able to see very far. Allow me to do a very simple task of basically acknowledging you for coming. It gives us great pleasure to see you physically here, and we know we have many more who are joining us online, and many more who will watch this conference later in the day. And thanks to technology today, you don't have to be in the same time and space to participate. You can always come later and be able to be partaker of that. And therefore, in our midst, of course, we know we have the Chair Emeritus who have just given us his speech, and we are glad that he found time to come and be with us. Thank you, sir, for holding the fort and holding KENIC, and also giving us those challenges that you have given us, and the opportunities that you have told us are available for us to exploit. We want to acknowledge the registrar, who are a key part of us. And because KENIC is that four-legged stool that is held by the stakeholders in the group and ensure that it is able to stand. And so the registrar here, and I can see Davis here, and there are many more who are here. Maybe by a show of hands, if you are a registrar, can we see you? I know there is those who are also aspiring to be registrars. So by faith, you can also raise your hand. And the registrants and the sellers who are also here with us, I acknowledge you. So we have invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is an open platform for us here to be able to give you the opportunities that are available. And many things that portend challenges are actually opportunities, like we have learned from the Chair Emeritus. When COVID hit us, we did realize that there were many things we could do that we were not doing. I was just revisiting the DNS Forum for 2021, which was actually virtual, and it was not by design, but because COVID could not allow us to meet. And we had the largest number of attendees online because it was online. Had we made it physical, it would have been limited. We would never have thought about streaming it that time. So allow me to acknowledge the directors who are here present with me. And I'll start right where I was seated. We have James Truthi, who joined us this year. And welcome on board. We have James Davis Waidaka, who has been with us, representing Drake. And we have those who are online with us and who I'll just acknowledge in the absentia. So we have Rosemary Kimwato, who is also one of the speakers later, who will be actually a chair in one of the forum. We have Isabella, who is away. And also we have Thomas, who represents ICTA. He's also not here with us, but I'm sure he'll join us when time allows. We have Lillian, who also is one of the independent board members. She's also not here with us, but I know she'll follow up later. We are also honored and pleased to have ICANN represented here by Bob. And Bob Ocheng, thank you for always finding time to come to Kenneck Forum and also for sponsoring this event. So we, of course, have the partners who have been duly acknowledged by our CEO, Liquid, ICANN, Internet Society, Tescop, and Kennet, where I hail from, Consa, and the many others who have sponsored us for this event. We also have the men and the women in LED who are our foot soldiers and who make the DNS that you use to be able to learn. And so allow me to acknowledge the Kennet team, the Kennet team, and you can be up on your feet so that we can acknowledge you. Thank you very much. So when you make those calls, and those are the team that will answer them, and when those unfortunate disconnection happen, those are also the team that do that job. So thank you very much for the virtual team that we have, the CCTLDs and virtual host participants of other countries. We thank you. We know that as the Chair Emeritus has mentioned, we have walked the journey with quite a number of them, and there are those who have been older than us, and we have learned from them, and we are glad that they are joining us online for this particular forum. Now, having done that, allow me to basically do that I was requested to do. And basically, it is to look into the future and see what does the future hold for us. So I'm going to just give a perspective for Kenneck and the ecosystem, as well as what is our vision, what is our goal, and what we want to do, and what is your role in that particular platform. Our chair has given us a perspective of cybersecurity, and we have had a lot of conferences in this month really focusing on the topic of cybersecurity. But today we localize it to how we can unleash the powers of domain, even as we exploit the challenges that are portended by cybersecurity. Many of the things that have been done today have been done because there was a challenge. The internet is a product of a communication challenge. The armies wanted to be able to communicate in real time, and because it was a challenge, they were able to come up with voice communication that later mutated to what we know as internet today. And today we are able to share video real time. It always amazes me today that the young people of today, when they encounter an event, the first thing they do is film it. It could be an accident, and for us who are born in the older age, our response would be to rescue those who are, victims. But today, you'll find that they are the young people will film that, and they go live, and they'll be the first people to broadcast that event. That would not have been possible in the years that we grew up. But today, it is possible because we have the internet and connectivity. Now, what future awaits us when we see the pipelines that have been talked about by the Chair Emeritus in terms of skills, but also in terms of infrastructure development? We have seen the government talking about connectivity, the last fiber connectivity, and connecting every ward. In the last, the subsequent government, they talked about connecting every county. But now we are talking about connecting every ward and ensuring that there is a hotspot or if not several, in every ward. So what opportunities will be opened by those hotspots? And how will we be able to deal with the emerging challenges that are going to be brought by those hotspots? I saw somewhere in Morot, where the famous Morot, where some gentlemen do some other living, that they decided to set up an ICT hub there. And they realized there was an opportunity in that particular village, because every young man was looking up to those people who are making money every day when they wake up. I'm told that if you walked along that road, you'll find some people, on hills, looking where there was good connectivity. And of course, the only thing they were armed with is internet and a phone and dozens of SIM cards. But they were trying to do what they know best with the knowledge they had. What if we expose to them the little knowledge that they need to be able to make little money without making anybody feel pain for the same? Those are opportunities that are available. And when we look at those opportunities, we are, as KENIC, we are saying that we'll be there to ensure that we give you the trust that is required so that somebody who is out in the country or who has never been to a village will be able to trust somebody who says they are selling merchandise or offering a particular service without ever having seen them. Our share emeritus have told us that now we can receive goods that we do not know how they look like, but we ordered by faith. We have been ordering cars from Japan and East, and we have trusted those people to deliver those cars. And even when they tell us that it has the features it has, we trust it has those features. And for sure, when it arrives, it does have them. How can we build the same trust in this nation and ensure that people will trust us when we say we are selling any product or service? KENIC sign every.ke domain. And that signature informs the person who is receiving service from that domain that domain is registered and the owner is known and that the owner is doing a genuine business in the country. And therefore, they can be able to trust that the information they share in that platform and the merchandise they request from that platform is going to be delivered. And therefore, we are going to work with the business community and we are going to work with partners who are in that ecosystem to ensure that they are trusted to do business. And as we look at the horizon and we see the ICT master plan for 2020-2027, and we see the task force that have been set up to look at what does ICT and digital economy protect, we are looking at our young people and realizing that they no longer want to go fishing, they no longer want to do farming because they consider those economic activity not to be trading. But they are happy to film somebody doing farming or somebody doing fishing. So how can we make economic activity out of that they are happy doing? And we have seen many people who are making a living using those opportunities. I was told and informed by my youngsters in my house that I should not try to change them, that I should not try to conform them to where I came from, that I should not try to share with them the stories and the hardship that I went through. They don't belong to them. And I have agreed with them that is history. We need to push forward. Days when young people used to work hard because to escape poverty may be long gone. And therefore, we need to look for new horizons and new ways of encouraging our young people to forge ahead and build on what we have built. And therefore, I know that where I've come from, we have had a lot of stories of freedom fighters and how they struggled and went to the forest. But those were their days. And as someone who was once told by their father, that as we fought the Mau Mau war, you fight the wars in your days. So we are encouraging young people in today to fight the wars of their days. And now, because they have become keyboard warriors, how then can we use those skills and talents they have to be able to help them to stride forward? So I'll go through something I prepared here, and we'll have an interaction. And I know the great speakers who will come after me will actually lay a greater perspective on what lies ahead in terms of the area of DNS, especially DNS security. And we are looking at a time where we shared names freely. We said where we lived freely. We shared our gender freely. and even our religious belief and aspiration freely. But we have come to an era where we have entered into constitutional light of the right to privacy. And the right to privacy means that your name is private, your gender is private, your religious affiliations are private, and even how you look in terms of your face or anything to do with you is private. So before I take you that photo, I need to ask you whether you want to actually be taken a photo. So how do we live in this new ecosystem that requires to exercise right to privacy, but at the same time provide right to information? How do I tell you that in a particular place, if you pass there, you are likely to be mugged without showing you some face of some ugly looking mean faces that occupy that neighborhood? Because if I do, I may be sued for privacy. So we need to navigate that difficult terrain and still be able to make the digital ecosystem work and work within this age. So today, we contemplate the expansive horizon of our digital realm. We find ourselves journeying through the annals of identity, reminiscence of Shakespeare's musing of the essence of a name in Romeo and Juliet. Those are the books we read. So in case others have come, forgive me. In our interconnected digital age, a character has transitioned from mere letters to the embodiment of one's identity, uniqueness, and essence. This sentiment, recently actuated by the Kerala High Court in New Delhi, suggests that freedom of expression, one's name, is a cornerstone of individual rights, extending seamlessly into digital identities. Those who may have watched that case, it was a case of a young man who wanted his name changed. And he had to sue because he was told, yes, you can have your name changed, you can call yourself whoever, but the document we gave you will retain your old name. And therefore he sued because he wanted his name changed. And the court ruled that that was his right, and that his name could be changed and those documents could be amended. Now, so what then is in a name? Our exploration into this realm brings forth the relevance of domain names, no longer just a digital address, and a domain name anchors your brand identity, elevating your online credibility. When chosen judiciously, it will strengthen brand consistency, enhance search engine visibility, and stands as a fortress against potential threats like cyber squatters. A domain isn't merely a digital label, it's a bridge to global audience and a strategic cornerstone in the vast digital market space. The significance of the country code top-level domain, as we have been told by our CEO, comes to light beyond the digital signpost. The CCTLDs, such as the .ks or .ugs, are emblematic of geographical identity and authenticity. For Kenya, our own .ke domain crystallizes our national heritage. This isn't just about regional pride, it's a commitment to local content, values, cultures, and security. Let's delve into the data to provide a tangible sense of our digital journey. The Chair Emeritus and our CEO has shared quite a number of statistics, and I don't want to bore you with the numbers because I'm come from a scientific field, so I tried to wade off numbers because I didn't like them when I was using them either. But over the past few years, patterns have emerged in .ke domain registration in alignment with the private company registrations. In the fiscal year 2019-2020, .ke domain registration astonishingly outpaced company registration, showing a remarkable 104% rate of growth. However, this momentum have softened in subsequent years. Perhaps those were the COVID, leap-offs, with the rate dropped to 61% in 2022-2023. Despite these shifts, the growth in website hosted in .ke domains is commendable, from 21,596 in 2019 to a staggering 76,991 as of 2023. So those numbers tell a story because those are people's business, those are livelihood that people are making, and those are opportunities that are being created. So ladies and gentlemen, the digital realm, as we know it, is rapidly transforming the nations worldwide and leading to carve their unique identities in this vast expanse. Kenya.ke domain is a digital marker and a powerful emblem of our national pride and vision. Our active embrace of the .ke domain within Kenya Digital Master Plan isn't a mere strategic move. It symbolizes our collective commitment to charting our nation's definitive and secure digital course. This initiative is a testament of our forward-thinking approach, ensuring that as we venture deeper into a digital age, we remain rooted in our values, heritage, and aspirations. Our collaborations and partnerships further amplify this vision, cementing our dedication to ensuring that every piece of data under the .ke banner is accurate, every transaction is secure, and the credibility of our digital space is unblemished. This is not just about establishing a digital presence, it's about building a resilient and trustworthy digital legacy for future generations. Our unwavering support for the .ke domain is its integration into our national blueprint and scapulates Kenyans' resolute spirit to lead, innovate, and safeguard our digital frontier. Moreover, domain serves as a beacon for our youth in this evolving digital landscape. Their embrace ushers in opportunities ranging from digital entrepreneurship to acquiring pivotal digital skills. As we foster domain acquisition, we empower them with tools to pave avenues for self-employment, digital literacy, and societal innovations. This is not just about individual growth, it's about uplifting communities, magnifying the instrumental role of domain names in harnessing potential and fostering employment. Starting on this digital precipice, we recognize the intertwining dance of cybersecurity and domain technologies. The challenge of safeguarding our digital gateway while harnessing their potential are immense. Yet, with collaborative knowledge and evolution, we can forge a path where our digital domain act as a potent tool and stand resilient against cyber threats. Our collective mission surpasses mere digital presence. It encompasses a vision to fortify our digital realm. In conclusion, the journey ahead is vast, illuminated by the promise of emerging technologies like blockchain, artificial intelligence, big data, AI. Kenya stands poised ready to adapt and thrive as the digital landscape evolves. Together, let us shape a future where an unwavering commitment to security fortifies the allure of domain potential. Let our unity, innovation, and foresight guide us as we navigate this intricate digital space. So thank you very much for listening to me. I just want to acknowledge that I come from an academia, but I also come from a techie environment, so I blend the two. So allow me to address a bit of the young people who are entering into the cyberspace. That there is huge opportunity for them to grow if they remain focused. And if they are not so greedy as to sell their birthright. I know all of you have stories of people who had wonderful startups. But because when you are graduating, $1 million is so much money, you are offered a few millions, and for you, that's look like you have broken into a bank. And therefore, you sell that innovation that you had innovated in your youth. And the thinking is always that I'll always innovate, and I can always be able to nurture another business. The truth is, those opportunities are there. And only 5% of those who have those innovations ever make it. So if you find yourself in that realm of the 5% who have broken it into business, making it profitable, then please keep a cake of that business. If the Microsoft of this world sold their innovation, then we would not hear of Bill Gates. If Steve Jobs did the same, we would never heard of his name when we think about Apple. We can talk about Ziklag and the rest. But the point is, if you do not nurture that small business to make it big and grow with it, then you will be on the sidelines as those you sold to expand into the horizon. We have an expanded market opportunity for East Africa, which now include DRC and Southern Sudan. But we also have a bigger market in Africa now. So we are not just thinking about the nation of Kenya. We are thinking about Africa. And we also have opportunities to export into other countries in the world without having to go and rent, that space. Now I'm told is in Upper Hill or in Westrat. You can grow big without having a big office, without having a big space. But you can do that only through resilient and hard work. And desiring to grow, just like farmers used to plant and they wait for their crops to grow. But harvesting before you plant or eating the seed will not take you to the journey that you want. Thank you very much for listening to me and for coming. Asante sana.
Thank you very much, Bwana Chair. I think it's rather difficult to summarize our three speakers in one sentence, and I'll make an attempt at it. The one word that has stood out for me from our three speakers is opportunity. And for me, the word opportunity just means that we're in such an exciting space. Our three speakers also mentioned about the fact that we are at 100,000 domains as Kenya. And if we are to go the direction of .EAC, this will be even much, much bigger. My biggest challenge right now is how do we get to the first million? And that is what will be keeping me awake for the next few months. And just to summarize, is trust. Our CEO mentioned is our currency as we propagate this digital economy through domain names. And our task is to secure our online and offline reputation. And as we are here is to lead and to influence all our audiences to do the same. So with that, I'd like to end this session and invite us to our first tea break. And then we'll be back for the next panel session, as well as a breakout session where we'll be discussing DNS and DNSEC. So thank you, and karibuni chai.
My name is Andrew Mwanyota. I am the CEO of the Kenya Network Information Center, KENIC. KENIC was founded in '93 as a public-private partnership to support what we call the country code top-level domain, .ke, to allow as many Kenyans as possible to go online. and to benefit from having a presence online, whether you're an individual or a business. And so 20 years on, Kenny continues to promote, secure, and avail the .ke domain for use by businesses and individuals. And we are happy today to have met to recognize what we call our registrars who help us to avail .ke domains for the public, and they are the channel through which we sell .ke domains. And today we've been able to recognize 7 categories for all our registrars as part of motivating them to be able to grow the domain system in Kenya. Finally, we are also very excited that for the very first time in many years, .ke has grown in leaps and bounds with over 102,000 domains currently active in the country. It is our intention in the next couple of years to continue growing the domain space, but most importantly, ensuring we build trust for all our online users in Kenya. So all we can do is to thank our ecosystem of players, thank our customers for standing with .ke, because it's our brand. It is about building Kenya's brand, but more importantly, succeeding on the internet. Thank you very much.
When we started in Kwanza, I think everyone had doubts, even the National Treasury, so they were giving us very minimal amounts.
It was one of the projects that were captured in the Vision 2030 document, which actually was development blueprint for the government of Kenya.
We had an interim structure which once was approved by the ministry, we started the process of staffing that structure.
In the journey of Konza Technopolis, this is really a great milestone. We have worked on this project with the vision of having an excellent place to work, to live and to play.
It's a very futuristic concept because this has not been done before.
We are now very confident and to be able to engage the rest of the public who could be keen to be part of Konza.
Konza Technopolis has been designed to host 200,000 population at full build out of the 500 acres. We've come up with green standards to ensure that our city comes out as green with no emissions of carbon to the environment.
It's a city like no other, planned from ground zero.
This will set an example that it is possible to do a city which is well planned and which is organized.
Seeing a city from scratch being constructed and being part of it is something that excites me, it excites the women, it excites the people that we are representing.
It is now good that we bring those developers and the financials so that they can start discussions and they can start preparing the next step of Konza Technopolis.
We as government have set the example by actually not requesting other people to come and invest, but actually to be the first investors.
It's us guys now to come in and try to see how to facilitate the financing for the developers so that they're able to develop whatever that they want, their concepts. Property developers have actually that mentality that this was a white elephant is going, and that means that now they are able to move to the next level of seeking financing.
Konza Complex being our head office, This is a great milestone in our journey.
I'm very happy as an architect actually to see the first product of our building being ready and it's now being occupied and operations have started on it.
We are now in a better position to engage with the project in terms of what's going on here, which mainly currently horizontal infrastructure is ongoing.
We believe all things going well, we should be able to complete this project in February 2020.
When we started in Konza, I think everyone had doubts, even the National Treasury, so they were giving us very minimal amounts.
It was one of the projects that were captured in the Vision 2030 document, which actually was development blueprint for the government of Kenya.
So we had an interim structure which once was approved by the ministry, we started the process of staffing that structure.
In the journey of Konza Technopolis, this is really a great milestone. We have worked on this project with the vision of having an excellent place to work, to live and to play.
It's a very futuristic concept because this has not been done before.
We are now very confident and to be able to engage the rest of the public who could be keen to be part of Konza.
Konza Technopolis has been designed to host 200,000 population at full built out of the 500 acres. We've come up with green standards to ensure that our city comes out as green with no emissions of carbon to the environment.
It's a city like no other, planned from ground zero.
This will set an example that it is possible to do a city which is well planned and which is organized.
Seeing a city from scratch being constructed and being part of it is something that excites me, it excites the women, it excites the people that we are representing.
It is now good that we bring those developers and the financials so that they can start discussions and they can start preparing the next step of Konza Technopolis.
We as government have set the example by actually not requesting other people to come and invest, but actually to be the first investors.
It's us guys now to come in and try to see how to facilitate the financing for the developers so that they're able to develop whatever that they want, their concepts. Property developers have actually that mentality that this was a white elephant is going, and that means that now they are able to move to the next level of seeking financing.
Konza Complex being our head office, this is a great milestone in our journey.
I'm very happy as an architect actually to see the first product of our building being ready and it's now being occupied and operations have started on it.
We are now in a better position to engage with the project in terms of what's going on here, which mainly currently horizontal infrastructure is ongoing.
We believe all things going well, we should be able to complete this project in February 2022 as per the schedule by the contractor.
I see a very bright future for Konza Technopolis and for Konza City as a whole.
Konza City is going to grow. Looking at what is happening on the ground and the people who have shown interest, the organizations which are showing interest, I believe that is a dream which is achievable, and in the near future, so many of us are going to relocate to Konza.
To my fellow investors and Kenyans at large is to come on board and help our government in creating projects which will help us in achieving our goal of creating employment, which is very much needed to our economy.
I really want the city to be a hub within the region where we have ICTs, global companies coming in, partnering with the local companies, providing opportunity to our young people so that they can learn from these established companies.
Karibu sana as we carry out this engineering feat, first of its kind in Africa, and more importantly, a first for Kenya.
To all our stakeholders who are looking for an excellent location to invest in support of the Big Four of our government, and also to take advantage of the Kenyan market, to say Konza Technopolis is an excellent location.
At the ground, we say mambo ni sawa.
We are asking you to join us as we embark on a new ethos that is really birthed in you and the services that we offer you.
Because you have spoken, we've seen it fit to rebrand ourselves, not just to provide internet services. What we have in mind is, now that you have the internet services, what else can you do with that?
We have got the vision of a digitally connected future that leaves no African behind.
We've evolved from being a telecoms company to a technologies company.
So essentially we are saying each and every one of us who is African, we have got you in mind. We need to ensure that as we are looking at this digitally connected future, we are not leaving anyone behind.
So as part of Liquid Intelligent Technologies brand, we have sub-brands that we have. The first being Liquid Business, Cloud, Cybersecurity, Liquid Home, the Liquid Labs, Liquid Networks, Liquid Satellite, Liquid Sea.
So as we are in this connectivity journey, we are then able to ensure that we are providing the necessary security that is required as you do your day-to-day business.
So we're not going to be giving you generic solutions, but we're actually going to be customizing solutions that are aligned with your business needs.
We're actually embracing digital now. We're actually in the now.
Think technology, think liquid. Think technology, think liquid.
So we are saying we are bringing this together to you to ensure that everything happens under one roof.
It's no longer just about our product offering, but it's really about us coming to you and asking you, what can we do for you? Africa's digital future is an intelligent one.
My name is Andrew Mwanyota. I am the CEO of the Kenya Network Information Center, KENIC. KENIC was founded in '93 as a public-private partnership to support what we call the country code top-level domain, .ke, to allow as many Kenyans as possible to go online and to benefit from having a presence online, whether you're an individual or a business. And so 20 years on, KENIC continues to promote, secure, and avail the .ke domain for use by businesses and individuals. And we are happy today to have met to recognize what we call our registrars, who help us to avail .ke domains for the public, and they are the channel through which we sell .ke domains. And today we've been able to recognize 7 categories for all our registrars as part of motivating them to be able to grow the domain system in Kenya. Finally, we are also very excited that for the very first time in many years, .ke has grown in leaps and bounds, with over 102,000 domains currently active in the country. It is our intention in the next couple of years to continue growing the domain space, but most importantly, ensuring we build trust for all our online users in Kenya. So all we can do is to thank our ecosystem of players, thank our customers for standing with .ke, because it's our brand. It is about building Kenya's brand, but more importantly, succeeding on the internet. Thank you very much.
My name is Geoffrey Shimanyula. I am the chair of the board of KENIC. KENIC, as we all know, is the registrar. Now, the registry for .ke domain. In Kenya, we are the people who ensure that we are perpetually pushing our brand .ke. And today has been a great day for us, a big day for the industry, because we were rewarding and awarding our best performing registrars in the country across board, just to appreciate the good work they're doing and to encourage them to continue pushing the .ke domain. Again, today is one of those days that we are actually celebrating a very big milestone, because as we close the year 2022, for the first time, we crossed the year with 100,000 domain names active, up and running. And our challenge now is to ensure that we have this sort of growth on an annual basis. When you talk about registries all over the world, and specifically in Africa, our biggest challenge has been how to sustain domain names that are registered. We are all battling with the challenge of deletions, whereby people register domain name and upon expiry, they never renew it. Our challenge as KENIC is to ensure that domain names that are registered are renewed so that we can see growth each and every day. This way, from the Kenyan perspective, we believe that we'll be playing our role in the technology ecosystem as the government embraces the digital economy blueprint. We will be there to play our role. Thank you.
My name is Charity Wambui Kiora. I work for Kenya Website Experts. We are registrars for domain names and we offer other online services. We became a KENIC accredited registrar by first applying to KENIC to become a registrar. We filled in the registration forms and we supplied all the required documents. Our application was reviewed and our accreditation was approved and we became accredited registrar. And then after that, we were trained on how to use the registry services. We chose to become domain name registrars after we realized there's a demand for .ke domain names, and initially we were only offering other online services. We recommend our customers to register .ke domains because, 1, to have a Kenyan identity, 2, most of the short, memorable, and catchy domain names are available for registration, and 3, .ke domain names are affordable.
Is your business struggling to make sales? Have you tried offering your products and services online? Kupeleka Bizna Yako online ni simple. All you need is a .ke domain name. To get yours, follow these easy steps. Choose your preferred domain name. The name should be that of your brand. Make it short, easy to type and remember. Visit kenic.or.ke and check if the domain name you want is available. Proceed to register now. Then select a service provider from the KENIC approved registrars. Pay for the domain name and you're all set. Visit www.kenic.or.ke and register your domain name today.
My name is Barak
Otieno. I am the General Manager of Africa Top Level Domains Organization. Africa Top Level Domains Organization is the regional association of country code top level domain registries in Africa. This comprise of the country identities, for example, .ke for Kenya, .tz for Tanzania, .za for South Africa, .mg for Madagascar. We bring together country code top-level domain registry managers on the African continent to discuss matters that are of interest to them. The Kenya Network Information Center continues to be a critical organization insofar as the country code top-level domain registry of Kenya is concerned. It not only administers the country code top-level domain for Kenya and also ensures that Kenyans are able to make use of it in the best way possible. Most importantly, the domain name ecosystem in Kenya is key to the digital economy in the Republic of Kenya. And continuous capacity building of registrars is one of the critical roles that the Kenya Network Information Center plays. So Kenya Network Information Center, to that extent, continues to play a critical role in making sure that registrants and registrars observe the laid down legal and regulatory mechanisms.
We started in Konza, I think everyone had doubts, even the National Treasury, so they were giving us very minimal amounts.
It was one of the projects that were captured in the Vision 2030 document, which actually was development blueprint for the government of Kenya.
We had an interim structure which once was approved by the ministry, we started the process of staffing that structure.
In the journey of Konza Technopolis, this is really a great milestone. We have worked on this project with the vision of having an excellent place to work, to live and to play.
It's a very futuristic concept because this has not been done before.
We are now very confident and to be able to engage the rest of the public who could be keen to be part of Konza.
Konza Technopolis has been designed to host 200,000 population at full build out of the 500 acres. We've come up with green standards to ensure that our city comes out as green with no emissions of carbon to the environment.
It's a city like no other, planned from ground zero.
This will set an example that it is possible to do a city which is well planned and which is organized.
Seeing a city from scratch being constructed and being part of it is something that excites me, it excites the women, it excites the people that we are representing.
It is now good that we bring those developers and the financials so that they can start discussions and they can start preparing the next step of Konza Technopolis.
We as government have set the example by actually not requesting other people to come and invest, but actually to be the first investors.
It's us guys now to come in and try to see how to facilitate the financing for the developers so that they're able to develop whatever that they want, their concepts. Property developers have actually that mentality that this was a white elephant is going, and that means that now they are able to move to the next level of seeking financing.
Konza Complex being our head office, this is a great milestone in our journey.
I'm very happy as an architect actually to see the first product of a building being ready and it's now being occupied and operations have started on it.
We are now in a better position to engage with the project in terms of what's going on here, which mainly currently horizontal infrastructure is ongoing.
We believe all things going well, we should be able to complete this project in February 2022 as per the schedule by the contractor.
I see a very bright future for Konza Technopolis and for Konza City as a whole.
Konza City is going to grow. Looking at what is happening on the ground and the people who have shown interest, the organizations which are showing interest, I believe that is a dream which is achievable, and in the near future, so many of us are going to relocate to Konza.
To my fellow investors and Kenyans at large is to come on board and help our government in creating projects which will help us in achieving our goal of creating employment, which is very much needed to our economy.
I really want the city to be a hub within the region where we have ICTs, global companies coming in, partnering with the local companies, providing opportunity to our young people so that they can learn from these established companies.
Karibu sana as we carry out this engineering feat, first of its kind in Africa, and more importantly, a first for Kenya.
To all our stakeholders who are looking for an excellent location to invest in support of the Big Four of our government, and also to take advantage of the Kenyan market, to say Konza Technopolis is an excellent location.
At the ground, we say mambo ni sawa.
We are asking you to join us as we embark on a new ethos that is really birthed in you and the services that we offer you.
Because you have spoken, we've seen it fit to rebrand ourselves, not just to provide internet services. What we have in mind is now that you have the internet services, what else can you do with that?
We have got the vision of a digitally connected future that leaves no African behind.
We've evolved from being a telecoms company to a technologies company.
So essentially we are saying each and every one of us who is African, we have got you in mind. We need to ensure that as we are looking at this digitally connected future, we are not leaving anyone behind.
So as part of Liquid Intelligent Technologies brand, we have sub-brands that we have. The first being Liquid Business, Cloud, Cybersecurity, Liquid Home, the Liquid Labs, Liquid Networks, Liquid Satellite, Liquid Sea.
So as we are in this connectivity journey, we are then able to ensure that we are providing the necessary security that is required as you do your day-to-day business.
So we're not going to be giving you generic solutions, but we're actually going to be customizing solutions that are aligned with your business needs.
We're actually embracing digital now. We're actually in the now.
Think technology, think liquid. Think technology, think liquid.
So we are saying we are bringing this together to you to ensure that everything happens under one roof.
It's no longer just about our product offering, but it's really about us coming to you and asking you, what can we do for you? Africa's digital future is an intelligent one.
My name is Andrew Mwanyota. I am the CEO of the Kenya Network Information Center, KENIC. KENIC was founded in '93 as a public-private partnership to support what we call the country code top-level domain, .ke, to allow as many Kenyans as possible to go online and to benefit from having a presence online, whether you're an individual or a business. And so 20 years on, KENIC continues to promote, secure, and avail the .ke domain for use by businesses and individuals. And we are happy today to have met to recognize what we call our registrars who help us to avail .ke domains for the public, and they are the channel through which we sell .ke domains. And today we've been able to recognize 7 categories for all our registrars as part of motivating them to be able to grow the domain system in Kenya. Finally, we are also very excited that for the very first time in many years, .ke has grown in leaps and bounds, with over 102,000 domains currently active in the country. It is our intention in the next couple of years to continue growing the domain space, but most importantly, ensuring we build trust for all our online users in Kenya. So all we can do is to thank our ecosystem of players, thank our customers for standing with .ke, because it's our brand. It is about building Kenya's brand, but more importantly, succeeding on the internet. Thank you very much.
My name is Geoffrey Shimanyula. I am the chair of the board of KENIC. KENIC, as we all know, is the registrar. Now, the registry for .ke domain. In Kenya, we are the people who ensure that we are perpetually pushing our brand .ke. And today has been a great day for us, a big day for the industry, because we were rewarding and awarding our best performing registrars in the country across board, just to appreciate the good work they're doing and to encourage them to continue pushing the .ke domain. Again, today is one of those days that we are actually celebrating a very big milestone, because as we close the year 2022, for the first time, we crossed the year with 100,000 domain names active, up and running. And our challenge now is to ensure that we have this sort of growth on an annual basis. When you talk about registries all over the world, and specifically in Africa, our biggest challenge has been how to sustain domain names that are registered. We are all battling with the challenge of deletions, whereby people register domain name and upon expiry, they never renew it. Our challenge as KENIC is to ensure that domain names that are registered are renewed so that we can see growth each and every day. This way, from the Kenyan perspective, we believe that we'll be playing our role in the technology ecosystem as the government embraces the digital economy blueprint. We will be there to play our role. Thank you.
My name is Charity Wambui Kiora. I work for Kenya Website Experts. We are registrars for domain names and we offer other online services. We became a KENIC accredited registrar by first applying to KENIC to become a registrar. We filled in the registration forms and we supplied all the required documents. Our application was reviewed and our accreditation was approved and we became accredited registrar. And then after that we were trained on how to use the registry services. We chose to become domain name registrars after we realized there's a demand for .ke domain names, and initially we were only offering other online services. We recommend our customers to register .ke domains because 1. To have a Kenyan identity. 2. Most of the short, memorable and catchy domain names are available for registration. And 3. .ke domain names are affordable.
Welcome to our session. There's at least two communities in this country that hold the adage that you cannot get people's attention if they're hungry. So seeing that we've taken a snack, I know I have your full attention. I would like to introduce to you a senior manager, Eastern and Southern Africa Global Stakeholder Engagement, and that's June Okal from ICANN, who will take us through our next session. So let's welcome her, Kenya style. Karibu sana.
Thanks, Muraguri. Good morning. As Muraguri has mentioned, my name is June Okal. I'm the senior manager responsible for global stakeholder engagement covering Eastern and Southern Africa at ICANN, which is the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers. I'm here this morning with my colleagues, so I'll ask them to just stand and wave. We have Bobo Ching, who is a longtime friend of KENIC and the .ke DNS ecosystem. Bob is our Senior Director for new generic top-level domains. And we have a new colleague who's just joined us. His name is Simon Mayoye. He's our technical engagement specialist covering the whole of Africa and Middle East. Karibu Simon. This is his first event as an ICANN person, so we are thrilled to have him. As you are aware, ICANN does have an office in Nairobi, which is the only office in Africa. We cover and support all engagement regionally. You're more than welcome to pass by, say hello to us. Bob will buy you a cup of tea, and I'll dandia that tea. So thank you, Andrew, and the rest of the KENIC team for having us. We are honored, we're excited. KENIC is home, Kenya is home. We're thrilled to be here and grateful for having us. I'll start and share a presentation on what we're calling the Coalition for Digital Africa. This is a key initiative that is ICANN-led, but then we have key stakeholders and key partners, some of them who are in the room. I saw Barack somewhere, and we are working very closely with ISOC as well. So I'll just take you through what the coalition is, what we're envisaging, and the call to action, which is to join us, work with us, and collaborate together with us. Next slide, please. So the coalition is an alliance for global and regional organizations that come together to support and support the development of Africa's digital economy. What we have realized is different organizations work separately and we all work in silos, which is why it's so important to pull together as we are doing in this engagement and at this forum to boost connectivity and to enhance better digital experiences for all Africans across the continent and globally. Next slide, please. Our areas of focus are three-pronged. The first is, and as Andrew mentioned earlier, a robust DNS infrastructure for Africa. The core theme which is the Portuguese-speaking CCTLDs. We have the NSRC, which is the Network Startup Resource Center, which is key on technical trainings, and Smart Africa Secretariat. Next slide, please. With those 12 partners, we currently have projects in 22 countries, including Kenya, which we are very proud to have, as we are all Kenyans, and we are thrilled to share more insights on that. Next slide, please. Next. So I'll just share on some of the key projects. The first one, which is actually celebrating 1 year being in Nairobi, is the ICANN managed root server infrastructure. The first one was set up in Nairobi last year. So we are celebrating 1 year now. We'll share more information and more data on some of the stats that we've had, because one of the outcomes we found over the past few months of having the cluster in Nairobi is that we keep the local traffic local. Before, it would have to go out and bounce back either through Europe or the Middle East, but then now it's local and within the continent and in Nairobi. So that is very good and has been impressive to see. We also did just launch a second cluster in Egypt in October of 2023. The goal for us is to have at least 10 countries in Africa represented under this specific project, and we'll keep sharing updates on those. Next slide, please. In 2016-2017, we had a market DNS study, and the intention of this study was to highlight what the African DNS ecosystem looks like, what the numbers are, what the outcomes are, what the learnings are, and to share those observations so that we each learn from each other, but then we can easily quantify the impact of the DNS as a business and enhancing that study. So earlier in the year or last year, we did put out a call for requests, a call for proposals from different consultants. We selected PowerSoft Africa to conduct that study. The study was launched in January of 2023. The study is currently ongoing, and they will share an observatory. Doreen and I have had a conversation around this, and we're really keen to see what the learnings and observations are from that to share with not only KENIC, but then the rest of the ecosystem. We do expect to have a public comment period coming up in December and January, and we'll share that with all of you so that you can share your insights and input. And that will then lead us to the final report that we will then publish in March of 2024. Next slide, please. Universal acceptance readiness in academic institutions. This is a very important and dear project for us, especially in Africa. The whole basis and premise for universal acceptance is the ability to have different people across the globe communicate and engage online in different languages. As you are aware, in Kenya alone, we have about 45, 42, if you add Sheng, 43. Different languages and different scripts. Africa is not very, well, not Africa, but Kenya is lucky because we use the Latin scripts, but some other countries across the continent and globally use different scripts. For example, in Arabic, which is not easily recognized by the current infrastructure as is. So we are actively trying to push for more universal acceptance readiness. We are largely working with the Association of African Universities now. We've had 2 in-person workshops so far, and additional in-person and online workshops with technical staff specifically at universities, but we are keen to engage and to learn more and to see whether anyone else would want to partner on that to increase and enhance universal acceptance. Next slide. Next. We can go to the next one. Thanks. IXPs, and I know ISOC is happy to hear this one, so it's TESPOC in the room. We're working closely to support the development of internet exchange points across Africa. Kenya is a leader and we have done well, but other African countries are still coming up and learning and trying to share base case practices with them. So we are collaborating with the Internet Society on this specific project, and we now have 2 IXPs that are currently being supported under the coalition. That's Benin and Malawi. We do have a link that I'll share and circulate with the rest of the KENIC team to share if anyone is interested to apply for the funding program, which is currently ongoing, and we can share more information and insights on that. Next slide, please. DNSSEC, and this is fantastic because I know Land is coming next right after this session to speak more about DNS security and what that means. We are working on different deployathons and workshops all across the continent. We are keen on having the adoption and deployment in 15 countries across Africa. And we are doing this through not only sharing awareness, but then also through capacity development. We're working very closely with ATU, which is the African Telecommunications Union, for this. We did put out a call for applications for CCTLDs to host roadshows. We did receive a number. We are reviewing those, and we will share which CCTLDs have been selected later on in this month. Next slide, please. I'll let Landy do the harder part of the nitty-gritty details of DNSSEC in the next session. Capacity development for CCTLD registries. This is a key one for us, and I think it's also of importance for both KENIC and AFTLD that was in the room. So we are working very closely with AFTLD, which is the Africa Top Level Domains, to enhance the capacity of 10 CCTLDs across Africa. We did start out with a needs assessment for these CCTLDs to see where the gaps were, where the pain points were. You know, a lot of them are not only technical, but business as well. It's incredible to see the strides that KENIC has made in terms of building visibility, new campaigns, constantly sharing more information and trying to bring more people together. And I think a good example of that is the collaboration that KENIC had with NIRA, you know, to bring more .ke Nigeria names on .ke. So for example, Chineke or Ofweneke, you know. So KENIC has done an incredible job on that front, but not all African CCTLDs are there yet. And so we're very keen on supporting them, learning from them, helping them coordinate, but also collaborate with other CCTLDs that are doing well. And this is a key one for us. So we're very keen on this particular project, and Barak, who's in the room or was in the room, can also share more insights, but feel free to reach out to any of us for more information on that. Next slide, please. Expanding the top-level domain performance monitoring. So we have so far deployed 2 monitoring probes in June. That was earlier in the year in both Lagos and Nigeria. The importance for this and for us is to monitor what the ICANN service level agreements system and enhancing the SLAM probe network. The intention and the key goal for us is to enhance the SLAM system and to ensure that IPv4 and IPv6 transport connectivity in the probe nodes proceeds well and continues to be done across Africa. Next slide, please. So those are just some of the projects that we're working on. I think the key call for action for us is, in case you're working on any projects and you see an opportunity to collaborate, feel free to reach out to us. We're more than happy to engage on that front, just to avoid having duplicity of efforts and people working in silos. Kenya is a fantastic example of a multi-stakeholder model where different people in different stakeholder groups come together, work together, collaborate, and coordinate together. And so we are trying to replicate that at a larger scale so that Africa gets to see that. We're proud to say that Kenya is the host of the Secretariat for the coalition, which is amazing and is a true testament of Kenya's strategic place within the DNS system, but then also the internet ecosystem across Africa. Next slide, please. We do have a website, which is the Coalition for Digital Africa.Africa. As I said, we also have our office in the CBD, so feel free to reach out to any of us or just pop into the office. As I said, Bob will buy the tea and I will dandia that tea. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. I'll hand over to Gitao, and maybe if you have any questions, we are happy to take those as we go along. Thanks.
I thought there'd be some questions for June. I see no questions. Maybe people are still digesting, but I'll ask one question or two maybe. June mentioned the number of countries that they are collaborating with. So how many, who remembers what they are? Or how many they are? Yeah, there are 22. So I want us to applaud the team from ICANN. They're doing a splendid job in terms of collaborating all these different stakeholders. June, well done. My pleasure now to introduce our team from KENIC, and that's Landy. They'll be taking us through DNS and DNSEC. This was supposed to be a session, a breakout session, but it will be done within this room, so everybody will be a part of it. So Landy and team, karibu. Let's clap for them as they come up. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. Is it morning or afternoon? My name is Ahmed Landy. I'm a senior systems admin and a technical advisor at KENIC. I'm trying to sort out my slides with the team there. So, but as we prepare, perhaps I can try and this session initially was meant to happen at the breakout session. But unfortunately, for one reason or another, we could not have that session separately. So I'll try to have this session here, but I would not go into the details, technical details of what DNS is. The purpose of the session was to explain what DNS is, what it does. But for now, I don't want to go into detailed technicalities of what DNS. So I'll try as much as possible to explain to an end user, the people who interact with DNS. You may knowingly or unknowingly be interacting with DNS. Knowingly, that means that people like myself and other techies in the community who administer maybe servers or application. So any application that interacts with the internet or that sends data to the internet, automatically that application has a dependency on DNS. So in this conversation, I find DNS to be very important because in our day-to-day lives, we interact with DNS. And if I was to use the analogy of a phone book, for example, you could look at a DNS as a very huge phone book that keeps records. If you're looking for Landy, I'll use myself as an example. If you're looking for Landy in a phone book, you will get a set of information. First of all, you'll get a name. And maybe you'll get a telephone number or an email address. I'm not sure if our famous yellow book contains email address, but I would expect to get the location where I live and maybe a box number and a telephone number. That is now the generic or the older phone book that we are used to, the yellow page that we are all, some of us have interacted with. So if I go back to the DNS, I would say it's more or less the same thing. It's a huge database of those data. If you are looking for the name, kenic.or.ke, first of all, the owner of that information, the owner of that domain name, who is, for example, KENIC, because I'm using kenic.or.ke, will send out certain field to the internet to be looked at. So I wish I could have it in my, I wish I could have the slide in my presentation, but all I'm saying is when me as an end user trying to send out that information to the internet, there are certain fields that they are being queried outside. I mean, to the internet, or rather from my side, there will be I'll use an ISP, for example, even if it's Safaricom or JTL, any other provider you might think of. There is a resolver. There is a DNS server that sits in that organization that does the resolving bit. That helps me to translate that name from kenic.or.ke to a number that computer understands. Remember, the human being easily remember a name. I can easily remember kenic.or.ke, but when it comes to an IP address, it might be a challenge for a normal user to remember an IP address that resolves to that domain. So that's where DNS, the domain name system acts as a bridge between a human and a computer, just to interpret the two. So when I send a query to the internet, and with this conversation, just allow me to get they are set of data that is sent out. Okay, having spoken about the DNS, allow me to just go back one slide back before I proceed to the next item that I wanted to talk about. DNS has two main functions. It has two main functions. Number one, it can act as an authoritative server. Then number two, it can be a recursive server, the one that I'm talking about that resides in the ISP, purely for resolution or purely for going out to the root to pick up the information that I'll talk about. I'll talk about the root in the next slide. But for now, I'll come back to the two functions of a DNS server. Number one is the authoritative server, and the number two is the recursive. I'd like to talk briefly about the two and just to differentiate. Authoritative server, these are publishers of information. Still going back again to kenic.or.ke, that information sits somewhere within a server. And for that information to be pulled, a user somewhere needs to connect to it, or rather need to query or to request for that information. And querying, it can be from a browser. If you open your computer and browse kenic.or.ke, that information is being sent first to the ISP. The ISP server, or we can call it a recursive server, which does now the resolution, or which converts the name, which is kenic, to an IP address that a computer will understand. If, for example, on the ISP server that doesn't have that information saved somewhere in the memory, then it will go ahead and ask the root server if indeed they hold or they know where that information for kenic is hosted. So if you look at the diagram, sorry, it's taking a bit time to load, but if that information is sent to the root server will respond saying that yes, fine, I know where .ke is, because it will look at the entire array, www.kenic.or.ke, but the root server at the top holds only the TLD, the top level, .ke. So the root server will respond back and say, I may not know who is holding www.kenic.or.ke. However, I can refer you to somebody else, or rather to another name server that knows where kenic.or.ke is. So it will send back that information. I wish you could see the slide, but it's taking a little bit time to load. So it will send back the information to the where it started, the ISP, and tell them to look further to the next delegated server. It will go back to the ISP server to to inform that the information that you're looking for, I do not have it, but you can go to so and so, you can go to the next server that holds this information, and they'll be able to give you that information. And this next server happens to be the TLD server, which resides inside Kennic. So if now that query is pushed back to, remember now that this information is pushed back to Kennic from the root server. So the TLD server, what the TLD server will automatically do, it will check on the query that was sent, and it will say, okay, fine, I've received that information that you're looking for, www.kennic.or.ke. I personally don't have, this is now Kennic, I personally don't have this information, but there's a registrar or there's a server somewhere that I've delegated this information to, and this happens to be a registrar, for example. So that query again goes back now to the server of the registrar, or where that domain is hosted, where that www.kennic.or.ke is hosted, and now that same information is pulled back or is pushed back to the ISP server, which is the resolver, and then the same information is pushed back to the querier, the person who requested for that domain name. So that's the whole chain, how the DNS resolution works. Again, once the ISP server receives that information, what it does is it saves it to a memory for a specific time. And this time is, if you check on the DNS records, the time is called TTL, time to live. It's called TTL, time to live. And this TTL is basically set by the administrator of that zone, the administrator of that domain name. So, which also brings me to another very interesting conversation, a very interesting topic and this is directly directed rather to maybe could be registrars or anybody who holds domain zones. Whenever you're setting up the time to live, make sure that the time to live is reasonable for two reasons. Number one, the time to live on a DNS zone is very important, especially when it sends. If you put it too long, if you put the time to live, as I've seen, most of the people are setting it for maybe a week. Some are doing it even for a month. Then it means the caching server, once it gets that information, www.kennic.or.ke, it will hold that information for 1 week or for 1 month or whatever time that you've set on the TTL. So if anything changes or if the owner of that domain changes any resource record or any information, it means that what we are telling the caching server is, initially we are told the server, you can trust this information that I've sent to you for a week. So you don't have to come back to me. That is now the root. That is the root server. You don't have to come back to me to ask for that information again. Since I've given it to you, you can trust it. You can hold it for 1 week. You can trust it for 1 week. Make sure that you distribute the same information for 1 week. So before that query, that cache is dropped, it will take that amount of time that has been set by the administrator. That is the TTL. So, which brings me to this. If, as an administrator of the domain name, when you're setting up this TTL records, make sure that they have reasonable time, because if you set it too long, make sure you know what you're doing. Otherwise, people will still hold a stale info, stale information on their server, serving stale information to the other people who will be requesting for that information. So make the TTL short, and if you make it long, also be aware what the consequences are. If you change your zone too often, then you don't want to make the TTL to be too long, or rather to stay in the cache for too long. if I'm planning to make a change on my zone tonight, for example, and my TTL reads 1 week, it stays in the cache for 1 week. What I would do, I would go to the TTL configuration or the TTL parameters and adjust them gradually. I'll drop it from 1 week to, let's say, 24 hours or 12 hours, so that, and give it time for it to propagate for other cache. Remember, these cache servers, the ISP servers, are picking this information from the TLD server. So when I want to make, if I made a TTL, if I'd set it to 1 week and I want to make changes, then I'll make sure that before I make change to that zone, I'll drop down that TTL to 12 hours or something reasonable. If I don't make any change, if I don't adjust the TTL and go ahead and make changes to my zone, to my DNS server, what will happen? It will mean that the ISP server that had that information in their memory would still serve that stale information. So if any other people who queries the ISP server would still get the old information. If I'd changed, let's say, a header of a website to something else, rather than welcome to Kennick, and I'd put this is Kennick. It's just an example. It means that you, as an end user, will still receive the old content that was there. So it is very important when you're setting TTL, make sure that it's set within the reasonable parameters. Then I wanted also to mention very briefly about the record types, which I don't think they are right. It's a right discussion for this this setup. But I'll mention briefly the type of records or records, resource records that are held in a typical domain name. First of all, we've talked about the label. And label happens to be now the domain name, that is www.kennick.or.ke. That is now the domain name that we're talking about. And then there's the TTL that we've just spoken about, and it is in question mark because I wanted to also to get to a detail, to more detailed bit of it. And then we'll talk about the class. Class, for the purpose of this session, I will only talk about one class, that is the internet, internet class. And then the type, that is the address, which is class A, type A. And then there's a resource data, R data, which again I've put in question mark, and I would like to maybe explain a little bit further about those two fields. So in a typical resource data information, those are 5 fields that you receive when you're either serving the data or you're receiving the data. Serving the data as the owner of the information, the owner of the domain, or receiving the information as the requester or the querier or that or the person who is trying to browse the website. So the label is quite straightforward. It's the domain name that you want to query. And the TTL, we just talked about the TTL, the time that the timing parameter that is set in a zone. And there's also the in class. In this particular class, we'll talk about the internet. So when you send out a query, first of all, when you send out that request, www.kennick.or.ke, it is sent to the root. Nobody else knows what you're requesting or what you want to get. But the internet or the computers need to understand, or rather they'll translate back to other computers what www means so that everybody can understand, all computers can understand. So the query that comes back, remember I talked about now that query coming back to the ISP server for it to be cached. That information now does not come back only as www that originally left the ISP server, but it will come with 2 additional fields. Number 1 will come with the TTL parameter, which I just talked about. And number two, it will come with the resource data. And the resource data in this time is the IP address. The IP address that is associated with the domain name. So those are two parameters that you should note. The IP address, make sure that the IP address that is attached to the host name or the domain name is accurate, because if you don't put an accurate IP address, then it might go to a different source, to a different destination, or the page might not load at all. And I talked about the TTL. I will not dwell further on TTL, but the importance of setting up the correct TTL, I'll keep on insisting. I think that would be it from myself in terms of how domain name resolution and caching works. If I went too far and if I went too technical, which I don't believe, I've tried as much as possible not to be too technical, but if you have not understood, I would maybe suggest we have, I'd propose we have another session with techies probably, so that we can demystify this. It's a very huge topic, and it needs more than just a few minutes for us to go through it. So I welcome any questions if you have, and then we can arrange for another separate session that we can go deeply into the fundamentals of DNS.
You know, as Landy was presenting, my mind drifted a bit to the scripture in the Bible where Jesus was speaking to 5,000 people, and I kept wondering, how did he do it without a mic? And I also just, 5,000 people is a lot of people. So if I imagine here, maybe I'm on a stage. If it were a boat, I'd have to be really shouting. But all the same, the past, the present, and the future walked into a bar, and it was tense. It gives me great pleasure to invite the next panel, who will be, I call them prophets, because they're talking about the future of cybersecurity. So they'll be telling us what will be happening in the future. So without further ado, let me start with the moderator, Patrick Kiniti. Is a CEO of TechMax Solutions. So just clap for him as he comes. And the panel that he'll be moderating, I'll ask you to come up. The Nabia from Seriano, Karibu. Mr. Kinyanjui from Kenya Cybersecurity Forensic Association. Patrick, you want to take over? And the other person? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. So I think Joseph and there's Kinyanjui as well. Yeah, I don't know whether he's arrived yet. You look like you're very eager. So you can join. All right. No problem. Yes, Joseph Mena from from Konza. Yeah. Good. Thank you. Maybe another mic. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Thank you, Muragori. I don't know why you have that name here. I know you with another name, but I'll flow. Thank you to the KENIC team as well. CEO Andrew, thank you so much for arranging this beautiful discussion talking about unleashing the power of domains. His name was Labella, the previous presenter. Landy. Oh, thank you for talking to us about TTL. So I'll set my TTL to 45. I hope that's not too long. So we'll be off stage in 45 minutes. Thank you. So maybe we'll start with a round of introduction. I'll allow the panelists to introduce themselves, maybe give us the names and where they work and what they do, and then we can get into this discussion.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to thank you for this opportunity and for inviting me here today. My name is Nabiha Rishad. I'm currently the Product and Research Lead at Seriano Limited.
So, good morning, everyone. My name is Joseph Maina from Konza Technopolis Development Authority. I work at the Data Center, Network and Security team.
All right, thank you. So the topic of today is, of course, the future of cybersecurity. So we just want to discuss a few things to see, what does the future hold for us in terms of cyber, and what actually is the correlation when we start talking about unleashing the power of domains. Of course, government right now has a very strong initiative to enable e-government with the transformation that is going on in terms of accelerating service delivery, in terms of making sure that we are able to access services in a more efficient manner. So when we start to tie all these things together, definitely cybersecurity comes into play. And of course, I think by now, everybody can vividly remember a few months ago when we had a total outage, especially on our critical services, and that bets to us to lay the foundation of today's discussion in terms of, what's the future of technology with all these things coming in, AI. We have a lot of jargons coming, cloud services. We are happy to have Joseph from Konza talking about cloud migration. People are being told to go to cloud. We have all these things to do with compliance, So I think this is a very important topic. I think for the time when especially we had the outage, everybody really could have appreciated actually that as we digitize, definitely there are risks that come with it. The benefits are there, but as we look at the benefits, definitely there are quite a number of risks that we need to be aware of, and then we need to start asking ourselves, how do we prepare ourselves? Are we ready for the challenges that lay ahead? And then how do we ensure that as we transform our organizations, that we are ready to actually provide and create an enabling environment? So to start us off, we'll start with Nabiha. So maybe just the first question I want to ask you is about around the issue of compliance and regulation. So how do you see the global data protection regulations in terms of the impact and the development of cybersecurity strategies? So how is the impact of all the global standards there? We have things like GDPR, which are affecting us right now. We have things like PCI DSS. So maybe you can give us your thoughts on how you think that has an impact on the business.
All right, thank you for that question. So the conversation around data has become very interesting. Before we used to say for you to secure your environment, you need to know your IT assets. But now we're going a step further and saying we need to understand which data sits on those assets. So the first step here is to come up with a data profile. So you look at all your assets, which data sits on it, where is it hosted, who owns this data, and how are you securing this particular data. Then looking at the cybersecurity aspect of it, how we can classify data is we can break it down into 3 areas. So you're looking at data at rest. So this is data that is maybe stored on your devices. If you think about your computers, if you think about your hard drives, this is what we call data at rest. Now looking at some of the attacks we've been seeing on data at rest, if you hear things about ransomware has been affecting data at rest. If you think about password attacks, so there's some malware that's able to go and now pick your credentials, what we call keylogger malware. So these are some of the attacks we're seeing on data at rest. And how can we protect our data at rest? So we can do what we call encryption at various levels. You can do encryption at your network level. You can do encryption at your application level. So looking at your database, you look at the columns, you look at which data you need to secure. Of course, the conversation is always how much is it going to cost me? And also we're looking at performance versus security. So you need to strike a balance between the two. So you can also do encryption at file system level. So looking at your operating system, that's another mitigation strategy you can look at from a cybersecurity side. Now, looking at where this data sits, endpoint protection becomes another very key important aspect. So that looks at data at rest. We can also classify our data into data in transit. So this is data that is moving, data in motion. And what are some of the attacks we've been seeing targeting data in motion? So you have things like man-in-the-middle attacks. So there's someone intercepting your connection. So as you're trying to establish communication with a certain website, for example, there's someone intercepting there. So that's a man-in-the-middle attack. We've also been seeing a lot of eavesdropping attacks and session hijacking attacks around data in motion. So what can we do in terms of data in motion? This is where we see network security tools come into place. So if you think about your firewalls, if you think about your intrusion prevention systems, your intrusion detection systems, and also your NIDS, your network intrusion detection system. So those are the ways we can protect our data in motion. The last type of data is now data in transit. So if you think about the data on your smartphones, it's probably linked with an application. So if you think about your Google Drive, you think about cloud applications, how can we protect that? So there's a certain model which they've developed, the OSI model. So looking at the security requirements of that, that's how we can protect our data. Then another very key aspect when we're looking at our data is how much data are we giving our vendors. So as we are working with vendors, as they're requesting us for our data, we need to classify our data all the way from confidential to those that don't need a lot of protection. So how are we managing what we're giving them? How are we managing what they have access to? And how are we monitoring what they have access to? So I think high level, that's how we can protect our data.
Okay, thank you, Nabia, for that question. Maybe to you, Joseph, bringing it back home. I think in the past few months, a lot of shockers. There's a time we saw one of these establishment, how do I call it, an entertainment establishment that got sued for sharing images of some revelers, and also we had a school that got also sued because of maybe posting photos for minors. So just on the same issue of regulations, and I think this is something that touches all of us. Joseph, what do you think are some of the challenges that a organization, especially now that we're talking about Kenyan institutions, with now the local regulations from ODPC, what are some of the challenges do you think those regulations will pose for people as they start, our organization as they start to plan for their cybersecurity measures?
Thank you very much for that. So I think the very first thing, as has been mentioned, is that data privacy falls within the broader context of data management. Of course, identifying things like data flows, as well as now the data processing activities, or what we can call data actions, and other such like things. So first of all, of course, this one may not, some of the costs that are involved in this are not just monetary. There's also now that aspect of telling your team to go look into these matters so that they can find out what does data management look like, what are the steps within the life cycle, and those things. So in the first place, there's obviously the cost of having a team that is informed about these matters. And of course, you know, this is not just an activity that falls within the realm of IT. It's something that involves the entire organization. And I would say especially people like marketing and HR, because these are the ones who tend to collect a lot of personal data. So there's that initial cost, and of course subsequent costs of maintaining that data management, and of course subsequent privacy program. And of course, there's initially, of course, when now all those things are being done, it may not always be easy to make the case for this requirement, especially now from the side of the technical team. You know, the technical team is just thinking in terms of 1 or 2 technical protections, but now for people like management and the board, this case has to be made in a personalized way, which of course, again, puts a burden on the team that they need to go and look into that. Of course, there's also now, when it comes to implementation, there is the monetary aspects. Sometimes implementing certain things, especially in a place where there are many systems and applications in use, that one may obviously cost money, and organizations may not be in a position to implement all measures at once. That's why when you look at something like the Center for Internet Security, those critical security controls they group some of these security controls into various implementation groups, and of course they also give guidelines on like how much it would cost to implement those basic measures. So that one, along with now whatever is required by the law, will now require organizations to, of course, plan things carefully so that they make sure that when they're investing money to ensure that their data privacy measures are in place, they can do it in a systematic manner. Of course, also there is now the challenge of there are not as many frameworks to govern data management and, of course, narrowly data privacy. Of course, I think about 3 years ago, the US National Institute of Standards and Technology, they published the data privacy framework. And so that one can serve as a good guide for organizations to go look at and then see what are the measures that need to be put in place. And of course, at the very start of that framework, of course, the very first action is govern, which means that from the outset, the management has to be on board so that as the organization now goes about implementing measures in line with that, which is an international standard, and in line with now local standards, which of course I would say there is generally a great overlap, the whole process can now flow easily, and that now eventually this institution. So yes, there are challenges, but there are also opportunities for organizations, especially those that are more well off. As they implement these measures, then they can guide others. That's why partnership is important. So without partnerships at this point, it may be harder for small organizations which still are required to register as data controllers and processors. Those ones that now will need that assistance of larger ones that are in a position to easily implement some of these controls. So in short, there are challenges, yes, as listed, but there are also opportunities for collaboration and for entities to be able now to work together so as to ensure that as many people as possible, or as many organizations as possible, are compliant with the local laws.
Thank you, Joseph. I think you've given a very detailed response, and I like the fact that he's talked about lack of frameworks. So maybe one question back to the same question, just Nahib, just 1 minute to add. So what do you think is the biggest bottleneck towards compliance, especially with ODPC? Just 1 minute, what do you think would be the biggest challenge?
So I think the biggest challenge might be that these regulations are a bit obscure, so to speak. I remember a while back going through the regulations, and it felt generally a bit confusing. And of course, I know there's a tendency to overlap cybersecurity and privacy, but I know to a great extent matters of privacy are a bit different, because now here you're just talking about largely data processing. So the aspect of cybersecurity that fits in is, of course, maybe confidentiality and integrity, availability to some extent, but largely, since it has different aspects, then I think now that might be the challenge, coupled with the fact that the regulations are still a bit obscure. So if they can be, if like a popular version of those regulations can be released, that now people can be be able to easily action. And I think now that will make many organizations comply.
Yeah. So Nabiha, 1 minute. What do you think is the biggest bottleneck? Just half a minute because we are. Yeah.
I think there's still a lot of training and awareness that needs to be done. So I think that's the challenge I'd see.
Yeah, good stuff. So I think even as we get into this discussion about the future of cybersecurity, we've just started with compliance, because compliance basically says it's the bare minimum expected of you. We've not even started to look at best practices. And already what I'm hearing from my panel here is that we have come up with a regulation that does not have a framework. I think, Joseph, that is very scary. I wish you had people from ODPC here, because I think for the guys who got fined, how much was that fine? 1.8 million? I think it was a shocker, because even me, I was thinking, how are these guys supposed to be maybe even aware? So I think there's a lot of work to be done, especially around education, and of course around having the proper frameworks and maybe training. So just moving on to the next thing on our discussion about the future of cybersecurity, which is, I think, a very hot topic, especially as we progress to digitize ourselves. AI is coming. So I think if I were you, I'd run to KENIC first of all and register a domain name, because there's no way out. We have to go digital, or we are phased out. So I don't think we have much of a choice. So maybe the second question to you, Nabiha, just around cybercrime and mitigation strategies. So what do you think are some of the basic or effective strategies that a business can employ in order to, first of all, get compliant? Because if you don't get compliant, then there are fines. But if you look at it in terms of when you're running any digital platform, the best strategy is to go for best security practices. So what do you think are some of the, would I say, baby steps that organizations can talk? Because here, if you look at the scope of this compliance, actually, as long as you, minimum, you have 10 employees, you need to be registered and you need to be compliant. So we are looking at organizations that do not even have budgets. Maybe they're struggling to make ends meet, but the law is there and they have to comply. So maybe you can walk us through what you think around that area.
Okay, thank you for that question. Now, cybersecurity isn't as complex as we think. We can even relate it to our own health. So I'll give you an example. You go into the doctor's office, the first thing he'll ask you is how old you are. He'll check your weight, he'll check your age, he'll check your gender. He's trying to profile you. Now, going back to organizations, the first step is to try and profile our organization. So we'll look at it from people, processes, and technologies. So we want to understand what kind of applications do we have, where are they hosted, are they on cloud, for example, what kind of risks would that pose, are they on-prem, what kind of risks would that pose, do I have things like end-of-life devices within my network, how have I segmented my network? So we're profiling ourselves. We look at processes. Have I done something around change management, for example? Have I done something around BCP, business continuity planning? And then looking at the people, have I adequately staffed my organization? Do I have enough staff within cybersecurity? Am I training my general users around cybersecurity matters? They say the end user might be the weakest link. So am I giving them enough training? So also looking at it, we can break it down into 3 areas. So we're looking at the technology, processes, and people. So around processes, we need to see the voice coming from the top. So in terms of our board and senior management, are they setting the tone from the top? Are they helping us with our strategies? Is cybersecurity being included as part of the agenda item? Within our risk management functions, looking at our enterprise risk management framework, are we seeing cybersecurity controls now being embedded, as well as data protection? Looking at our audit plans as well, within our internal audit plans, is cybersecurity audit also considered? Another key aspect at the process level is looking at resources. Do I have enough resources from a staffing and budgeting side for cybersecurity initiatives? Again, very critical, which I had mentioned earlier, was around our third parties. As we're bringing in vendors who are supplying us with technology, are we doing proper due diligence? In terms of our contracting, is confidentiality coming out very strong? And then also ongoing monitoring of who we are giving access to our environment. And then again, around process processes, data protection. Have we done data protection policy? Have we done information classification? So at the end of it all, we're able to come up with risk scenarios which we're able to monitor. We can't monitor everything, but through doing that process, we're able to come up with, let's say, at least top 10 scenarios which we're looking at. Now, having that, now we can now go to the conversation around technology. So we're looking at the processes, now we're looking at the technology. What technology do I need within my environment to support my cybersecurity risk management program? Here we can break it down largely into 4 areas. So we're looking at assets. If, for example, a rogue asset were to come with and connect within my network, do I have the capabilities to detect this? Who is monitoring this? In the event that I have seen malware within my environment, do I have the right anti-malware solutions to be able to detect this? We're also looking at it from a user side. Have we come up with user access matrices? Who needs access to what? Have we defined who has privileged access? How are we monitoring this? And then again, training and awareness. So in the event that an incident happens, how have we defined our incident response plans? Do we have, for example, a crisis management team? So it's not a state of panic when an incident happens. So that's very critical for organization to implement. Again, if we're looking at our transactions, do we have real-time visibility? And then are we doing real-time monitoring on the activities within our network? And then looking at the continuity side, do we have proper tools for performance and availability monitoring, also looking at disaster recovery and threat intelligence. So as things are happening internally and also externally within our peers, are we able to collect this information and then now use it to enrich our cybersecurity program? The last thing which we need to do is have a detection program. So as we put in place all these processes, as we've now put in place technologies, do we now have a process to regularly monitor what we're seeing within our environment? So in case anything anomalous is detected, we have a team that's able to perform what you call incident response and now forensics. So high level, that's how we manage our cybersecurity program.
Thank you, thank you. I think I can hear a lot around planning and having a partner who you can work with through the journey. And I like that she's demystified that cybersecurity is not as difficult as we all want to think about it. So I also maybe briefly just to piggy on what she said, I usually take the analogy of how you secure your house. So I think living in Kenya, we are all experts for security, physical security. If you're in traffic, Uru Highway, you know the places to use your phone, where not to use your phone. I think we're doing very well. So we can take that knowledge and easily import it to the cyber side. I think we can see a lot of innovations coming from Kenya. Anyway, moving on back to you, Joseph, just around the same area. I just want you to maybe talk to us about the evolving threats, especially looking back a few years, maybe from COVID, because I think during COVID season is when cyber became, or rather digital transformation became an in thing, when now we start to see all organizations, including churches, would have thought that churches or any religious organization would have really used the digital platforms even to carry out the activities. So maybe you can quickly just walk us through, maybe in terms of the evolvement of the threats, what you've currently witnessed in the past, and maybe what you think we should expect in the future.
Okay. So I think to answer this, I know one thing I can give locally, of course, is that we've always had this smishing attempts, social engineering using SMS. The case of those in community or elsewhere, sending you those messages to my Pesakwa, he number, something like that. And then, of course, a while ago, there was also generally the email frauds, the so-called Nigerian prince, who would now tell you I have money somewhere, so if you send me this amount, we can unlock. But of course now, slowly but surely, we've also caught up. I know Kenya is usually one of the more advanced nations. So one area that we have begun to see people advancing into is, of course, the use of, let me say, links, phishing links. So I think there was a story a few months ago of a certain editor of the Nation newspaper who apparently her identity got hijacked and the attackers ended up asking for money from her colleagues. So that to me indicates that, of course, on that front, now the people are now moving towards this kind of situations where they try to maybe compromise your WhatsApp account or get something else from you so that now they can carry out. Of course, the case of this editor is just one, but I know this is something that happens, of course, as we say, Chinyamaj, it's just that it's not always reported. And now, on a broader level, of course, with institutions digitizing the processes, there's, of course, now the use of the development and use of web applications. Most organizations have a staff portal or even a recruitment portal. But to narrow down on the staff portal, if that platform perhaps only uses something like single-factor authentication, just username and password, if maybe these credentials are compromised at some other point in time, it's now easy for someone to just go to the dark web, get the credentials, and now compromise, or get in and then now access something that they should not access. Also, attackers these days no longer just sit and deploy automated scripts. These days they actually get hands-on with this intrusion. So when they compromise, whether they got credentials through some kind of social engineering or buying these compromised credentials, what they then do is now they get into the system and begin. I think I remember reading of a case a while ago where in about, I think like 62 hours, that's 2 days, someone got access through a phishing email and then now eventually deployed ransomware across servers of a certain organization. So it's no longer, it takes quite a short time these days. And of course now something as classical as DDoS is now we can say getting like a kind of leveling up. Recently Google mentioned that they were able to mitigate a DDoS attack of around 398 million requests per second, which I think it even beats the Cloudflare record by a long way. And of course the reason for that is of course the use of HTTP2. I know most of us are used to HTTP version 1.1, but the way HTTP2 works is that it kind of enhances how HTTP 1.1 works, but then the way it is set up is that it is vulnerable to being compromised and being misused to carry out a denial of service attack. So with those factors in place, of course, the first one, some of the resulting impacts to individuals, of course, is fraud. In the case where it's just the ordinary committee scam or these newer ones, there is always that financial loss. And of course, there's also that aspect of reputational loss. That is not monetary, but it is still there because now, obviously, people will be like, Sasa, how did you get compromised? Even though, admittedly, it's not as hard to engineer people. Of course, for organizations, there is now that loss of business. For something as significant as a breach, according to IBM, the latest cost of a data breach report, and the cost of a data breach was around 4.5 million US dollars for, let me say, all kinds of organizations. For smaller ones, it was still at around 2-point-something million, which is still quite high. So we can't just say, that's for the big organizations. And of course, part of that cost is, of course, losing business and, of course, subsequently now destruction of reputation and now increasing costs of items so that you can recover. And of course, now there's now the burden of protection because, of course, every organization would not want to experience an incident, so they need to put in place those measures that she has outlined that now can be able to protect them. But of course, again, that costs money, and in places where maybe there's not much of a cybersecurity program, of course, there's the other cost of now mobilizing the rest of the team. So those are some of the impacts that now businesses and, of course, individuals face now in light of these evolving attacks and attack vectors.
Thank you, thank you. I think you've mentioned something about committee, and I remember the book we used to read in high school or way back in primary called My Life in Crime. It was written by who? Ngugi wa Thiong'o? Sorry? You guys are awake, yeah? Good, good, good. Yeah, so we remember My Life in Crime. The days of the Peugeots 504s. That's how they used to rob the banks, and they would get away with money. But I think the last time those kind of crimes happened, I'm not very sure, but around maybe 1990s, in the 90s is when we used to have those crimes. But they've evolved. What happened to those thugs? How come we never hear Kenyatta Avenue gunshots? Because I remember then you could walk along the streets, depending on which generation you are from. Maybe the older ones would give us the proper chronology of how those crimes used to happen. But it used to happen, right? But evolvement has happened. Those thugs, where are they now? You know, I wish you could get John Kiramiti here. He would really help us on social engineering, because he's a guy who could go and get a guy like Boragori as a bank manager. If you read his book, and very strategically arrange how things would happen. And I mean, if that was a kind of crime that used to happen, thugs have also evolved. So as technology evolving, I think what I'm hearing from this panel is that we really don't have much to do, but we have to also adapt to the new changes. Now, going back to the recent publication from the public service, they said that if you're over 60 years, Andrew, you go home. So talking about the generations at the workplace, I think currently we have how many? 5? From baby boomers to what's the latest generation we have right now at the workplace? Anybody from HR to help us? Gen Alpha. So there are many. So I'm just assuming that we have 5 we have 5 generations. So to my panelists, maybe moving on to the issue of human capital and the skill sets, because what I'm hearing is that there's a lot of challenges, there's a lot of things are moving on. So maybe I'll push back to Joseph, maybe to take up this question. So what kind of expertise, now that you're a technical lead at Konza Technopolis, maybe we would start with you in terms of the workplace, in terms of your own journey as a cybersecurity practitioner. Sorry, what are the skill sets do you think it requires for one to have in order for them to be able to offer those kind of services to an organization? What are the gaps are you seeing at the workplace? Because you have this widespread of people maybe who are slightly older. When they started off, they were maybe using mainframes. Now you're telling them about AI, telling them about multi-factor, telling them about all these new things that they're supposed to do, spam and so on and so forth. So maybe what are your views around that area about human capital, the skill set required, both for the practitioners who are actually doing the day-to-day operations, and also for the users who are now in the background and maybe they're the ones who are running with these applications?
So some of the requirements are not always technical in nature. They're more of personality, the characteristics that a person should have. I remember last week someone mentioned having, of course, being creative, in that, of course, you're going to face situations, no matter how many training simulations you do, there will always be a situation you are thrown in that does not fit quite what you learned. So you need to be able to creatively look at this situation, try to join the dots, even in a time when you're under pressure, and then now acting on the same. Of course, there's persistence. It's not as easy. This is, as you know, cyber security, and of course, to extend it a bit to privacy, is one of the most broad-based areas in computer science, because whether it is the application level or even the hardware, that is the servers themselves, the networks, you have to, there is a way in which you might have to know something about all of those areas, not to mention other fields of IT like applications and maybe other softwares that people use. So, of course, with the creativity and persistence, someone can go a very, very long way. And of course, there's also now just taking that personal initiative, because again, since there are many areas, since this is a field where things are evolving, one moment we're talking about this kind of technology, the next it's now entered into the mainstream. There is now that requirement to always want to keep up, because this is not like your typical 8 to 5 job. Yes, you may work from 8 to 5 or 12 hours, or depending now on your organization structure, but whether at home and at other times, you still need to be keeping abreast. And of course, now this is where two aspects come in. The first one, of course, is partnerships. Of course, if you're an organization and you're handling this program, you're not always going to, you're going to work with different kinds of solutions. So there is now need for you to be able to easily work with others, because maybe you'll get a certain project from a certain person, maybe another one will be consulting or will serve as your consultant on another area. So there's that need to be able to interface easily with them. And then of course now the organization itself needs to support in that. Once in a while they can always sponsor your training. The beauty, of course, of security is that there aren't those rigid requirements. I know other areas you are required to get those CPE points and such like things, but now for us in the world of cybersecurity, it's not so much there. Of course, another related element of the partnership is, of course, mentorship. There is now need to ensure that you can get someone who can guide you along the way, so that now as you progress, they can help you out, and eventually once you have been trained and are well formed enough, you can now pass the same to others.
Thank you, Joseph, for that. I think the key word coming from there is partnership, and I think I like that, so that we don't become islands. Otherwise, there is that risk of you getting overwhelmed. So back to you, Nabiha, maybe just 1 minute just to ask you just around the same issue about human capital. And I know we don't have enough time to cover all the questions on this discussion, but I think this becomes a very important aspect when you talk about cybersecurity. You could invest all that you want to invest on in terms of the hardware, in terms of the technology, but if you don't have the people or the operators, one, who can actually run with this thing, or you don't have also users who are also well versed in terms of understanding what are the risks. So maybe in a very few words, what do you think would be the way that organizations can start thinking about retaining talent? Because I see talent moving up and down, and I think all of you can attest to this. Today you have a nerd like Joseph working for you. Tomorrow he's got an offer elsewhere, he's left. Yeah.
All right, thank you. I think I'll just mention that cybersecurity is not just an IT issue these days. We're now seeing the need for almost all departments to get involved. So if you think about risk, if you think about operations, if you think about audit, the entire organization needs to get involved in these conversations. Now, going back to the question about retaining talent, it's now offering people with incentives, be it certifications, be it growth opportunities, be it venturing into different areas of specialization. You could venture into maybe forensics, security analysts. So just providing them with these avenues for growth. Yeah.
Thank you. I think that brings back. So back to you, Nabiha, just maybe one of the final questions as we start to wrap up this discussion. Let's talk about the future of cybersecurity. We've spoken about AI, artificial intelligence. Definitely, it's there. ChatGPT, most of us are using it. You can have your speech written without having to, and that brings a lot of issues even around regulation. You know, it has its own pros and cons. But maybe when you talk about AI, quantum computing, which I know Joseph will be handling. So what do you think are some of the positive sides in terms of how does an organization then, instead of getting so scared about AI, how can they adapt AI to help them leverage and enhance their cybersecurity defenses?
All right, thanks. So what AI is helping organizations with is coming up with a more proactive way of managing cybersecurity. So if you think about the tools which are there, embedding AI helps you do things a lot faster. So previously we were seeing Security Operations Center, we have analysts sitting there, and what they're doing is a more detective kind of approach. So they're looking at quite a number of logs, they have to run several reports, but what if I have a tool that's able to go in case of anything anomalous, it's able to detect anything probably in real time, do some bit of predictive analysis, help me just identify what's happening within my networks. So AI is helping us come up with that proactive approach. We've even seen evolution of some of the tools we're using, for example, the intrusion detection systems, the monitoring systems. So there's that growth into a now more proactive way of managing cybersecurity risks.
Yeah, thank you about that response. So maybe back to you, Joseph, on the question same about AI. So I don't think it's all rosy and a flurry on the other side. We know there are many threats, especially with quantum computing, which is now starting to take center stage, has quite a lot of advantages in terms of accelerating maybe research and so on. But I think I came across an article somewhere talking about that all the encryption is null and void once we bring quantum computing, which got me scared. Maybe you can just touch around that area of quantum computing and maybe what are the impacts it's going to have to the current security defenses that are there in the market.
Okay. So first of all, just a brief, some measure of context so that all of us can better understand and appreciate cryptography, and then now what we call post-quantum cryptography, and of course how quantum computing fits into all of this. So anytime you visit a website, most of you tend to see a padlock icon at the top. So that tells you that the interaction between your web browser and that web server is actually secured using cryptographic means. Of course, the specific suite that's used is called TLS, Transport Layer Security. Sometimes people call it SSL, but SSL is just more of a historical name. So the process by which now your browser and the web server can be able to agree on what will the key they will use to protect this data, that process relies on what we call public key cryptography. So that's now what these two user to be able to exchange the keys that will now then protect this. So it so happens that for quantum, or it so happens that this process of public key cryptography relies on two kinds of mathematical problems, which of course I will not touch on here. But now, how quantum computing comes into all of this is that, unlike a standard computer where you can only represent a value as a 0 or a 1, with quantum computing, you can represent using just one, what is called a qubit. For a computer, the smallest value is a bit. For quantum computer, the smallest value is a qubit. Using 1 or 2 qubits, you can actually represent a lot more values. So it so happens that the process that you would use to try to break this public key cryptography would actually be quickened by the use of quantum computers. Of course, currently companies such as IBM and a few others are making progress, and so far there isn't that much progress, but I think over the coming years, maybe the next 10 to 15 years, then quantum computing will be a thing. So how it now relates to what we've said is that these things can now be, because now of being able to do these mathematical calculations faster, can be able to break the public key cryptography that we rely on for a lot of things. Things like digital signatures, TLS for websites, and many other applications will now easily be broken. In fact, it is said that there are those who are actively collecting this encrypted data, and now eventually what they're going to do is that when quantum computers have actually become more mature, they'll now try to break this. So in around 2000, in the 2010s, the US National Institute of Science and Technology so that this rise of quantum computers would be a threat. So what they decided to do is now begin the process of standardizing this quantum resistant or post-quantum cryptography or post-quantum cryptographic algorithms, such that now, even with quantum computers, there can still be some security of the data that we transmit to websites can still remain intact. So that process is going on, and next year they intend to publish some standardized algorithms on the same. So of course, as you see, this is something that's a bit more technical in nature. So in the first place, teams will now need to understand where in our organization, in keeping now with what we talked about earlier about data management. Of course, when we talk about encrypting data, we've got to understand what types of algorithms are we using. Of course, for example, for a database, it would generally not be public key cryptography, which of course will not be affected by the use of quantum computers. But for other areas like websites or any other use cases that you may, or any other uses you may have in your organization, it's important to review and understand what is there. Of course, now, with that said, now you can ask yourself, how will we then use this post-quantum cryptography in this area so that now we can begin actively planning? Because once you identify, for example, there are 10 places that use this public key cryptography and you want to migrate, you can now plan starting with maybe those that are less critical, which even if things break once in a while, it's okay. So that now by the time you're getting to the most critical of your data, you have already ruggedized your process, because now you know the precise steps to take. And then now, of course, with this, related to this is now an adoption roadmap for the same. Now you know that you're going to start with system 1, then you move to 2, then you move to 3, then you move to 4. And of course, in the process, again, there are those who have already started using this, like Cloudflare. So you can now seek out strategic partnerships. You don't have to start from scratch. So you can look for companies that have begun to do this, and then you partner with them so that now you can also implement this. And of course, for technical teams, they can be encouraged to go and try this out. You can go set up something in an environment, get like a demo environment where you can try these things out. So that one, and of course, finally, to keep up with research. As we've mentioned, NIST is working on something, and I'm sure the others within the other institutions, whether in the EU or elsewhere, who are also looking into the same. So that is now, I hope at least you guys have gotten some understanding of how all of this relates to us, and especially the aspect of security.
Yeah, thank you, Joseph. Again, partnership coming in your response. Being a nerd, I think I find it very unique and rare, because nerds don't share information. They just stuck on their computer and they want to do what they know and they solve your problem. But he's talking about partnership, and I find him a very strange nerd to talk about partnership. Last question to you, Joseph, 1 minute, just something on cloud, which I think we need to touch on 1 minute so that we can give our closing remarks. Do you think we are ready as a country to adapt cloud? And maybe now that you're from Konza, what's the adoption for cloud?
Okay, so of course, as you know, one of the aspects within the Konza Technopolis Smart City is the National Data Center, which is supposed to power the city itself and of course offer cloud computing services to those who may require. So I would say, of course, a majority, or we do have a good number of customers who are coming from government. So I can say with a measure of confidence that indeed people are ready. The beauty about cloud, of course, aside from now the reduced total cost of ownership, you no longer have to struggle with matters of power and cooling in your environment. You now have the freedom to do things in a better. Maybe, as you know, government offices and elsewhere, we tend to have a lot of spaghetti cabling, where the server room is just a mess of cables and there's probably only one person who knows how all of these things are connected. But here in cloud, you can do everything upfront. So, of course, at the data center, we do offer guidance to people on that process of setting things up. And of course, as been mentioned, there's also that aspect of partnerships. We can partner with you, and we do have our own partners with whom now we can help you ensure that your cloud adoption journey is as smooth as it gets. So yes, we are ready, and I would emphasize on this point, especially for those that are still familiarizing themselves with cloud computing, that partnerships, and I would say with us, of course, is important, so that now we can now fully embrace cloud computing, whether government or private sector.
Thank you so much, Joseph. So back to you, Nabiha. Maybe your closing remarks as we wind up this forum.
I think we're getting there in terms of cybersecurity. A lot is being done from the legal side, from the technical side, and also the process side. It's now just bringing it all together, not getting overwhelmed, but looking at it from a technology, process, and people side. We're able to now see people now realizing the need for cybersecurity. A lot of training is also being done, so we're getting there.
Thank you. And Joseph, your closing remarks, 1 minute, please.
Okay, so I would just say that as much as there may be some challenges, remember both risk and opportunity essentially ride on the same idea of uncertainty, or the effect of uncertainty on objectives. So what may be a risk now can be turned into an opportunity. And just to complement what you said, there are people, processes, and technologies can be brought together to create great opportunities. So yes.
Good stuff. So ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. I think we've run out of time. Otherwise, we had quite a number of other very interesting questions that we wanted to discuss. But I think in the interest of time, we'll have to take a stop there. And maybe, Muragori, any questions, you can handle it for us from the audience to the panelists, and then we can wrap it up.
You can take a question. Question, anyone? Okay, so maybe they'll approach you over line now.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Round of applause,
Right.
please. Thank you very much, Patrick, Nabia, and Joseph. In the interest of time, I'll not tell you how I got scammed a few years ago. It is real. I'm sure most of you, I would say 100% of you, I can bet, have received an SMS with somebody trying to get some money out of you, right? I actually responded to an SMS and even followed it up with a phone call, and I still lost a bit of money. Yeah, and it happens. So cybersecurity for me and all that security around, especially mobile financial services, is ever so important. With that note, I wish to invite our next panel. Very exciting. We'll be discussing cybersecurity innovations and mobile financial services. Our moderator is Rosemary Kimwatu. Please welcome her with a round of applause. And there's also Eric Ngei. Oh, karibu. Hi, Rosemary. Yeah, the panel is this. Pretty cool.
Yeah, Gitari Bosire, I see you. And the other? And Frederick Holme. Welcome, Frederick, if you're here. Kevin? Okay. Karibu. Gitao has not told you that we're standing between you and lunch. So you must be active, listening. Oh, welcome. Welcome. So good afternoon. I'm Rosemary Koech Kimwatu, and I'm going to be the moderator of this panel. And visibly, I'm the gender balance in this panel. Yeah. So I'll have my panelists each introduce themselves and what they do. First and foremost, welcome. Karibu Nyumbani to KENIC. I'm a board member at KENIC, where I'm the director of legal. And we help KENIC figure out any legal issues that are there. And it's a pleasure to have all of you here. I also serve as the head of data protection for KCB Group. And yeah, let's listen to the rest of our panelists. Karibu.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Yeah, I request us to show some smile. Let us not just be gloomy, you know. So thank you very much for hosting us this afternoon. I am Frederick. I am the Vice Chair at Kenya Cyber Security and Forensic Association. Apart from that, I run a company as a registrar for the last, I think, around 10 years. Apart from that, I am a mentor to a number of young people who are in IT, cyber security, and also those who are transitioning across those specific areas. I'm delighted to be here. Thank you.
Good afternoon. How are you? You all good? After such a glowing introduction, I think we just keep and move on. But by names, my name is Eric Ngei. I serve at KCB Group as the head of group cybersecurity. I will have said like him end, but let me conclude it there because there are not so many ends. Apart from that, I'm very passionate about a transformative change, very passionate about coaching, mentoring, as you said as well, for the next generation. So it's a very interesting thing. And lastly, that I'm very keen on cybersecurity becoming a very key business or getting a seat at the top there with this country. I think that is something that time has come, if I will say so. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. Am I audible enough? My name is Kevin Kanyi. I'm currently working at MCOPA as the global head for threat intelligence. Hi, sorry for that. Make it quick. My name is Kevin Kanyi, currently serving as the global head of threat intelligence and threat hunting at MCOPA. And also a good friend to Frederick. As well, we've worked together. And I'd share the same sentiments as Eric. My desire is for cybersecurity innovation for Africa by Africans. And I believe that's a discussion we should engage in and actually action on that. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Hope you can hear me clearly. Let me switch this. Yeah, this sounds better. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Nyagitari Bosire. I work at Safaricom. And even before I say any other thing, I think I'm very happy to be on this platform today. It reminds me of very many years of discussion when Africa was being set apart from RIPE and CC. And our chairman emeritus reminded us of Randy Bush in the morning. We sat, I think this was in Dakar, Senegal, Afrinic 1, AFNOG 5. And that's when we decided that Africa needs to have our own. Yeah, and today we sit here celebrating 100,000 domains at .ke. It's a very exciting moment for me. At Safaricom, I'm the technical lead, managing a lot of products and services around fixed connectivity from an IT perspective. Previously, I've managed a lot of the enterprise solutions for a very long time. And that was in collaboration also with Kenik, bringing the .ke domain live in Kenya. Thank you.
So thank you very much. And we have an amazing panel, professionals, and actually today's conversation is very central to all of us. Kenya, I think, is the birthplace of mobile finance as we know it. I think we're the first place who used mobile money in the way in which we did, courtesy of the organization that Nyagitari works for. And of course, that came with threats. And that's what we're here to discuss today. And I'm going to ask my panelists, of course, the first question. What is the threat landscape right now? From a mobile financial services perspective, what are the trends? What are we seeing? Starting with my relatives from Wulot. In any order. Oh, you can start.
Wow.
Thank you for that question. Allow me not to go very much technical, because one of the challenge that we face when we want to maybe teach or train or even empower and create capacity is that most of us technical people, we are not able to step down to the level where people can be able to understand and comprehend. So we sound technical. At the end of it, people becomes very excited, but when they come out of this room, there's nothing that they have really gained. So if you look at, I'll just highlight something, then my colleagues are going to somehow amplify on that I'm going to share. So if you look at the red landscape and contextualizing it within the mobile infrastructure, the financial services, we can look at it, let's say, in 4 ways. Number one is at the end user devices, because for you to interact with, this ecosystem, you need a mobile device, you need an end user device, whatever it is, whether it is a computer. So there are specific threats which are domiciled within that environment. Number two, we have access to the network. So for you to be able to gain or maybe use, the services provided by the provider, you have to be granted access through a network. So there are also threats which are there. The other one is at the service providers back end. So the software developers, whoever they are, APIs, all those. So there are threats which also are within that specific environment. And the last one is on the processes. So this is where you have to do with people, different procedures, know your customers. So there are also threats. So these threats are cuts across and they are spread across. And I will allow my colleagues to somehow maybe highlight a few things from that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just to add on to what my colleague has just said, the threat landscape is quite an interesting thing in the banking sector or financial services sector, mobile financial payments. The one that has always been there is social engineering, and our good friends from where? From Mulote, as we always quote them, or committee, or all those places. That is what has been plaguing us for a while, right? And that has not changed. It still remains. And we always have this joke in our organization where we say, every time that we sit down and think about a new solution or product, or we are dilly-dallying, those guys are having a steerco, we call them steering committees, on their side. They are thinking about, oh, these guys are building that. Okay, so where is the gap? Where are we going to get our return on investment from? They also have their own ROIs from their side, and they're very keen to exploit those particular gaps. So from a social engineering perspective, when you look at mobile payments, that's what they do. So basically that. How do we register a customer on one of those payment solutions? So for example, if you have auto-register or self-register, I've seen a lot of that happening. And multiple organizations have fallen victim. Let me not mention name. But that's one of the things that continues to be, and I don't think it will ever change. Now, what we are seeing happening recently in this year and last year is that now, as my colleague has said, that those other areas like the network or the service provider, and we used to say in some of our risk registers that one day there will be a DDoS. Remember that story? One day this can happen, and no one listened to us back then. But it actually came to pass. Ransomware, which we always talk about like security guys, and it looks like Armageddon to our business colleagues. Some of the leaders say that you security guys and risk guys are just prophets of doom. And when you say that and it comes to pass, then it means that actually our threat landscape has changed. We are no longer being attacked by the normal guys, the Mulot. So Mulot is no longer just our key point, pain point. Now we have, I don't know if it's nation states, I wouldn't say so, but you're seeing attacks that come at that level, where we even as a country are shaken somehow, and we need to quickly interact. So I will say, over and above what has been mentioned, is that now we are seeing the threat landscape actually mimicking what is happening in the global arena, and we need actually to quickly shift tact and stop saying that we are in Kenya. We are not in Kenya. We are operating in the globe. So whatever threats are there, we need to start looking at them.
All right, and just speaking from where you left it at, when you talked about global, I think if you look at it in terms of the threat landscape, they say that cloud is the holy grail of digital transformation. Without cloud, then our digital transformation ambitions would have been, I would say maybe not dead in the water, but maybe still crawling. But what this means for businesses is that, and with a very wide adoption now, your AWS, your Azure platforms, yeah, all Google cloud platforms and all these. So you find that a lot of these apps, the applications that actually are used to deliver these mobile services are hosted outside the country. So as a business, from where traditionally you kind of had a very good hold on to your entire infra, because you could see it in your server room, and we talk about defense, yeah, in depth. So you start from way up on the physical, as you keep going down. I think my colleague also mentioned the network. You go down all the way into the sub application, into the actual microservices that build the application, and also into the device. So you see now that it extends from the realms that you had control into the cloud. So you have now to deal with all those issues, yeah? There's, I think the panel before here talked about, when you talk about data in transit, yeah? What are those things that we need to do as a business? The aspect of encryption has been discussed. So the threat landscape now further extends to wherever this data is actually stored. And for me, I think that is one of the key elements as you start looking at your threat landscape. You have to go global, as he has just mentioned, and I thought it would be good to pick it from there and address it.
Yeah, I think all has been said. I'll just add more meat. So we look at it from a global perspective. Nothing will change. Probably the only thing we'll see is more diversification. Like now you have AI, and I've seen use cases of attackers using AI to actually improve their social engineering stuff. There is one called, I think, WormGPT. So that's something I've seen Eric nodding. Something attackers are now using to craft interesting emails. You know, they are more refined. They don't have issues in grammar. They are direct. They are accurate. So it becomes very hard for a normal eye to pick that up. The other thing is to probably look at it from four things: user, network, application, and data. What you're seeing now, social engineering hits the user, but now the attacker has to go through the network, to the application, to the data. So this will not change anytime soon. This is the normal attack path, right? And also looking into two things, what we term as adversary, or rather a hacker's characteristics versus organizational characteristics. Again, that will not change. At the end of the day, there's something which motivates someone to target you. And globally, that is not changing. We are seeing ransomware groups, right? Their focus is money, rather their objective is money. That will not change. You're seeing, like what Eric mentioned, we have the APT groups, or these nation state groups. Their objective will not change. But remember, as the organization changes its characteristics, for instance, one can be, we want to get into the digital transformation journey. The attackers also must their characteristics against you. So again, that it will not change. So one of the things that we've been doing internally is trying to understand how constantly is our organization characteristics changing vis-a-vis, and how will that influence the characteristics of the attackers. So globally, we'll see more ransomware stuff. I mean, they are making money. It's a lucrative business. We'll see more attacks from probably app groups. That will not change. But again, I believe we have a position to change in terms of how do we defend effectively against all these things.
I think you've covered it so well, and I think it's about telling all of us that cybersecurity is one thing, but I think cyber resilience is the attitude that we should all have. So my next question, you've talked about the threat landscape. So for us in the room, what should we do? What are the best practices that we should adopt in order for us to protect the organizations that we support and that we work for? And as we do this, I'd kindly request, don't assume we know all the abbreviations. I heard things like DDoS. Yeah, we keep hearing them. Ransomware. You assume we know what they are. So if you can help the mwananchi in the room, before you describe a threat and how it should be solved, you define it. Thanks. So we'll have the same round.
Wow. Thank you for that. And apology for those of us who have used very technical terms. But again, somehow we cannot avoid maybe to use one or two. So how do we address some of these threats? And from a technical perspective, if you are the one who is in charge or the custodian of ensuring that the organization is safe and secure from all these cyber threats, the top priority is for you first to be well equipped technically. So this is for the technical people, because we have been, as an entrepreneur in cybersecurity, we have seen organization breached, and when we interacted with the people who are directly responsible to manage the cybersecurity, you find out that they don't have the key technical skills. For instance, you cannot be able to protect the organization from some hacking issues if you do not acquire very specific technical skills. And what you do is you go for these skills. You have to, whether you have to go back to school, you need to go back to school. If you're the one in charge of the technical department, if you have a team, make sure that you empower your team to acquire the necessary technical skills. But now from a user perspective, how we can also be able to avoid, especially at the end user, the devices level, is to make sure that we inculcate the culture of cybersecurity or the cyber culture. What do we mean? The same thing that when you wake up in the morning, you brush your teeth. So it is already subconscious. You do it subconsciously. So what you do is you understand what is phishing. Probably you can understand it from a user perspective. Then the more you keep understanding about it, the more you receive this, the more you know how the shape and form of a phishing email, the more you inculcate that as a culture, subconsciously becoming more aware. And yes, we can have technical protective measures, detective measures, but if the user, if you have not guided the user to promote the cyber culture in them, most of these technical solutions, somehow, they may not work. So allow me to share that, to give my colleagues also time to share the same.
Thank you, Fred. Just to piggyback on that, and from my perspective then, is we spend a lot of money, me coming from one of a large organization, there's a lot of money spent on cyber, right? On technical tools, processes, etc. But as Fred has mentioned, I think that approach we've been taking over time is based on risk. So we always say, we have sat down, we have identified risk. This is a risk, you know. Let me now define DDoS. I have an opportunity to define it. This is distributed denial of service. Basically, your services are unavailable. So that is one of our top risks. So what do we do about it? Audit was raised by audit. That's how we operate, right? So audit has raised an issue. If you don't deal with it, you are going to meet with the audit board. That's how we deal. So traditionally, we've been dealing with cyber from a risk-based approach. While it is good, I don't think the speed at which that happens will actually match with the speed of our adversaries. Our adversaries are outsourcing services. So like the ransomware story or the DDoS. Ransomware then is an opportunity to define another term. Ransomware is basically malicious software that locks your data, and you are required to pay the ransom so that then you can access it. So you find that the attackers are not wasting time to do some analysis. They are outsourcing the services. They're buying time from organizations in the underground world that is unaddressable without domain names. They're unaddressable, and they're providing them with solutions to attack organizations. So we don't have time. So what do we do as now the defenders, the blue guys, as we call ourselves, or the organizations? First things first is to translate cybersecurity into a business issue. That is what I think we must do. If we don't do, and we're always coming to cybersecurity events as techies, we are missing out the business guys. I think we are losing it. So we should actually change that narrative and talk to your CEOs, talk to them about cyber and how can it be a business enabler. It's actually a business enabler. It's people think about it as a cost center. Why? Because you're addressing risk. But go to them and tell them, oh, we can use cyber to actually pull customers to us, and tell them, by the way, our app is secure. Even if somebody attempts to do X, Y, and Z, we have these controls in place. You're not going to lose your money, etc., etc. So I think that's something we need to do. Now, this speaks to a different analogy or different way of thinking about cyber, which is focusing on the hearts and minds of the people. The people here, it's everyone, our customers, our staff, our executives, our board, your own security team, focusing on their hearts and minds, convincing them that cyber is actually a good thing and not a blocker. That's the terminology I've been called over years, a blocker, because you stop something from going live. So to me, hearts and minds, you switch to that, pay more attention to it. I know it's not, it doesn't look fancy to the techie guys in the room, the cybersecurity guys, that you stop the black screens and then you go and reach out to people and talk to them. I will give a story, a very short one, so that I hand over, of what we did on our side. And we decided to change the way we do awareness, security awareness. It's always been about slides. Yeah, you put up a slide, call everyone on our webinar, start explaining what is cybersecurity, what are the three pillars, the triad, what should you do, what is phishing about, etc. You explain like it's a lecture. So we tweaked it a bit and said, wait, what is all this practically? And we actually got an incident that we handled in the organization. Got the user was impacted, got the security or SOC analyst that dealt with the issue, got the level or L2 engineers, L3 engineers, myself, got other people. Just tell that story. Tell that story to them. What happened? Oh, a potential ransomware. Why? Because there was cyber squatting on one of our domain names, and it's a good topic for this discussion today. So somebody was squatting on a lookalike. What were they doing there? They were hosting malware. So what is malware? We explain it. The user comes in and says, this is what I experienced on my device. It started becoming slow. Where were you at that time? I was off the network. So what happened? You give that story. The SOC guy did this. We stopped this guy. We responded with a tool. What you're doing in that short story is actually telling them what security is all about. Same thing we've been doing in a different way. You are defining security. You are telling them the controls you have in place. We are telling them your part to play as a staff, for example. And you're also telling them the impact that will have happened if this was not done correctly. So I think we need to switch what we do. The tools and technologies we have talked about for many years. I think if we start listening them here, we will not live here today. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Again, just to add more meat, in 2023 trends, one of them was human-centric security design, and the other one was company oversight, right? So that's what has been flagged. And additionally to what my colleagues have said, you're in that phase of building more appealing security solutions. You know, like what Eric has mentioned in terms of training and awareness. There's a narrative that now it's the time to build better solutions that are attractive to people internally, and also the need for security to be pushed as a company's objective and having such discussions. So I am a firm believer in changing how we do things, and it's part of what we've done internally as a company. And how we've done it is using threat intelligence, right? Because that is our main piggyback. We always want to understand what our adversary is doing, how are they doing it, what is their goal, what is their objectives, what's the how, and what's the what. And this is very important because it helps us understand even the kind of strategies we need to put in place to defend the company. It even helps us understand what kind of solutions do we need to buy and why. So it gives us an opportunity to justify budgets. Like when you go to justify a budget, we can use intelligence to say, hey, this is what we've been seeing, and this is what it's being done, and this is how it can impact the company. Right? And the other thing is understanding our organization characteristics, our mission and vision. So, and asking that question, what would actually impact our mission and vision from a risk perspective? And now that is where cybersecurity comes in. And we use what we call threat intelligence driven strategy and approach. And with this, we are able to understand, okay, so if they are to target us today, what do they come after? Why this and why not this? And how will they come after that? And how do we build better defenses? And additional to this, internally, we managed to also build some solution that we'll probably get to talk about as part of cybersecurity innovation for the financial sector. And we realized that as much as we are talking to vendors, they don't have like a concrete solution for us. So we hunted for a few months until you're like, okay, we are not getting what you want. So what are you forced into? You're throwing into the frying pan, and now you have to think of what should we do. And we ended up building an amazing solution that we're currently using as part of our cybersecurity stack. So what we learned is, remember, cybersecurity is still growing. There are new concepts which are coming out. We have like 2 additional defense concepts which are out, but now you see the vendors are not yet there to build solutions to cater for those new aspects. So what do you do as a company? You cannot sit and wait. And like what Eric has said, adversaries do not sit and wait for you to build something or to improve your security stuff. So that spurs an environment of readiness to innovate. Yeah, so ideally, 2 things: understand the company, what is your mission, vision, objectives, understand when, if adversaries were to target you, or hackers, let me use that word, what would be their goal, what would be their objective, how will they do it, and what will they come after. Now, piggyback your risk and security program on that, and now when you go to ask for budgets, you can now use justification as to why you need to do this and over this. Another thing, have these discussions with your executive and your board. They're always open to have these discussions, and that has immensely helped us. At our company, it's a culture that security is for everyone, no matter who you are. And that has really spurred. So just focus on the characteristics of the company, understand the company well. What's your mission, vision? Understand if you're to be hacked today, what would be the goal? What would be the objective? How and what? And now work your strategy from there. Thank you.
Right, thank you. I know a lot has been said, but there's this one concept I wanted just to share, where you look at it from the perspective of our physical security. And if you live in a gated community, when you approach your community, you have a perimeter wall, then you have a gate. You're allowed to get in by maybe the security for the gated community. And then you drive, maybe there's a driveway, then you get in front of your house. Then you have a gate and maybe a slightly lower wall. Then you have cameras on the outside. You get into your gate, you have a main door for your house, then you have maybe even more contact sensors and more security within your house. Then you are inside the house. From an organization perspective, and we've talked a lot about budgets, and we invest a lot in securing the data, in securing the network assets and resources that we deploy. But I'd like us to look at that concept of the home. And once we've done all these things, then my focus is largely around internal threats and users. Because I say, even in all these deployments for security, we cannot move away from looking at this person who's within that particular environment. Like the homeowner, if I decided to leave the doors open, yeah, in as much as we've deployed all these things, then you can imagine all that effort is actually in vain. So the context of this is that if we start looking at what do we do from the user perspective, then we start building also policies, maybe procedures, standards that actually help us in enforcing some of these things from where you would say would be the weakest link. And this would be anyone who's actually internal to your system. Because we always build looking at external threats. But one lone, I don't know if in the espionage world, either double agent, somebody working for you, this could be a staff, a former employee, a business contractor, or anyone who's ever had access to this can actually be that weakest link. So looking at how do you enable access, either all the way from a physical perspective to the information assets. And if you have crown jewels, like some of us, where everybody would want to access some financial systems that we have, then it becomes very important to also have, identify, and I think one of my colleagues mentioned about your organizational risk posture and the motivation within which some people might find some of your information assets being of interest. So let's also make sure we're able to cover that particular perspective. It could be about role-based access. It could be about anonymization of data that you're storing. It could be about minimization in terms of what you're able to show from one person to another. Providing a total and kind of solid audit trail in terms of what information is open. Being able to classify information from all the way from public to, I would say, business, confidential, or, you know, all those aspects, but purely looking at also the internal environment. I know we've talked largely around the external threats, but these threats are also internal. So let's not forget to do that.
Nyagitari, I love the direction you've taken this conversation, especially from an internal perspective. And I want to bring it home even further. My question is, what's in a domain? For this person, this internal person, I think sometimes when mistakes happen, for those of you who are Swahili speakers, they say, "Siko baya." I didn't mean to, I just did it. So what's in a domain? What should people look out for? And what should they, I know that the answer might be short, so you may not need all four of us. But yeah, what's in a domain, gentlemen? What's in that?
Maybe if I can go first, and I'll make it very brief. And it's good I'd mentioned the analogy of a home. Your home is your physical presence. It's your location here on Earth. In the cyber world, your domain gives you that virtual presence. So in as much as we guard our homes, the way I've just described, nothing stops you from guarding your virtual location, your virtual presence, which is actually defined by your domain in all those layers of security. Perimeter wall, get into your gated community, get into your home, slightly lower wall, virtual cameras outside, contact sensors on your doors and all these kind of things. Guard your domain. It's your gateway to the virtual world.
And I'm going to spin this question. Some of them look so eerily alike. I'd like Eric to speak to that because of an exercise he occasionally does to us at the office. So these guys, he says they made it practical. So there are those emails which if you click on, you're forced to do an exam and you must pass before you're allowed to get back into the system. So I'd like you to speak to that.
Thank you. Yeah, so as he said, let me piggyback on his analogy. That house is a very nice story. So your house, you go to Runda. Let's use that one. You go to Runda. Your house is written number 4, right? So next to that house, somebody comes and puts the 4, but removes some element of that 4. Yeah. So when you're passing by, you think, oh, that looks like the house I was supposed to go to, right? Or they put 4 in letters, F-O-U-R, instead of 4, which is what we know. So rather than you asking yourself, should I go into the 4 with the letters or the 4 with the number, you just make a decision and drop into the 4 with the letters. Kumbe that's not where Rosemary lives. Yeah? And they've just got into a place where maybe utakutana na DCI wakiwabeba, wakifanya makosa. But that's basically it. As she's alluded to, we do some simulation assessments and tests. It's just to train our guys, just consistently remember, when you get an email that looks like this, there are some elements that you start with. And which is the first one? The sender. If the sender looks like somebody you've never seen, or they're coming from, let me use our place, KCB Group as an O rather than a 0, rather than an O. That's one of the telltale signs. You quickly ignore that, or you send it to us, report it to us. So that's what we do from a basic perspective.
I would like Kevin to tell us more about, and it's similar, Warm GPT. What is that all about? And you know, and I get the feeling that it's as clever as the 4 and the 4. So maybe you can give us an explanation on that.
Okay, so I'll not be technical. I believe we've all used ChatGPT, right? And you all know ChatGPT is a text processing language, right? So WarmGPT is, let's say, it's built on top of ChatGPT. So ChatGPT, probably, let's say, it sits at layer 1. WarmGPT is an application built on layer 1, so it sits at layer 2. So what hackers are doing with using it is to refine like what Eric has said, you know, there are those typical phishing emails. Like there's an email you will see and you're like, this is definitely a phishing email. Even if you woke up at 3 uamshwe saa 9 asubuhi, utaangalia useme hii ni phishing. So now WormGPT has been built to make that difficult for people to detect if that is actually a phishing email or not. So what it does, it helps them to craft emails that are grammar correct. Let me use that language, and it avoids those normal mistakes. It has templates. Like for instance, if Frederick wants to create a phishing email to target a certain company, it has pre-made templates. So you can just take the template and use it, right? So they're just leveraging AI to better the process of creating these emails to make it harder for people to detect. And that's one of the use cases we've seen, right? Another thing that I noticed about WormGPT, if you notice these global hackers, like the Russians or the Chinese, English is not their strength, right? So it's very hard for them to compose, you know, good English on emails. So with things like WormGPT, it cuts that obstacle whereby they can use the tool to write better emails. So you see, it has removed a certain obstacle from them. So like what you're saying, it will always change. With AI, things will change. They will be better. Attacks will be more sophisticated. They'll be more accurate. And our worry would be, how well are the systems that you're using to defend companies? Can they really keep up with what is happening? So that's all about WormGPT. But trust me, we will see more. That's the first one you've seen publicly. I'm sure there are other ones that we've not yet discovered. Yeah, so that's all about WormGPT.
Thank you so much for that highlight. And you see, all of us in your roles in trying to deliver, you're sometimes seen as a business prevention unit. You've alluded to it. But what are some of the things that we should think about when you're building capacity as a business towards cybersecurity? What attitudes should we adopt? I think I liked Kevin's example of how they decided that in other countries they don't have mulot, so they'll build something to fight against such threats. Nyagitari, this goes to you. What posture should we have in order to build adequate capacity, and not just at a corporate level, even at the educational level? I see we have Kenneth in the room. What should we be doing?
So if I can address the capacity building initiative, at Safaricom, we have actually launched the Safaricom engineering communities. If some of you have seen them, we have about 10 communities, and cybersecurity is one. So we've engaged with academia, and we are shaping and trying to support in terms of how curriculum will be built that addresses aspects of cybersecurity and emerging threats. A couple of institutions have been enrolled to also, from what we call Build by Safaricom, to be centers of excellence for one of those many engineering communities that we do have. Internally, how are we dealing with the aspects of security? I liked when Eric said that they are called blockers. One of the areas, as within Safaricom, we've gone into an agile transformation, and teams have actually been rebuilt to kind of look like squads that actually kind of the community of squads now is a tribe. And within that, then you have a bit of autonomy where you have both the developers, and you have the people who do operations, and you have the commercial units. And the big shift is that, and I'll use the word shift again, I don't know if it's proper English, is we are shifting security discussions to the left. So you'll hear a lot of shifting left. So security by design, when you start conceptualizing products, you start by thinking, how are we going to protect even now the issues of data privacy? So security, data privacy, everything shifts left from conceptualizing of a product into the actual architectural, or I would say the solutions architecture design, even before we do development. And even at development, each and every of the developer actually is supposed to write unit tests for security. Everything is tested as you go into that journey. So we all are familiar with continuous deployment and continuous integration as a concept of SecOps. I don't know now how I can say this: development, security, and operations put together to work together. So you have security discussions, data privacy discussions, right when you start thinking about a product. And that has helped us a lot from being called blockers, because even the commercial units actually participate and contribute to those conversations as we start building products.
Thank you very much. And Frederick, would you like to touch on that, especially capacity building? And you run an association that is supposed to, you know, be the forefront of doing this. So what are the efforts in terms of capacity building such that we have the right technical posture as a country to ensure the cybersecurity is well done?
Thank you for that. I'm also learning from my colleagues. So a good question. So from Kenya Cybersecurity and Forensic Association, one of our DNA is capacity building, and we do it in different ways. Number one, we have to address the software issue. So we have said that when we talk of cybersecurity, in as much we look at it from different perspectives, from legal, from compliance, you know, from operations. But primarily, if you don't have technical capability or technical people, then all these things are not going to help you. So there's no way that when a hacker comes to hack you, when they are doing their reconnaissance or information gathering, they are not going to interrogate if you have a policy in place. So they will hack you whether you have a policy or not. So what we do, number one of the software issue is to make sure that we have the right skills. And how do we do it? For instance, at my age, almost getting to 40, somehow trying to transform me, if let's say I am unethical, trying to transform me to be ethical, it might be very hard. But when you go back to someone who is already, let's say, graduating from high school, it might be very easy. And what we did is that we collaborated with TVET CDAC. And I think back in 2018, 2019, we contributed to a diploma in cybersecurity, level 6. It is supposed to be rolled out through the TVET institutions. So that one, so when someone graduates from high school, when they get to TVET, they can be able to partake that course for 2 years. Number two, we have also partnered with institutions like Communications Authority, and we are just from a hackathon, a cybersecurity technical hackathon, which ran from May, I think from May, and it culminated to some award yesterday night. And we were able to go around the nation, 5 regions, identifying very key talents in cybersecurity, in coding, because one of the things that we have to address as a nation is we are over-dependent and over-reliant to solutions which comes from wherever they are coming from. And we have very key, unique challenges as a nation. Allow me to mention briefly the issue of SIM swap, for instance. We require a local solution, but we are not going to build the solution if we have not addressed the software part of it, the intrinsic. Who is this developer? How come we have fintech solutions being built locally, but we cannot be able to build cybersecurity solutions which can address our own and very key unique challenges as a nation? So we have gone back. We are teaching these young people how to program, and not only how to code, for them to code securely, like my colleague mentioned about DevSecOps. So when they are doing the coding, they have to understand the concept of encryption. So for encryption to work, let's say in a software, this person cannot be able to manifest that encryption if they have not understood the concept. So basically what we are trying to say, we're looking at it from the software part of it. We are looking at it also a lot of capacity building, especially for the public, again, to inculcate that culture and make them aware of the issues that are out there and how they are supposed to address them. Thank you.
And sorry, if it has been spoken, you can skip, but I'd really like to hear the thoughts of both Eric and Kevin on this.
Thank you. I think they've touched on a lot. My colleagues have touched on a lot, but maybe just to chime on capacity building, and let me bring it back to maybe within your organizations. How do you go ahead and build that capacity? so that you have the right people, the right setup and organization. I will allude to something we usually call how mature your organization is from a cyber perspective. And I think it starts from there. So measure is a term we use in our spaces, just to say, in the same way like a tailor measures twice and cuts once, we also need to measure our readiness in the organization to be cyber resilient. And the key part of that measurement actually starts with people. So do you have the right resources to be able to deliver what you need to deliver? And this you can do yourself. You can get external people, work with partners, work with people who have actually designed that capacity. But more so, and I'll go back to the story of culture, you need to build what we call a cyber army. It is very impossible for a team of 10 security resources to protect an organization that spans 9,000 employees, for example. It's close to impossible. You need those 9,000 to be part of your army, to be part of. So you need to train them, as Fred has alluded to. Teach them what security is. But don't stop at where you say, this is what phishing looks like. I personally believe, and this is what we're trying to do at our place, is we need to tell them what cyber really is. What does it mean for you to have endpoint security on your device? Come, let me show you. These are actually deployed. You train them. They actually know what you do. We have been running security by obscurity for a long time. If you know what that means. Security by obscurity means the less you know, the more secure we are. I think that is wrong because at the end of the day, the attacker doesn't care. So doesn't care what the staff know. They'll just attack what you know. So we need to empower our own staff first, regardless of whether they work in cyber or not. Empower them at the various levels. And then that capacity we are talking about will turn the entire complement of staff to be your guys who are fighting for it. They tell you by the today, somebody approached me. They told me, can you plug in this device on our network? You told us that is wrong. That's why we have network access controls. You actually told them. Or another one tells you, by the way, my device today is a bit slow. What I'm seeing here is not normal. Can you look at it? You're actually extending your capacity.
Yeah, so I believe Eric has expounded more on the company-centric capacity building. I just want to second what Fred has said. From our research, we realized that, yes, as Africa, we have unique solutions, and the only challenge is capacity. Like, we don't have enough capacity to build solutions. And if you look at where we're heading as a continent, indeed, we will need custom solutions to be built. So it means we have to start now. And trust me, there is need. There is a lot of need in Africa, probably a discussion for a separate day. But I believe it's something we need to action because we've been talking a lot about it. And it all starts from software development and understanding the requirements of the continent, right? So as long as digital transformation is happening, there's a need for security. There's a need for a solution. There's a need for products. And those products, they have to come from a place of understanding our region and our markets, right? So the question is, we are not doing enough to probably understand what kind of security you need to build. You're not really asking those questions like, okay, so you're pushing this digital transformation agenda, but again, are you looking at risks from an African-centric market? Probably to pose a question to everyone, if you have ever noticed any solution that you've bought for security in your company, the research was never funded. The research was based on the European market. It has never been in Africa. So what does that tell you? Yeah, I see people nodding. So that by itself, it means there is a need. And I like what KCSFA is doing by starting to train guys at a young age on, programming. Of course, we need programming to build solutions and now work up towards. So I'm very passionate about doing African research and building solutions that are based on the African market. Because after some time, we realized, fine, we have solved these solutions, but as an afterthought. It is not like Africa first and the rest. It's usually the rest. I
think the word usually is your market is not sizable.
Exactly. So then it means we have to make it work for ourselves. And we have an option, we have to do it. Yeah.
Okay. So thank you very much for those answers. And maybe my final question before I get the final thoughts from our colleagues is, as a country, on a scale of 1 to 10, what are your thoughts about where we are? Are we okay, or do we need to do more of the things that you've asked us to do? And I know it's a tough question, but I believe firmly that sometimes when you have difficult conversations is when we come up with concrete solutions and move ourselves to the to the fore. And I'll start from Frederick, because you represent the industry. What are your thoughts? What does your industry need, your association need to do to take us higher on that scale? So starting from a scale of 0 to 10.
Wow, I don't want to say something, then I'll be misquoted. And someone runs an article and they quote my name there, then my chairman, I'll have issues with my chairman. So it's a very good question, and if we have to progress as a nation, we must be able to ask those tough questions. And we can look at it from different perspectives, but we need to rely on a certain criteria. So number one, looking at maybe at the government level, what is the role of government in the whole ecosystem or in the whole value chain to do with cybersecurity? So probably theirs is to enable us as an industry, number one, through legislations. So if you look at legislation, you can be able to draw some metrics to understand if there is already a success that can be attributed to that. For instance, Data Protection Act. Is it fair for a school in Githunguri down there to be fined 4.5 million when they don't even have an ICT teacher or something like that? So if we measure success on that basis, we have already failed. But again, we already making some progress. Now Computer Misuse and Cybercrime Act, the registrations are already there, I think, in Parliament now. So when they are out, can we be able to also to get the same data? How much, apart from compliance, like now we are from a customer from Westlands, and they want to comply to the Data Protection Act, but we asked the board a very key question: why are you complying to the data protection law? And they said that because we fear that ODPC is going to fine us some amount of money. That is a wrong reason for them to comply. So number two, probably we can look at the skill. What is the skill gap as far as the cybersecurity is concerned? Another criteria, how about the people? For instance, we have free Wi-Fi. We have free Wi-Fi all over. Even here, you know, the hotel has free Wi-Fi. But you see, we are seated here in a cybersecurity conference, and you know, you have access to the Wi-Fi here. You don't think that because you are in such a meeting and people are wearing nice suits and all that, you don't think that you can lose your data when you are here. It means that what you consider as probably, let's say, a knowledge, you know, about cybersecurity, probably there is also a gap as far as you are concerned. So between 0 and 9, I would be very political on that and avoid to give a specific number. Maybe probably, and also to commend our colleagues from KCB. I am a customer with KCB, I think, for the last few years, and I can guarantee you today, this is now a customer's feedback. Like now we use app to access the bank, and for the last 2 days I have not been able to access because because I was asked to reset the password, and for me to reset I have to get the user ID, and I don't remember the user ID. So at least they are doing some good work. Can we clap for them?
Thank you very much. Give me that video, so I send it to the boss. But thank you very much, Fred. How are you doing as a country? In all honesty, we are playing catch up. Yeah, I think that's just the terminology, and it's not just the country. I think it's globally. Security is a very difficult field to play in. Not only our security, cyber security, but even generally, because there are so many entry points or attack points or gaps or vulnerabilities being discovered every single day. As we are sitting here, there are a few that have been released on our data on our database. So there's a lot to do, and we are playing catch up. So what do we need to do? I think all this we are talking about here is key, but more so is just embedding cybersecurity from a systemic perspective. That's the only way we're going to solve the problem. If we continuously focusing on, like us in the banking industry, we focus on financial services and secure that alone. Yeah, we don't operate in isolation, correct? We are reliant on our telcos, we are reliant on our carriers, we are reliant on where all those nice cables, the CCOMs and the rest terminate in Mombasa. So the entire thing, we need to look at it from a systemic perspective. And maybe I can compare it with other industries that have matured systems. So for example, there's a power production industry. So they look at where water is coming from, how it's captured, how the hydrogenerators are working, how we distribute it, how KPLC bills you, etc., etc. They have thought about that system end to end with different players. We also need to do the same for cyber. We just need to ask ourselves, what are we doing from a government perspective? And I like what Fred said, and also what the government is doing around it. They're actually putting in some measures with the regulation for Computer Misuse Act. And it will actually be very, very, very interesting to see what they do. They have classified many guys as critical infrastructure. There are some expectations you have to meet. It's very interesting. So that is a good start, and we need to continue doing that when it comes down to your level as an industry, for example, like KENIC. As KENIC is looking at the domain, the DNS infrastructure, how are we then putting in measures at that level? So that, for example, if somebody creates a group, a website called KCB one time, yeah, can I go quickly to the registrar and tell them, can you take it down? And it's done in minutes, not a day or 2 days or 3 days. See, this entire thing is systemic. So we cannot address one. It's like going to the gym. Eh? You don't lift one side. Eh? So you don't lift one dumbbell on the right side. You actually exercise the entire body. So we need to exercise the entire body of cyber in this country to get ourselves at the same level.
Yes, so probably I'm of a contrary view. Yes, we are trying. Security is you're always playing catch up. It's not easy. It's tough. I remember there's a meme I saw. There were three seats. There was CEO, there was CFO, there was CEO, and it was at around 3 a.m. All of them are asleep, but the CISO is out of bed. So yeah, security is an interesting field. A lot can happen in an hour. A lot can happen in a day. Yes, we are having the acts coming out, Computer Misuse Act, we have the Data Protection Act, but I think one area we are not really addressing is research. We are not seeing a lot of research coming out locally, and even from the continent in terms of security. We are not doing research. We are not cyber security research as we are consumers. We've been so comfortable consuming security technology that we forgot, like, hey, we need to really research and, understand what do we need to build. That's one area I feel we should work on. If you look into the global markets, the European market and the rest, even if you notice what is being released every single day, it is cybersecurity research. Every day you'll see an article, a blog, or a podcast. They are always researching, always releasing material, and that's why they're succeeding, or rather better in security. So I believe you should adopt that culture of research. If you're a cybersecurity individual, trust me, you need to become a researcher. It goes hand in hand. Like you'll find that, I'm sure my colleagues, you'll find that every single day there's something they have to listen to read, to reference to. So that means you're a researcher by itself. So we need to see that grow right from the institutions, right from professionals, and even from the government setting. And now structure that research to base it on, okay, so we have all this research. How can we channel it? Also, KENIC, probably there are options to partner with KENIC in terms of security research. Also those options, we need options to partner for cybersecurity research. How can it be done for the government? How can it better the private sector? And I believe once we get into that trajectory, in the next 10 or so years, we'll definitely see innovation in cybersecurity coming out. Why? Because we are doing custom research, which will lead to custom needs, which will lead to custom solutions. Yeah, so that's what I believe we need to do.
Yeah, so briefly, I'll avoid also the 1 to 10. And I'd like to borrow from...
for the record, they have all failed the exam.
Yeah. So I'll try to borrow from one of the models that you can gauge. So like the capability maturity models, yeah? And if I look at one that talks about pre-crawl, crawl, walk, run, and then fly, on matters cybersecurity, I think we are still at the pre-crawl stage. And this is largely because of the level of awareness that I see. If you look at many of the discussions that you see from, and I'm purely now talking about like the population, social engineering, which is like the least sophisticated method within which guys are persuaded to give their information, yeah, and get defrauded, is actually like the #1 in Kenya today, yeah. It's the least of the least sophisticated, yeah, either through an email or text, yeah, and maybe ikienda sana ni email, yeah, you have either your business email compromise or even your personal, yeah. So if we are still at that level, then I would say, Rosemary, that we are at pre-crawl, and that would be a very fair place to be. So what then do we need to do? As we continue building the capability, that there's also that very big, and I think there are honors and responsibilities on us security practitioners and all, to also inform and make the public aware of some of these things. Because as I said, if you build your house, fortify it, but the home, the person living in the home keeps leaving the door open, we will be not doing a lot of justice. Yeah, and some of the actions that my colleagues have spoken about, the issue of gamification. How do you help people who are non-technical to start understanding aspects of security? So you can play the games that you've seen nowadays, yeah? You are shown, you make decisions, and then you see what happens, yeah? In some of those things. You sent emails, like emails are usually, people don't kind of look at, and when Rosemary, you asked what is in a domain, you know, when you get an email, I don't know how many of us, because it's like normal you get emails. I don't think anyone before opening emails or reading, they look at the email address. There's a very common thread you see, like for Safaricom. A mail comes with safaricon.co.ke. So C-O-N, yeah, C-O-M, C-O. Hardly do you start to think, yeah? And now with AI generated text and all that, because the first thing that gives you out, the person gives out the person who sent the email is usually very many grammatical errors, yeah? And links that maybe don't make sense. But that aspect of getting the general population aware of these things, I think is an area that we can really do a lot. Otherwise, our efforts will be like building these fortresses with all the doors open all the time.
Thank you so much. And I think I'll throw back the research challenge. We have institutions that engage in research. We have Kennet, we have Kiktanet, and I think some of them represented the room. Let's also like reading the local research. You know, sometimes we're thrown to want to read things that come from other places. Let's work together. And the biggest challenge I've seen in at the little research I've done is sometimes even getting answers from our local corporations is so difficult. You're just partnering to try and get to know better. Like, what could we do better? Maybe we could think of better collaboration as an industry, and I'll throw that back to my panelists as a challenge. Yeah, as a playing from the policy perspective. Now, as we end, I'd just like all of you in about a minute to give a parting shot to the audience, and then I think after that we'll see that our audience deserves the lunch that they'll get. Amagita, am I wrong or right? Yeah? Okay, fine. So parting shots, starting from Frederick.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. We are not the smartest in the room. It is only that we have created some time. Thank you, KENIC, the board, the management at KENIC. Thank you for creating this opportunity. And the title was Cybersecurity Innovation. So allow me to just share something on that. So we have innovation-driven cyber risk. That out of innovations that we are seeing within mobile financial services ecosystem and value chain, the attack service increase because of innovation. On the other way, we run Cyber Excel Fund, which basically promote innovations within cyberspace. So we need to go back to the developers, the service providers of these solutions, as they develop customer-centric solutions, which is one of the elements of digital transformation. We also encourage them to inculcate innovation as part of innovation within cybersecurity ecosystem. So we have a person who can be able to build a cybersecurity solution within a fintech solution, if I make sense. Number two, one of the key objectives from this conference is identify strategic action points that will be key to growth of a domain name system in Africa. So from a registrar perspective, I have written here that we need, and how we do it as registrars, we have empowered our registrants, our customers, with domain-specific tools, such that when they are registering for a domain, they can be able to include things like DMARC. Those are ways of signing a domain, which increases, the level of security and all that. And also from KENIC, I want to throw this as a challenge to you. You have mobi.ke for mobile providers. Is it possible most of the institutions who have financial services which are disseminated through an app, is it possible to reach out to them that some of their apps that they host, probably, even though they are within Google Play, they can do something around mobi.ke, because you have seen institutions, people come with fake apps, and because people don't know, they just download apps which are not legitimate. So at the end of it, we are able to empower the growth within the KENIC ecosystem. At the same time, the mobile financial providers are able to give us solutions which are secure. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Fred. From me, I'll just say three things. One of them is, as we're innovating, and that's the topic of the discussion today. To me, innovate means thinking outside the box, challenging the status quo, asking why. Why are we doing things this way? And it seems not to be getting us fast to our destination. Yeah, so we approach cybersecurity, as I said before, we approach it from a risk perspective. I think we should question that and approach it where we actually look at the entire ecosystem and system. And that is the first thing, thinking outside the box. And what does that mean? I think the key one, if you had most of us talk, I think we talked about culture, right? So that was the key one that we're saying. So there used to be there's a meme that goes around, most of the security guys have seen it, of a pickup full of people, if you've seen it at the back, full of people, and each person has a tag on them: firewall, antivirus, DDoS, identity access management, etc., etc. And then there's this one person seated on the gate of the pickup, written user on top of them, and their hand is on the handle of the gate. At any point in time, your controls can move outside that pickup, and that user is a person we need to focus on. I think we have not really ignored, we have really focused on solutions. So today, we are hacked. Where is that vendor? Can you bring that solution? Deploy it quickly, but you forget the person. So I will say we apply the same concept as business guys, where they say culture will eat, strategy for breakfast, right? So we need to build a cyber risk aware culture, and then lastly, put people at the center of all this we are talking about, at the very center, because they are the guys we are working for, right? So we should put them at the center of, so we're able to innovate around security. So as you said, how do you enable research? Put those people at the center, train them, right? How do you enable all these tools to work properly? Put those people in there, build capacity, etc., etc. So those three things from me: one, think outside the box; two, culture, cyber risk aware culture; and lastly, people at the center of everything.
Oh, thank you. I'll just stick to one thing. Like I said, I'm passionate about innovation. It's high time, as Africa, we need to get that ball rolling. We stop talking about it. We've done a lot of talks. It's time to execute. We can start it at the institutions, that's universities, and going upwards to the professionals. It's high time we do it. There is a lot of need. I can tell you that for a fact. Let me use a true story. There is one company I know, I won't mention the name, very famous company globally, and they went to this market and they wanted to get business, right? So they tried to get, let me use this, it's in intelligence. So they tried to really find intelligence about what kind of hacking activity is happening in the country. They had nothing, like they got nothing. So they came up with a strategy. It's like going to KCB and I tell KCB, I'll give you this appliance for free. It will sit in your environment for 2 years, I won't charge you anything. They did that for the major corporations and they agreed. So the devices, the appliances sat there for 2 years, and after 2 years, they came and took their devices. After a few months, they came back and told them, hey, we've seen this and this, now we can sell the solution to you. So what they did, they did not have information on that particular country, so they had to find a different way to do research, and that's through placing what? Their appliance to be able to understand, okay, so what is going on here? So they did their research, came up with a product and went back to sell it. So now take that context as Kenya and Africa. That's where we are. And we need, let's not wait for the other people to come and do that for us. Let's run ahead of them, because eventually we are the emerging market, right? So let's run ahead, let's start researching early, let's build our own solutions, and trust me, that's how the future of security will be built for the continent. Thank you.
Just to remind us, the way to view cybersecurity is like a three-legged stool. It's actually propped by people, tools, these are the technologies that we've just been discussing, and processes. So all these discussions around the acts that are coming in, the practices, all those issues around compliance. So in view of how then do we continue to grow the awareness and all that, so you can see where people come in. On matters tools, looking at very little even being known by some of the wide applications that we use today, being maybe largely in Kenya. In fact, if you look at financial services and the apps we have in this country, I think they run into their, is it hundreds or 200s? So we need to start also building those local tools, the local solutions that actually address our local context. And for me, the aspect of awareness is one that I still want to insist, so that we can actually protect what we are building. We should not leave anyone behind. Cybersecurity should not be viewed as an add-on, as we always do. Even when we do our budget, I would like, and I always keep saying that we cannot have one line that talks about cybersecurity and then we put our IDSs, IPSs, WAFs, and all these things. Let this be part of the solutions that are going for. If commercial are being a product and they're motivating for budget, let that cost be in that business case that goes to approve that particular product, because that cost generally should be borne by the product, so that we also don't come into some of the conversations, and you've had it's very difficult at times to try and justify some of the costs around the tools that we need to deploy. So look at it as a three-legged stool. So don't forget, you have your tools, you have your people, and you have your processes. And the awareness around the people is very critical to actually support all the other things that we're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. The true value of the product includes what you spend protecting it. I think that's really powerful. What a nice way to end the conversation today. Asanteni sana for being very attentive, and thank you very much for my panel. Back to Gitao.
Thank you very much. Fantastic panel. On a scale of 1 to 10, how many are ready for lunch? Oh, we can enjoy. We can continue. Okay, so we continue. But there are people who, my security will not be guaranteed. So I'll invite you to lunch. It will be served in the main restaurant. We'll be back at in 1 hour after lunch. All right. Thank you very much. Another round of applause as they leave.
started in Konza, I think everyone had doubts, even the National Treasury, so they were giving us very minimal amounts.
It was one of the projects that were captured in the Vision 2030 document, which actually was development blueprint for the government of Kenya.
So we had an interim structure which once was approved by the ministry, we started the process of staffing that structure.
In the journey of Konza Technopolis, this is really a great milestone. We have worked on this project with the vision of having an excellent place to work, to live and to play.
It's a very futuristic concept because this has not been done before.
We are now very confident and to be able to engage the rest of the public who could be keen to be part of Konza.
Konza Technopolis has been designed to host 200,000 population at full build out of the 500 acres. We've come up with green standards to ensure that our city comes out as green with no emissions of carbon to the environment.
It's a city like no other, planned from ground zero.
This will set an example that it is possible to do a city which is well planned and which is organized.
Seeing a city from scratch being constructed and being part of it is something that excites me, it excites the women, it excites the people that we are representing.
It is now good that we bring those developers and the financials so that they can start discussions and they can start preparing the next step of Konza Technopolis.
We as government have set the example by actually not requesting other people to come and invest, but actually to be the first investors.
It's us guys now to come in and try to see how to facilitate the financing for the developers so that they're able to develop whatever that they want, their concepts. Property developers have actually that mentality that this was a white elephant is going, and that means that now they are able to move to the next level of seeking financing.
Konza Complex being our head office, this is a great milestone in our journey.
I'm very happy as an architect actually to see the first product of a building being ready and it's now being occupied and operations have started on it.
We are now in a better position to engage with the project in terms of what's going on here, which mainly currently horizontal infrastructure is ongoing.
We believe all things going well, we should be able to complete this project in February 2022 as per the schedule by the contractor.
I see a very bright future for Konza Technopolis and for Konza City as a whole.
Konza City is going to grow. Looking at what is happening on the ground and the people who have shown interest, the organizations which are showing interest, I believe that is a dream which is achievable, and in the near future, so many of us are going to relocate to Konza.
To my fellow investors and Kenyans at large is to come on board and help our government in creating projects which will help us in achieving our goal of creating employment, which is very much needed to our economy.
I really want the city to be a hub within the region where we have ICTs, global companies coming in, partnering with the local companies, providing opportunity to our young people so that they can learn from these established companies.
Karibu sana as we carry out this engineering feat, first of its kind in Africa, and more importantly, a first for Kenya.
To all our stakeholders who are looking for an excellent location to invest in support of the Big Four of our government, and also to take advantage of the Kenyan market, to say Konza Technopolis is an excellent location.
At the ground, we say mambo ni sawa.
We are asking you to join us as we embark on a new ethos that is really birthed in you and the services that we offer you.
Because you have spoken, we've seen it fit to rebrand ourselves, not just to provide internet services. What we have in mind is now that you have the internet services, what else can you do with that?
We have got the vision of a digitally connected future that leaves no African behind.
We've evolved from being a telecoms company to a technologies company.
So essentially we are saying each and every one of us who is African, we have got you in mind. We need to ensure that as we are looking at this digitally connected future, we are not leaving anyone behind.
So as part of Liquid Intelligent Technologies brand, we have sub-brands that we have. The first being Liquid Business, Cloud, Cybersecurity, Liquid Home, the Liquid Labs, Liquid Networks, Liquid Satellite, Liquid Sea.
So as we are in this connectivity journey, we are then able to ensure that we are providing the necessary security that is required as you do your day-to-day business.
So we're not going to be giving you generic solutions, but we're actually going to be customizing solutions that are aligned with your business needs.
We're actually embracing digital now. We're actually in the now.
Think technology, think liquid. Think technology, think liquid.
So we are saying we are bringing this together to you to ensure that everything happens under one roof.
It's no longer just about our product offering, but it's really about us coming to you and asking you, what can we do for you? Africa's digital future is an intelligent one.
My name is Andrew Mwanyota. I am the CEO of the Kenya Network Information Center, KENIC. KENIC was founded in '93 as a public-private partnership to support what we call the country code top-level domain, .ke, to allow as many Kenyans as possible to go online and to benefit from having a presence online, whether you're an individual or a business. And so 20 years on, KENIC continues to promote, secure, and avail the .ke domain for use by businesses and individuals. And we are happy today to have met to recognize what we call our registrars who help us to avail .ke domains for the public, and they are the channel through which we sell .ke domains. And today we've been able to recognize 7 categories for all our registrars as part of motivating them to be able to grow the domain system in Kenya. Finally, we are also very excited that for the very first time in many years, .ke has grown in leaps and bounds, with over 102,000 domains currently active in the country. It is our intention in the next couple of years to continue growing the domain space, but most importantly, ensuring we build trust for all our online users in Kenya. So all we can do is to thank our ecosystem of players, thank our customers for standing with .ke, because it's our brand. It is about building Kenya's brand, but more importantly, succeeding on the internet. Thank you very much.
My name is Geoffrey Shimanyula. I am the chair of the board of KENIC. KENIC, as we all know, is the registrar. Now, the registry for .ke domain. In Kenya, we are the people who ensure that we are perpetually pushing our brand .ke. And today has been a great day for us, a big day for the industry, because we were rewarding and awarding our best performing registrars in the country across board, just to appreciate the good work they're doing and to encourage them to continue pushing the .ke domain. Again, today is one of those days that we are actually celebrating a very big milestone, because as we close the year 2022, for the first time, we crossed the year with 100,000 domain names active, up and running. And our challenge now is to ensure that we have this sort of growth on an annual basis. When you talk about registries all over the world, and specifically in Africa, our biggest challenge has been how to sustain technology ecosystem. As the government embraces the digital economy blueprint, we will be there to play our role. Thank you.
My name is Charity Wambui Kiora. I work for Kenya Website Experts. We are registrars for domain names and we offer other online services. We became a KENIC accredited registrar by first applying to KENIC to become a registrar. We filled in the registration forms and we supplied all the required documents. Our application was reviewed and our accreditation was approved and we became accredited registrar. And then after that, we were trained on how to use the registry services. We chose to become domain name registrars after we realized there's a demand for .ke domain names, and initially we were only offering other online services. We recommend our customers to register .ke domains because, 1, to have a Kenyan identity, 2, most of the short, memorable, and catchy domain names are available for registration, and 3, .ke domain names are affordable.
Is your business struggling to make sales? Have you tried offering your products and services online? Kupeleka Bizna Yako online ni simple. All you need is a .ke domain name. To get yours, follow these easy steps. Choose your preferred domain name. The name should be that of your brand. Make it short, easy to type and remember. Visit kenic.or.ke and check if the domain name you want is available. Proceed to register now. Then select a service provider from the KENIC approved registrars. Pay for the domain name and you're all set. Visit www.kenic.or.ke and register your domain name today.
My name is Barak Otieno. I am the General Manager of Africa Top Level Domains Organization. Africa Top Level Domains Organization is the regional association of country code top level domain registries in Africa. This comprise of the country identities, for example, .ke for Kenya, .tz for Tanzania, .za for South Africa, .mg for Madagascar. We bring together country code top-level domain registry managers on the African continent to discuss matters that are of interest to them. The Kenya Network Information Center continues to be a critical organization insofar as the country code top-level domain registry of Kenya is concerned. It not only administers the country code top-level domain for Kenya and also ensures that Kenyans are able to make use of it in the best way possible. Most importantly, the domain name ecosystem in Kenya is key to the digital economy in the Republic of Kenya. And continuous capacity building of registrars is one of the critical roles that the Kenya Network Information Center plays. So Kenya Network Information Center, to that extent, continues to play a critical role in making sure that registrants and registrars observe the laid down legal and regulatory mechanisms.
We started in Konza, I think everyone had doubts, even the National Treasury, so they were giving us very minimal amounts.
It was one of the projects that were captured in the Vision 2030 document, which actually was development blueprint for the government of Kenya.
So we had an interim structure which once was approved by the ministry, we started the process of staffing that structure.
In the journey of Konza Technopolis, this is really a great milestone. We have worked on this project with the vision of having an excellent place to work, to live and to play.
It's a very futuristic concept because this has not been done before.
We are now very confident and to be able to engage the rest of the public who could be keen to be part of Konza.
Konza Technopolis has been designed to host 200,000 population at full build out of the 500 acres. We've come up with green standards to ensure that our city comes out as green with no emissions of carbon to the environment.
It's a city like no other, planned from ground zero.
This will set an example that it is possible to do a city which is well planned and which is organized.
Seeing a city from scratch being constructed and being part of it is something that excites me, it excites the women, it excites the people that we are representing.
It is now good that we bring those developers and the financials so that they can start discussions and they can start preparing the next step of Konza Technopolis.
We as government have set the example by actually not requesting other people to come and invest, but actually to be the first investors.
It's us guys now to come in and try to see how to facilitate the financing for the developers so that they're able to develop whatever that they want, their concepts. Property developers have actually that mentality that this was a white elephant is going, and that means that now they are able to move to the next level of seeking financing.
Konza Complex being our head office, this is a great milestone in our journey.
I'm very happy as an architect actually to see the first product of a building being ready and it's now being occupied and operations have started on it.
We are now in a better position to engage with the project in terms of what's going on here, which mainly currently horizontal infrastructure is ongoing.
We believe all things going well, we should be able to complete this project in February 2022 as per the schedule by the contractor.
I see a very bright future for Konza Technopolis and for Konza City as a whole.
Konza City is going to grow. Looking at what is happening on the ground and the people who have shown interest, the organizations which are showing interest, I believe that is a dream which is achievable, and in the near future, so many of us are going to relocate to Konza.
To my fellow investors and Kenyans at large is to come on board and help our government in creating projects which will help us in achieving our goal of creating employment, which is very much needed to our economy.
I really want the city to be a hub within the region where we have ICTs, global companies coming in, partnering with the local companies, providing opportunity to our young people so that they can learn from these established companies.
Karibu sana as we carry out this engineering feat, first of its kind in Africa, and more importantly, a first for Kenya.
To all our stakeholders who are looking for an excellent location to invest in support of the Big Four of our government, and also to take advantage of the Kenyan market, to say Konza Technopolis is an excellent location.
At the ground, we say mambo ni sawa.
We are asking you to join us as we embark on a new ethos that is really birthed in you and the services that we offer you.
Because you have spoken, we've seen it fit to rebrand ourselves, not just to provide internet services. What we have in mind is, now that you have the internet services, what else can you do with that?
We have got the vision of a digitally connected future that leaves no African behind.
We've evolved from being a telecoms company to a technologies company.
So essentially we are saying each and every one of us who is African, we have got you in mind. We need to ensure that as we are looking at this digitally connected future, we are not leaving anyone behind.
So as part of Liquid Intelligent Technologies brand, we have sub-brands that we have. The first being Liquid Business, Cloud, Cybersecurity, Liquid Home, the Liquid Labs, Liquid Networks, Liquid Satellite, Liquid Sea.
So as we are in this connectivity journey, we are then able to ensure that we are providing the necessary security that is required as you do your day-to-day business.
So we're not going to be giving you generic solutions, but we're actually going to be customizing solutions that are aligned with your business needs.
We're actually embracing digital now. We're actually in the now.
Think technology, think liquid. Think technology, think liquid.
So we are saying we are bringing this together to you to ensure that everything happens under one roof.
It's no longer just about our product offering, but it's really about us coming to you and asking you, what can we do for you? Africa's digital future is an intelligent one.
My name is Andrew Mwanyota. I am the CEO of the Kenya Network Information Center, KENIC. KENIC was founded in '93 as a public-private partnership to support what we call the country code top-level domain, .ke, to allow as many Kenyans as possible to go online and to benefit from having a presence online, whether you're an individual or a business. And so 20 years on, KENIC continues to promote, secure, and avail the .ke domain for use by businesses and individuals. And we are happy today to have met to recognize what we call our registrars who help us to avail .ke domains for the public, and they are the channel through which we sell .ke domains. And today we've been able to recognize 7 categories for all our registrars as part of motivating them to be able to grow the domain system in Kenya. Finally, we are also very excited that for the very first time in many years, .ke has grown in leaps and bounds, with over 102,000 domains currently active in the country. It is our intention in the next couple of years to continue growing the domain space, but most importantly, ensuring we build trust for all our online users in Kenya. So all we can do is to thank our ecosystem of players, thank our customers for standing with .ke, because it's our brand. It is about building Kenya's brand, but more importantly, succeeding on the internet. Thank you very much.
My name is Geoffrey Shimanyula. I am the chair of the board of KENIC. KENIC, as we all know, is the registrar. Now, the registry for .ke domain. In Kenya, we are the people who ensure that we are perpetually pushing our brand .ke. And today has been a great day for us, a big day for the industry, because we were rewarding and awarding our best performing registrars in the country across board, just to appreciate the good work they're doing and to encourage them to continue pushing the .ke domain. Again, today is one of those days that we are actually celebrating a very big milestone, because as we close the year 2022, for the first time, we crossed the year with 100,000 domain names active, up and running. And our challenge now is to ensure that we have this sort of growth on an annual basis. When you talk about registries all over the world, and specifically in Africa, our biggest challenge has been how to sustain domain names that are registered. We are all battling with the challenge of deletions, whereby people register domain name and upon expiry, they never renew it. Our challenge as KENIC is to ensure that domain names that are registered are renewed so that we can see growth each and every day. This way, from the Kenyan perspective, we believe that we'll be playing our role in the technology ecosystem as the government embraces the digital economy blueprint. We will be there to play our role. Thank you.
My name is Charity Wambui Kiora. I work for Kenya Website Experts. We are registrars for domain names and we offer other online services. We became a KENIC accredited registrar by first applying to KENIC to become a registrar. We filled in the registration forms and we supplied all the required documents. Our application was reviewed and our accreditation was approved and we became accredited registrar. And then after that, we were trained on how to use the registry services. We chose to become domain name registrars after we realized there's a demand for .ke domain names, and initially we were only offering other online services. We recommend our customers to register .ke domains because 1. To have a Kenyan identity. 2. Most of the short, memorable, and catchy domain names are available for registration. And 3. .ke domain names are affordable.
Is your business struggling to make sales? Have you tried offering your products and services online? Kupeleka Bizna Yako online ni simple. All you need is a .ke domain name. To get yours, follow these easy steps. Choose your preferred domain name. The name should be that of your brand. Make it short, easy to type and remember. Visit kenic.or.ke and check if the domain name you want is available. Proceed to register now. Then select a service provider from the KENIC approved registrars. Pay for the domain name and you're all set. Visit www.kenic.or.ke and register your domain name today.
My name is Barak Otieno. I am the General Manager of Africa Top Level Domains Organization. Africa Top Level Domains Organization is the regional association of country code top level domain registries in Africa. This comprise of the country identities, for example, .ke for Kenya, .tz for Tanzania, .za for South Africa, .mg for Madagascar. We bring together country code top-level domain registry managers on the African continent to discuss matters that are of interest to them. The Kenya Network Information Center continues to be a critical organization insofar as the country code top-level domain registry of Kenya is concerned. It not only administers the country code top-level domain for Kenya and also ensures that Kenyans are able to make use of it in the best way possible. Most importantly, the domain name ecosystem in Kenya is key to the digital economy in the Republic of Kenya. And continuous capacity building of registrars is one of the critical roles that the Kenya Network Information Center plays. So Kenya Network Information Center, to that extent, continues to play a critical role in making sure that registrants and registrars observe the laid down legal and regulatory mechanisms
started in Konza, I think everyone had doubts, even the National Treasury, so they were giving us very minimal amounts.
It was one of the projects that were captured in the Vision 2030 document, which actually was development blueprint for the government of Kenya.
So we had an interim structure which once was approved by the ministry, we started the process of staffing that structure.
In the journey of Konza Technopolis, this is really a great milestone. We have worked on this project with the vision of having an excellent place to work, to live and to play.
It's a very futuristic concept because this has not been done before.
We are now very confident and to be able to engage the rest of the public who could be keen to be part of Konza.
Konza Technopolis has been designed to host 200,000 population at full build out of the 500 acres. We've come up with green standards to ensure that our city comes out as green with no emissions of carbon to the environment.
It's a city like no other, planned from ground zero.
This will set an example that it is possible to do a city which is well planned and which is organized.
Seeing a city from scratch being constructed and being part of it is something that excites me, it excites the women, it excites the people that we are representing.
It is now good that we bring those developers and the financials so that they can start discussions and they can start preparing the next step of Konza Technopolis.
We as government have set the example by actually not requesting other people to come and invest, but actually to be the first investors.
It's us guys now to come in and try to see how to facilitate the financing for the developers so that they're able to develop whatever that they want, their concepts. Property developers have actually that mentality that this was a white elephant is going, and that means that now they are able to move to the next level of seeking financing.
Konza Complex being our head office, this is a great milestone in our journey.
I'm very happy as an architect actually to see the first product of a building being ready and it's now being occupied and operations have started on it.
We are now in a better position to engage with the project in terms of what's going on here, which mainly currently horizontal infrastructure is ongoing.
We believe all things going well, we should be able to complete this project in February 2022 as per the schedule by the contractor.
I see a very bright future for Konza Technopolis and for Konza City as a whole.
Konza City is going to grow. Looking at what is happening on the ground and the people who have shown interest, the organizations which are showing interest, I believe that is a dream which is achievable, and in the near future, so many of us are going to relocate to Konza.
To my fellow investors and Kenyans at large is to come on board and help our government in creating projects which will help us in achieving our goal of creating employment, which is very much needed to our economy.
I really want the city to be a hub within the region where we have ICTs, global companies coming in, partnering with the local companies, providing opportunity to our young people so that they can learn from these established companies.
Karibu sana as we carry out this engineering feat, first of its kind in Africa, and more importantly, a first for Kenya.
To all our stakeholders who are looking for an excellent location to invest in support of the Big Four of our government, and also to take advantage of the Kenyan market, to say Konza Technopolis is an excellent location.
At the ground, we say mambo ni sawa.
We are asking you to join us as we embark on a new ethos that is really birthed in you and the services that we offer you.
Because you have spoken, we've seen it fit to rebrand ourselves, not just to provide internet services. What we have in mind is, now that you have the internet services, what else can you do with that?
We have got the vision of a digitally connected future that leaves no African behind.
We've evolved from being a telecoms company to a technologies company.
So essentially we are saying each and every one of us who is African, we have got you in mind. We need to ensure that as we are looking at this digitally connected future, we are not leaving anyone behind.
So as part of Liquid Intelligent Technologies brand, we have sub-brands that we have. The first being Liquid Business, Cloud, Cybersecurity, Liquid Home, the Liquid Labs, Liquid Networks, Liquid Satellite, Liquid Sea.
So as we are in this connectivity journey, we are then able to ensure that we are providing the necessary security that is required as you do your day-to-day business.
So we're not going to be giving you generic solutions, but we're actually going to be customizing solutions that are aligned with your business needs.
We're actually embracing digital now. We're actually in the now.
Think technology, think liquid. Think technology, think liquid.
So we are saying we are bringing this together to you to ensure that everything happens under one roof.
It's no longer just about our product offering, but it's really about us coming to you and asking you, what can we do for you? Africa's digital future is an intelligent one.
My name is Andrew Mwanyota. I am the CEO of the Kenya Network Information Center, KENIC. KENIC was founded in '93 as a public-private partnership to support what we call the country code top-level domain.ke, to allow as many Kenyans as possible to go online and to benefit from having a presence online, whether you're an individual or a business. And so 20 years on, KENIC continues to promote, secure, and avail the .ke domain for use by businesses and individuals. And we are happy today to have met to recognize what we call our registrars, who help us to avail .ke domains for the public, and they are the channel through which we sell .ke domains. And today we've been able to recognize 7 categories for all our registrars as part of motivating them to be able to grow the domain system in Kenya. Finally, we are also very excited that for the very first time in many years, .ke has grown in leaps and bounds, with over 102,000 domains currently active in the country. It is our intention in the next couple of years to continue growing the domain space, but most importantly, ensuring we build trust for all our online users in Kenya. So all we can do is to thank our ecosystem of players, thank our customers for standing with .ke, because it's our brand. It is about building Kenya's brand, but more importantly, succeeding on the internet. Thank you very much.
My name is Geoffrey Shimanyula. I am the chair of the board of KENIC. KENIC, as we all know, is the registrar. Now, the registry for .ke domain. In Kenya, we are the people who ensure that we are perpetually pushing our brand .ke. And today has been a great day for us, a big day for the industry, because we were rewarding and awarding our best performing registrars in the country across board, just to appreciate the good work they're doing and to encourage them to continue pushing the .ke domain. Again, today is one of those days that we are actually celebrating a very big milestone, because as we close the year 2022, for the first time, we crossed the year with 100,000 domain names active, up and running. And our challenge now is to ensure that we have this sort of growth on an annual basis. When you talk about registries all over the world, and specifically in Africa, our biggest challenge has been how to sustain domain names that are registered. We are all battling with the challenge of deletions, whereby people register domain name and upon expiry, they never renew it. Our challenge as KENIC is to ensure that domain names that are registered are renewed so that we can see growth each and every day. This way, from the Kenyan perspective, we believe that we'll be playing our role in the technology ecosystem as the government embraces the digital economy blueprint. We will be there to play our role. Thank you.
My name is Charity Wambui Kiora. I work for Kenya Website Experts. We are registrars for domain names and we offer other online services. We became a KENIC accredited registrar by first applying to KENIC to become a registrar. We filled in the registration forms and we supplied all the required documents. Our application was reviewed and our accreditation was approved and we became accredited registrar. And then after that, we were trained on how to use the registry services. We chose to become domain name registrars after we realized there's a demand for .ke domain names, and initially we were only offering other online services. We recommend our customers to register .ke domains because, 1, to have a Kenyan identity, 2, most of the short, memorable, and catchy domain names are available for registration, and 3, .ke domain names are affordable.
Is your business struggling to make sales? Have you tried offering your products and services online? Kupeleka Bizna Yako online ni simple. All you need is a .ke domain name. To get yours, follow these easy steps. Choose your preferred domain name. The name should be that of your brand. Make it short, easy to type and remember. Visit kenic.or.ke and check if the domain name you want is available. Proceed to register now. Then select a service provider from the KENIC approved registrars. Pay for the domain name and you're all set. Visit www.kenic.or.ke and register your domain name today.
My name is Barak Otieno. I am the General Manager of Africa Top Level Domains Organization. Africa Top Level Domains Organization is the regional association of country code top level domain registries in Africa. This comprise of the country identities, for example, .ke for Kenya, .tz for Tanzania, .za for South Africa, .mg for Madagascar. We bring together country code top-level domain registry managers on the African continent to discuss matters that are of interest to them. The Kenya Network Information Center continues to be a critical organization insofar as the country code top-level domain registry of Kenya is concerned. It not only administers the country code top-level domain for Kenya and also ensures that Kenyans are able to make use of it in the best way possible. Most importantly, the domain name ecosystem in Kenya is key to the digital economy in the Republic of Kenya. And continuous capacity building of registrars is one of the critical roles that the Kenya Network Information Center plays. So Kenya Network Information Center, to that extent, continues to play a critical role in making sure that registrants and registrars observe the laid down legal and regulatory mechanisms.
We started in Kwanza, I think everyone had doubts, even the National Treasury, so they were giving us very minimal amounts.
It was one of the projects that were captured in the Vision 2030 document, which actually was development blueprint for the government of Kenya.
We had an interim structure which once was approved by the ministry, we started the process of staffing that structure.
In the journey of Konza Technopolis, this is really a great milestone. We have worked on this project with the vision of having an excellent place to work, to live and to play.
It's a very futuristic concept because this has not been done before.
We are now very confident and to be able to engage the rest of the public who could be keen to be part of Konza.
Konza Technopolis has been designed to host 200,000 population at full build out of the 500 acres. We've come up with green standards to ensure that our city comes out as green with no emissions of carbon to the environment.
It's a city like no other, planned from ground zero.
This will set an example that it is possible to do a city which is well planned and which is organized.
Seeing a city from scratch being constructed and being part of it is something that excites me, it excites the women, it excites the people that we are representing.
It is now good that we bring those developers and the financials so that they can start discussions and they can start preparing the next step of Konza Technopolis.
We as government have set the example by actually not requesting other people to come and invest, but actually to be the first investors.
It's us guys now to come in and try to see how to facilitate the financing for the developers so that they're able to develop whatever that they want, their concepts. Property developers have actually that mentality that this was a white elephant is going, and that means that now they are able to move to the next level of seeking financing.
Konza Complex being our head office, this is a great milestone in our journey.
I'm very happy as an architect actually to see the first product of a building being ready and it's now being occupied and operations have started on it.
We are now in a better position to engage with the project in terms of what's going on here, which mainly currently horizontal infrastructure is ongoing.
We believe all things going well, we should be able to complete this project in February 2022 as per the schedule by the contractor.
I see a very bright future for Konza Technopolis and for Konza City as a whole.
Konza City is going to grow. Looking at what is happening on the ground and the people who have shown interest, the organizations which are showing interest, I believe that is a dream which is achievable, and in the near future, so many of us are going to relocate to Konza.
To my fellow investors and Kenyans at large is to come on board and help our government in creating projects which will help us in achieving our goal of creating employment, which is very much needed to our economy.
I really want the city to be a hub within the region where we have ICTs, global companies coming in, partnering with the local companies, providing opportunity to our young people so that they can learn from these established companies.
Karibu sana as we carry out this engineering feat, first of its kind in Africa, and more importantly, a first for Kenya.
To all our stakeholders who are looking for an excellent location to invest in support of the Big Four of our government, and also to take advantage of the Kenyan market, to say Konza Technopolis is an excellent location.
At the ground, we say mambo ni sawa.
We are asking you to join us as we embark on a new ethos that is really birthed in you and the services that we offer you.
Because you have spoken, we've seen it fit to rebrand ourselves, not just to provide internet services. What we have in mind is, now that you have the internet services, what else can you do with that?
We have got the vision of a digitally connected future that leaves no African behind.
We've evolved from being a telecoms company to a technologies company.
So essentially we are saying each and every one of us who is African, we have got you in mind. We need to ensure that as we are looking at this digitally connected future, we are not leaving anyone behind.
So as part of Liquid Intelligent Technologies brand, we have sub-brands that we have. The first being Liquid Business, Cloud, Cybersecurity, Liquid Home, the Liquid Labs, Liquid Networks, Liquid Satellite, Liquid Sea.
So as we are in this connectivity journey, we are then able to ensure that we are providing the necessary security that is required as you do your day-to-day business.
So we're not going to be giving you generic solutions, but we're actually going to be customizing solutions that are aligned with your business needs.
We're actually embracing digital now. We're actually in the now.
Think technology, think liquid. Think technology, think liquid.
So we are saying we are bringing this together to you to ensure that everything happens under one roof.
It's no longer just about our product offering, but it's really about us coming to you and asking you, what can we do for you? Africa's digital future is an intelligent one.
My name is Andrew Mwanyota. I am the CEO of the Kenya Network Information Center, KENIC. KENIC was founded in '93 as a public-private partnership to support what we call the country code top-level domain.ke, to allow as many Kenyans as possible to go online and to benefit from having a presence online, whether you're an individual or a business. And so 20 years on, KENIC continues to promote, secure, and avail the .ke domain for use by businesses and individuals. And we are happy today to have met to recognize what we call our registrars, who help us to avail .ke domains for the public, and they are the channel through which we sell .ke domains. And today we've been able to recognize 7 categories for all our registrars as part of motivating them to be able to grow the domain system in Kenya. Finally, we are also very excited that for the very first time in many years, .ke has grown in leaps and bounds, with over 102,000 domains currently active in the country. It is our intention in the next couple of years to continue growing the domain space, but most importantly, ensuring we build trust for all our online users in Kenya. So all we can do is to thank our ecosystem of players, thank our customers for standing with .ke, because it's our brand. It is about building Kenya's brand, but more importantly, succeeding on the internet. Thank you very much.
My name is Geoffrey Shimanyula. I am the chair of the board of KENIC. KENIC, as we all know, is the registry, registrar. Now, the registry for .ke domain. In Kenya, we are the people who ensure that we are perpetually pushing our brand .ke. And today has been a great day for us, a big day for the industry, because we were rewarding and awarding our best performing registrars in the country across board, just to appreciate the good work they're doing and to encourage them to continue pushing the .ke domain. Again, today is one of those days that we are actually celebrating a very big milestone, because as we close the year 2022, for the first time, we crossed the year with 100,000 domain names active, up and running. And our challenge now is to ensure that we have this sort of growth on an annual basis. When you talk about registries all over the world, and specifically in Africa, our biggest challenge has been how to sustain domain names that are registered. We are all battling with the challenge of deletions, whereby people register domain name and upon expiry, they never renew it. Our challenge as KENIC is to ensure that domain names that are registered are renewed so that we can see growth each and every day. This way, from the Kenyan perspective, we believe that we'll be playing our role in the technology ecosystem as the government embraces the digital economy blueprint. We will be there to play our role. Thank you.
My name is Charity Wambui Kiora. I work for Kenya Website Experts. We are registrars for domain names and we offer other online services. We became a KENIC accredited registrar by first applying to KENIC to become a registrar. We filled in the registration forms and we supplied all the required documents. Our application was reviewed and our accreditation was approved and we became accredited registrar. And then after that, we were trained on how to use the registry services. We chose to become domain name registrars after we realized there's a demand for .ke domain names, and initially we were only offering other online services. We recommend our customers to register .ke domains because 1. To have a Kenyan identity. 2. Most of the short, memorable, and catchy domain names are available for registration. And 3. .ke domain names are affordable.
Is your business struggling to make sales? Have you tried offering your products and services online? Kupeleka Bizna Yako online ni simple. All you need is a .ke domain name. To get yours, follow these easy steps. Choose your preferred domain name. The name should be that of your brand. Make it short, easy to type and remember. Visit kenic.or.ke and check if the domain name you want is available. Proceed to register now. Then select a service provider from the KENIC approved registrars. Pay for the domain name and you're all set. Visit www.kenic.or.ke and register your domain name today.
My name is Barak Otieno. I am the General Manager of Africa Top Level Domains Organization. Africa Top Level Domains Organization is the regional association of country code top level domain registries in Africa. These comprise of the country identities, for example, .ke for Kenya, .tz for Tanzania, .za for South Africa, .mg for Madagascar. We bring together country code top-level domain registry managers on the African continent to discuss matters that are of interest to them. The Kenya Network Information Center continues to be a critical organization insofar as the country code top-level domain registry of Kenya is concerned. It not only administers the country code top-level domain for Kenya and also ensures that Kenyans are able to make use of it in the best way possible. Most importantly, the domain name ecosystem in Kenya is key to the digital economy in the Republic of Kenya. And continuous capacity building of registrars is one of the critical roles that the Kenya Network Information Center plays. So Kenya Network Information Center, to that extent, continues to play a critical role in making sure that registrants and registrars observe the laid down legal and regulatory mechanisms
And our theme is enhancing collaboration between stakeholders. We are going to look at this animal called the multi-stakeholder model. The eminent panel before you is made up of individuals who represent various stakeholder interests and various stakeholder groups. And for those who listened to the KENIC CEO while making the opening remarks in the morning, KENIC is a very unique public-private partnership, which is a recommended model for running country code top-level domains across the world. Let me start by saying that .ke basically symbolizes the Kenyan spirit, and it is supposed to support the development of the Kenyan internet community. There's a local internet community, but of course, internet is a global resource, meaning that our market is out there. So it has a very important responsibility as a custodian of both the technical and administrative oversight of how that .ke space is actually utilized. I'll attempt to be as plain as possible, and I hope my audience will also do the same. So in its composition, or our forefathers, or Wahenga, for that generation that knows Wahenga, when this model was when the public-private partnership was being set up, they saw it fit to include a number of stakeholders from academia, from the private sector, from civil society, from the technical community. And they have different distinct responsibilities which ensure that this institution continues to function properly. So before I get into the subject matter, I would like to give my panelists a brief opportunity to introduce themselves, at least 1 minute each. Karibu Fiona. While Fiona is settling, I will start with Bob on this side. Just 1 minute to kindly introduce yourself as you deem fit, and then I will now bring up the questions in the order in which I have indicated. So I'll start with Bob.
Thank you, Barak. Good afternoon, everyone. Where I used to come from, someone would greet the room as good morning or good afternoon, classmates. Since we are in the same room, so if you consider class, then everyone that is next to you, including the panel, are mates, isn't it? So good afternoon, classmates. So this is a graveyard shift. With such a wonderful lunch, we hope people will not rest their eyes. But if someone tries that next to you, he or she will just be meditating. So be gentle on them. My name is Bob, and I can confirm I am not Nigerian, as Walu thinks. I am only responsible for an NG TLD's program. And NG here is not Nigerian. So we'll talk about more of that tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bob and Balak here, and the wonderful panelists here. I think it was a strategy for Balak to make us meet here on stage. So I've just seen Joel here, which livened our movement. My name is Paul Kariuki. I've spoken in the morning, Chair KENIC. I also board member in KENET, but I hail from the University of Nairobi, where I deal with ICT. We'll definitely be diving in more into the topic that Balak has introduced for all of us, but I think it's an interesting topic in the afternoon. But with a heavy lunch, I'm not sure where that leaves us. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much, Barak. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Now that Bob had said it's a class, I might be tempted to refer to you as comrades. All right, my name is Alfonso Diambo. I'm the president of Internet Society Kenya chapter and also representing Internet Society Global. Nice to meet you, and I hope we are going to have a very constructive conversation.
Afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
It's my partner. Okay, afternoon everyone. My name's Fiona Songa, CEO of TESPOC. TESPOC has been with KENIC for the longest time, having been part of getting .ke from the fellow who was handling it and bring it to an arrangement where it can be handled by industry and later opening it up to other stakeholders. So we've been on this journey with KENIC for a long time, and we're happy to be here to discuss the collaboration that is required. And I think I want to be very brief and leave it at that so that we get into the soup. You want to get into the real food.
Thank you, Joel.
Good afternoon. My name is Joel Karobio. As Paul Chairman said, I think it's a DNS that has forced us all to come together. I think I know everyone on this panel. Some we are not very good friends on some other issues, as Bob may attest to later. I work for the government of Estonia, so I'm Estonian citizen representative. So today I'll be representing the views of Estonia and not the views of Kenya. I'm the immediate former CEO of this great organization called KENIC, and I see in the last 5-6 months you guys have really made Andrew old by stressing him too much. Chairman, please give the man a breathing space, but I look forward to discussing especially the role of government as a stakeholder in some of these conversations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joel. And just to remind us, for those who are joining us online and those who've just come in this panel, we are going to discuss enhancing collaboration between stakeholders. KENIC is a public-private partnership, or a PPP, that is made up of various stakeholder groupings. And I think other than just talking about KENIC, if I'm not wrong, our constitution is also very clear on multi-stakeholderism. Let me put it that way. I think there's a reason why all of us from time to time, we are called to that local market. Although I know we are posh citizens, so most of us don't go for those market meetings. But those market meetings are the ones that create the policies on how the roads that we use are actually maintained, whether you will have drainages or not, whether we will have security lights or not. So the role of multi-stakeholderism is very critical. Sometimes bad decisions are made because the right actors or the best actors are not in the room. Either way, whether you are there or not, life has to continue, and you will get what you deserve by missing to participate. So I think even as we reflect on this role of multi-stakeholderism, there are targets. I think we are in a season where His Excellency the President is giving targets. He's talked about 100,000 kilometers of fiber. He's talked about 25,000 hotspots. KENIC has given us a target of 1 million .ke domains. No single stakeholder can, of course, be able to put this together. And so to help me in slicing this animal is this particular panel. And I'll start off with the chair, the KENIC chairman. I think the principal stakeholders that have driven KENIC to where we are, one of them is the Kenya Education Network and the Technology Service Providers of Kenya. I think Fiona will give us a bit of a history. And within this particular context, maybe Mr. Chairman, what is the role of the Kenya Education Network in Kenya's multi-stakeholder ecosystem, especially insofar as internet and internet public policy is concerned? We've just heard of KENET, we've seen the KENET banners, and I bet most of the people in this room are actually beneficiaries of KENET without knowing. So what is the role of KENET within that multi-stakeholder system?
Thank you, Chair, and the wonderful panelists here. You know, when we talk about multi-sectoralism, it reminds me of some other meat we used to eat where as you eat it, there are more layers inside. So when I look at Kenik, it looks like that. Because I had mentioned earlier it's a four-legged stool, but when you look at TESPOC, it's made of other stakeholders. When you make a drug, it's made of other stakeholders. And when you look at Kennet, there are more stakeholders in there. And therefore, if I may talk about Kennet, it's a national research network that brings together academia and research and those affiliated institutions. So we have a membership base of about 400 members, and those are basically all the universities in Kenya and most of the research institutions that are in Kenya. Then we have brought in on board TVET, and of late we have seen some schools joining us. So that already gives you an idea of the multisectoralism that is involved there. We used to say that it takes a whole village to bring up a child. So here we are just bringing the same concept into the organization and saying we need to come together to be able to nurture, a holistic student, a holistic researcher. And therefore, from development of the curriculum, you need stakeholder involvement. So that I know when people, especially parents who are CBC pupils, don't like to hear CBC because they become part of the stakeholder in teaching, a job they thought they delegated to the teacher. But that can give you a glimpse of what stakeholder involvement is about. So that right from the development of the curriculum, we have involvement of the people who are going to consume the product, so that they have a stake in saying what should be the curriculum, what should be taught. Because the industry is expecting a product out there which is fully baked. And I remember when we were during the lunch, we agreed that the universities and the institutions are actually preparing the ingredients and putting them together. But they often where the ingredients are supposed to be picked is not available. So because the industry is not opening up to allow the student to consume real life problems and research in a real life environment, they come up with the hypothetical solutions of hypothetical problems that really don't relate to the real life. So when they get into the industry then says, these graduates are half-baked. But we need to come together in that sector. And Kennet has made a great attempt in that, because as I said, it has brought those sectors together. So we discuss research, and this research is supposed to come from the industry. We are supposed to research real life problems that are affecting our people. So whether you're talking about agriculture, or you're talking about climate change, or you're talking about things to do with society problems, they are supposed to come from real life problems. And we can only be able to get those real life problems if we partner with the society that is living in that ecosystem. And then when it comes to training, when you are training students, they need to learn in a real life environment. And I don't know whether anybody has taken time to gauge the effectiveness of CBC or lack of it, but you'll realize that those young people who are now in grade 7, especially those who started right from CBC and they have had 3 or 4 years of it, they are different from the 844. I happen to have the 2 in my house, so I can tell the difference. And the difference is that one is engaging in hypothetical issues and theoretical ones, and the other ones are engaging in real life problems. So how can we then ensure that within our ecosystem, we are able to come together and discuss the issues that we want to solve and come with common solution to solving them. And therefore, we can feel fully involved. I remember I was sitting with a colleague and he was saying that, because Kennet, now because of our nature, we buy huge bandwidth because we need it for research and for our learners. We become a good market because we have come together, and you don't have to drop the internet in dozen places. Once you drop it in Kennet will worry how to disperse it to the last mile. And our last mile could be as far as Lokchogyo, or they could be as far flung and northeastern. And because we are not for profit, we'll gladly do that because we'll plow back whatever we make and be able to do that connectivity. Something that would not be done by a profit-making institution. So I think we can leverage on the strength of each of the institution to grow this stakeholder engagement, and to also be able to bake a bigger cake for everybody. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I think I'll be coming back to you on specifics on how this can be done. You've brought in the subject of food, which is basically bringing our lunch to another level here. But I think most importantly, you've also talked about the oven, which takes me to Fiona, because you've mentioned the issue of half-baked graduates, or rather the issue of half-baked graduates. And I think even previous panels discussed the issue of why we have to get external expertise to solve our local problems. So maybe in ushering you to the conversation, Fiona, TESPOC, of course, has played a critical role within the multi-stakeholder ecosystem in Kenya. But maybe as a way of introduction, you may want to highlight more about the technology service providers of Kenya. My mind is still stuck in telecommunication service providers of Kenya. Thank God I said TESPOC. But it would be good to mention that evolution, because you talked of how you made sure that KENIC was in Kenyan hands, and then other stakeholders came on board to make sure that it is actually operated. And also the linkage between, because industry are the employers. So maybe as a way of answering the concern that the chairman has raised, where are we getting it wrong in linking academia and industry? Over to you.
Thank you. That is a very loaded question. Okay, this mic is working, but it's very low. Thank you so much, Barack. That's a very loaded question. And just going back in the year around 2000, when we're working on setting up TESPOC, setting up KXP, setting up KENIC, we had to figure out where do we start. So the association came together first because we needed to know who are the industry players that need to be brought on board. And we reached out even to cyber cafe owners and had them initially as we started TESPOC. We knew that there are two things we needed to do. And these were one, setting up, making sure the .ke was being managed in Kenya by Kenyans, and then having the exchange point set up. So we began now initially with getting the exchange point set up. Then we went through a lot of drama. So as the drama was going on for KXP, we decided to now get KENIC together and having KENIC set up, working on the deregulation, yes. And making sure that we had an institution that would do this. We signed an MOU with ICANN between CA, then it was, what was the old name? CCK, yes. And so CCK and TESPOC signing up, with CCK being the administrator and TESPOC being in charge of the technical. And that is something that has still remained in the agreement with ICANN, because one of the stakeholders still needs to be responsible for the administrative function and another one the technical function. But we brought other stakeholders on board as the KENETs were formed, as DREC was formed, as all these other entry parties were formed. We sat down in and began a process in 2010 thereabout that went on for a while, until I think 2013, if I'm not wrong, where we were trying to figure out who are the stakeholders who need to be on board. And many entities wanted to be involved. But again, considering the seriousness with which and the role and function that KENIC performs, it was important that we get stakeholders who met a certain criteria and who can be held accountable, because it's easy for there to be amorphous groups of stakeholders working together with good intentions, but if you're not registered properly, you do not have any structures, then who are we working with? Because then, if you're not registered and as a business or as an organization or as anything, you just have a brand name. Who are you? Then you don't have a chair, you don't have a secretariat, you don't have someone who's responsible, who can be held accountable, say, yes, Barack is representing KICTANET, and therefore KICTANET issues, when it comes to KICTANET failing us on anything, it's Barack who will hold accountable. Without those kind of systems in place, it became very hard to be able to close in on the stakeholders. And so we took time working even with the stakeholders who are very interested and trying to help them set their systems in place For example, DREC, we took time, we offered DREC secretarial services at TESPOC, we worked with them, helping them to know the structures, what they needed to put together so that we could have them on board because we knew that they were critical. So it's also about stakeholders being able to know that these stakeholders are rightly seated for accountability purposes. Because even for ICANN, accountability is very important. And knowing the levels of accountability of everyone involved was very important. You cannot explain and answer accountability for an amorphous group. Because if they disagree among themselves and they disappear and run away, who are you running after? You can't catch the wind. There'll be nothing, there'll be nobody. And so even as there's continued to be noise about, oh, we are stakeholders, we are not part of it, how are you organized? Are you registered? Do you have a place or someone responsible, people responsible? We can say these are the board members of this entity. This is their office. This is their secretariat. This is the person they put as our contact person. This is the person we hold responsible. Today, Kenny goes under, between me and CA, we have no option. I must make sure technical operations are functioning. And CA must make sure administrative is functioning. We are there. We cannot disappear anywhere, you know? And that level of accountability among stakeholders is very important because at least today we've got Kenneth, we've got Drake. So if, for example, TESPOC want to be unable to do it, or CEO want to be unable to do it, we have between us Drake and Kenneth, who can also come in, pick, and then we communicate and say, at ICANN, we're unable to do it, and we have given the function for these technical operations to this entity. If say things just went haywire. So it's about planning and having backup and a backup and a backup of the backup. You can only do that with stakeholders who are well set up. When it comes to the issue of the level of skills development, when we set up KENIC, one of the things that KENIC was supposed to do for us as industry from the money of the domain name was capacity building. And we started off very well initially because all the trainings that industry wanted that were internet related, even routing and networking training, was done by KENIC. KENIC sponsored that training, and that made it easy then because we could then bring on board target university students and bring them in and share with them the experiences of what was required running the networks and how that the standards and best practices, and then they would come out of there, graduate, and it would be easy to absorb them into the job space. There was a period when KENIC had some transition going on within the processes as we did the changing of stakeholders and adding. And during that period, a number of things stopped. But I think it's time that KENIC looked at it again and saw how to revive the capacity building programs that they were running so that we are able to have this being done and reaching out. Otherwise, what is happening with the universities, because we do not have a uniform curriculum for computer studies, and everyone calls them different things. We've got computer science, we've got computer for business, we've got BBITs, I don't know which one, business information systems. We've got all manner of things being offered by universities out there. And when you check the same program by two different universities, the skills that come out of it are very different. They're not even uniform. It's like within the KENET members, everyone is holding a different part of an elephant. So one is giving us the tail, another one is giving us the trunk. Another one is giving us the belly, another one is giving us the ears, another one is giving us the legs. Now, that becomes very difficult to know. So, me, I want a whole elephant as industry. I don't just want a part of it. So, how do we then work with universities to address this? And TESPOC has reached out to the Ministry of Education and Institute for Curriculum Development to see how this can be changed. And we're told you want to change a curriculum in Kenya's universities, it takes 10 years. By 10 years, even want to give you is redundant, it doesn't make sense. Even the skills, technology has changed. Technology moves so fast. A lot of countries are changing their university curriculum for ICT, for technology-related courses and subjects, every 2 years. So what would make me take a graduate from Kenya for my tech department as opposed to a graduate from the UK? I've actually had graduates from the UK to manage KXP, and they come in and it's easy. It's very fast compared to the graduates who we get out of the Kenyan universities. And it's not that they are bad students, it's just that they are not exposed. And they're not exposed during the training. And so even during the interview, as you talk to them and interview them, that is why we don't put them on live environments, because some of them tell us, I've only learned about a switch in class, I've never seen one. So we first take them to a data center, show them this is a switch. Yes, it looks like what was shown in the picture. Now, if the universities are using pictures to teach, you're not choosing actual equipment to teach, we have a problem. And that is part of the curriculum problem that needs to be addressed, because the curriculum doesn't make it mandatory for you to teach technical skills on actual equipment. If you did that, it's a win-win. It's a no-brainer. It would be easy for us. So you have, and one time I remember got a student, I won't mention the university because I think that it wasn't the university's problem per se, because it's really a nationwide issue. And so what we did is we loosened the card on the computer, on the card on the switch, then plugged the router into the wrong port. Then also we actually removed the power port of the computer that you're supposed to be using. And we told him, okay, come, just figure out what is wrong with that setup. There's something not working, and sort it out. The guy didn't even know where to start. He kept on asking, he ticker, and then he asked, so where's the power button for this thing? Power button is there, but power port is not there. So what is it plugging into? How do you turn on something that is not powered, or that is not plugged into power? You know, some things are very obvious, sir, and they're supposed to be obvious when you have the hands-on experience. When you don't have that hands-on experience, it's not obvious to you. So after 3 hours of tinkering, we came in and said, hey, by the way, have you checked this? And what is this that has fallen down here? Because everything was just there, but just not in its place. And what's this that has fallen? Is in this where you're supposed to plug in the power. So if it is down, how are you plugging power into the machine? Oh, I didn't even think about it. Why? Because he had not seen computer parts disassembled to that level. And by the time we were done with him, he was like, yes, learning experience. But those are things that should be taught in the university. And that is why we don't give them live environments. Why? Because they're coming with a sight of only one half of the elephant. If it was the Baraza who milked the elephant, he only knows that the elephant produces milk. So how is he going to know about the trunk and everything? You know? So we would like to collaborate, would like to see, and what I've seen some universities do, for example, Strathmore and USIU, they invite industry for what they call public lectures. And so during the public lectures, we pick a topic. We have a series of topics to cover for the full year, and we identify dates and pick topics when we come in to discuss this and have the students ask questions. And then the other thing is site visits. Having the students come in for site visits so that they get to see what the setups are. When universities are not reaching out for that, it becomes, again, a challenge. So it's about really all of us being able to figure out how can we contribute, in the absence of our ability to change the curriculum, how do we contribute to the development of the skills in a collaborative manner that gives industry the skills that they need. We are talking of AI today, but when we look around, we are trying to figure out what quality of skills do we have in this country that can help us build on AI. We don't even have that data. When we ask Ministry of Education, how many graduates do we get graduating with tech-related degrees? That information is not there. Every university has got theirs, individual. They don't seem to consolidate it together in one place. If that happened in terms of skills, how many graduates do we get for these different programs? Then we can begin to plan. Then we are collaborating. So there's a need also for governments to work with the institutions of higher learning and industry so that we can move to the next level. Why? Because with the internet today, we realize tech is becoming very important, and the domain name system can no longer be ignored. Whether it's the names or the numbers, we have to make sure that we are churning out the right skills to be able to support the different economic sectors. Because we are going towards a digital economy. What does that mean? That basically means that there has to be a number of things. One, industry across each other, ICT health, ICT education, ICT agriculture, ICT, what other mining, ICT, what other areas? You think of ICT and anything must collaborate. As industry collaborates, there has to be collaboration with the regulators. Now, this is another part where it's just becoming a nightmare because everyone is working as a silo. And maybe tomorrow I'll talk about the policy challenges that are supporting that instead of addressing it appropriately. So then there has to be collaboration, co-regulation, and that is what will enable us find value in the internet and technology that it's bringing to us.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Fiona. I'll certainly come back to you. I think you've brought to the fore very important issues. Maybe if I just pick the ones that have become apparent, one of them is stakeholder identification, which you rightly pointed out. We may have started, but to be effective, we needed stakeholders who are easily identifiable. I think the other thing that Fiona has mentioned is the issue of stakeholder mapping. Later on, I'll give Bob an opportunity to just paint a picture of some of the things that Fiona has talked about. She has talked of delegation. The domain name ecosystem is a country of its own. It sort of has its own rules and regulations. It operates on a first come, first served basis. And there's a process around it that is very confusing to many countries and many entities. And I think Bob will certainly shed a bit of light on this. Fiona also mentioned something like redelegation. When you look at the history of KENIC, you read about Dr. Shem Ochuodho. Someone else talked about Randy Bush. And now we have heard of the Communications Commission of Kenya. We have heard of TESPOC. So I think as Bob will be interjecting, he will paint out what is this delegation or redelegation and what is the process around it. I see most of us not in, I only see one person in safe mode, but the rest are still very active, but he's meditating. Never mind. I think while at it, the internet basically started as a research project for most of us who follow the history. And it was championed largely first by the military, then academia, then it ended up in private sector. One critical institution, the moment the internet was commercialized, that was established was the Internet Society, which was established by a gentleman called Vint Cerf and his associates. Most of the pioneer engineers looking at the history of internet development around Africa were beneficiaries of one program or the other of this organization known as the Internet Society. They were called INET programs. I would wish to, at this point, ask the ISOC representative, Engineer Alphonse, who is with us here, what is the role of the Internet Society, past and present, in ensuring that our multi-stakeholder ecosystem, especially insofar as internet governance is concerned, or internet policy issues is concerned, is effective?
Thank you very much, Senior Barak. I think that is a very good question, but I'd want to make sure that no one is on safe mode. So there is this analogy for those who have maybe been involved or invited to maybe accompany someone to, deliver dowry. Do you normally go alone? You need to find some 2 gentlemen or 3.
Who can eat?
Someone to eat. Someone to maybe answer hard questions. You see? So that is the main aspect of why I think today we are here, so that we have a unified voice from different angles. Because when someone is eating and perhaps you are the main guest, you don't take meat. But the law of that community, you have to take meat, or meat must be served. How do you do it? So Internet Society has really done a lot of work in shaping the internet since it was formed. And if you look at the achievement that Internet Society has done so far, is majorly based around the stakeholder engagement. From academia, the research part, we have technical communities, we have policy making, internet governance. So it is more of bringing different expertise of different communities together to make sure we build a one cohesive environment. And majorly, something that I think we also need to acknowledge, internet is not a career. It is a platform, maybe if I can use that word, that just enable other activities to go on. That is why we cannot talk about internet and forget about education. We cannot talk about internet and forget about agriculture. It is an enabling environment that requires everyone who really want to make it better to participate. With that, Internet Society has different, chapters that operate at different levels, especially at the region, country levels. And because we understand that at every country level, there are different, governance and approach, and even the economic activities, which again, internet needs to power. So for example, Kenya, we have Kenya chapter. We go to Tanzania, there is a Tanzania chapter. Like we have over 180 something chapters. And all of them work as a unity, as one, to make sure that we build a very strong platform that, empower communities to take action. But as an environment which is kind of bringing different cultures, ecosystem, and everyone together, it also comes up with a lot of issues, if I may call them. One of them is governance. How do we govern the internet? There is a time someone asked me, where does the internet come from? When I was training, and I was like, okay, it's a good question that I think even Kenny can help us answer. Where does the internet come from? So people believe that there is a point somewhere where internet originates. They don't believe that even when you join the Wi-Fi, I had someone asking, what is the Wi-Fi? Where is the Wi-Fi? You're already building on the internet. And whatever you do, you add into the value of the internet or the insecurity of that internet. So basically, whatever we are discussing all through from morning up to now is just revolving around the ecosystem and environment that we all create by either doing good or doing bad, because not everyone is going online to do good. And that is why we were talking about cybersecurity in the morning, you see. And I was just asking myself, if we could not have Kennick today, do you think internet could be meaningful? If Kennick is not in the house, let's say, and other organizations like Kennick, how hard will it be to operate on the internet platform? So I think Kennick is really doing a good job by just giving you a simple name to remember, like Alphonse or internetsociety.org. What happens after that, you don't want to know, okay? Unless you are a technical person. And making that simple means that we are getting it down to users who actually do not have that knowledge that we need to have as technical people. And for us to do that, we bring different stakeholders together, starting from academia. How is the internet growing? Because it did not just start as big as it is today. It has been really growing based on research, recommendations, and a lot of recommendations and policy guidelines have been put in place. So Internet Society, in partnership or in collaboration with other stakeholders, have been doing a lot of work, especially in the academia space. And now we even have specialized courses for internet users, because we believe internet is for everyone. So what makes it easier for any other person to use internet? That is where our focus is. So we do training also as part of just complementing what my senior here has said, Fiona, that universities, sometimes, I'm also a product of university. Sometimes you live there and there are things that you never meet. In universities, you might not be able to see a Ubiquiti device. You might not be able to see Microtech devices. But when you come to the ground, these are things that organizations or businesses are using. There is already existing knowledge gap. So ISOC comes in with a number of courses that are community-centric and community-focused. I remember there's a time we did a pilot training with my senior Baraki, and it was really successful. We trained around 25 youths who we just, drawn from learning institutions, from the diploma level, some are certificate level, but they did not know networking at all. By the time we were finishing, we sent them out for internships, and now I think 90% already are employed. They're either network engineers, some are technicians. So that kind of environment is what we need to produce. If it means that coming together, joining hands with academia, that is universities, TVET, so that we see a collaborative effort to make sure that we complement the kind of training that they do, because of course government will take 10 years. What happens within 10 years in the tech space is very big. So we need to make sure that we catch up with the industry changes. And that is why in the morning we were complaining, or we were just saying, okay, why are we more of consumers of technology? Because our curriculum or our methods of using these technology things are not adaptive. We are not really reactive to changes. The other thing that we also promote is policy making, and especially in the internet governance. So ISOC normally support internet governance forums. The latest one happened in Kyoto. And it comes down to region. Like in Kenya, we have an internet governance being led by, convened by KICTANET. And these are platforms that give our youth the opportunity to understand how does the internet really works and what is our role. And it really, opens up a very big conversation in terms of multi-stakeholderism. Who does what? What's the role of the government? What's the role of technical communities? What are the roles of academia, the community themselves, the researchers? We need to bring all this together to make sure that we are building a cohesive and robust environment. And maybe lastly, there is the aspect of research is very key. And currently, Internet Society is, the global and Kenya chapter is working on a research just to, understand or come up with a recommendation for the government now that they're deploying the 25,000 community public hotspots. So those hotspots, they are very good for the community, but there are a number of things that we also need to ask ourselves. Things like sustainability, security, value proposition. What value do they really add? And do you think people are going to use them? What happens to the ones that have been already deployed if you walk around town in Nairobi? So those are things that we are really looking into, and we'll be able to publish a report on that with the recommendation for the government to maybe look into that. And also maybe on the aspect of partnering private institutions is very important, because these are people who also, they support some of these activities. They promote this, like the likes of Safaricom. They can come in place, Airtel, Huawei, and even other equipment vendors that come in place just to make sure that we are strengthening internet from the word go. So it is by design, and not like after things have happened is when we say, okay, we have been hacked. So what point do we start? So we need to have all these conversations starting from the word go, and then have everyone involved without forgetting that user who knows nothing about internet.
Thank you very much, Engineer Alphonse. I think I will move to Bob to tell us a bit about the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers, an institution that plays a very critical role, yet might not be very well understood by end users. As Alphonse has said, what Wanjiku wants to know is if wanjiku.ke is online. They don't care what is happening behind the scenes, but there's something that happens behind the scenes which, if it is interfered with, then there is no internet in the first place. After Bob, I'll have Joel to sum it up. Then I'll give the audience some minutes also to share, or rather to ask the audience any question, then we wrap up. Over to you, Bob.
Thank you, Barak. And since I don't want a diplomatic issue, I will not eat into Joel's minute. I do not want a diplomatic issue. 2 quick points. First, maybe to the defense of universities. You know, I've been very keen, and I know most of you are products of our universities, isn't it? Normally, they give you there's a power they give you that day. Do you remember? It's a power to do what? So that is the only thing they have empowered you to do.
And what appertains?
To what appertains? Everything. So Fiona, I hear you, but I remember the only power I was given was to read. So I can come to TESFOC and read. I go to FTLE and read. That one they know I can do. So a number of things to touch on. I think Barak and I mean, we must always thank KENIC as the center for the internet community and to always convene us to come and talk to each other. On one part, that in itself is enhancing stakeholder collaboration. So, and some of us have got long-standing histories with KENIC. So thank you, KENIC, for that. You know, you almost want to start from history, you know, on a topic like this. Barak talks about stakeholder mapping. Who are these stakeholders? Or if you flip it, who is not a stakeholder? Are we all stakeholders, by the way? So when you talk about stakeholder collaboration, who exactly are we talking about? And who is not in that picture? That's the first question we want to ask ourselves. So stakeholder identification. And maybe for the purposes of the internet, how many of us have gone online today? Or who has not gone online? So if you are not able to go online, what would be the potential problem that you could imagine of, you know, off the top of your head, very quickly? What would be wrong? Why are you not able to go online?
Government shutdown.
Government. Sitati, are you listening? What is the other potential problem if you can't go online? The device? Any random thought?
Mteja hapatikani.
Mteja, that could be device also, but yeah. So you start affordability, economics. I will not say the other term. I will just say economics. What does that mean? You start listing stakeholders in that environment, whether good or bad, but somehow you realize someone else could be responsible for you not being able to go online. Do you always think about KPLC? Can they be a factor? A big one or a small one?
A major
or
one.
A major one. Big and major are different, isn't it? So we never think about these things until it stops working. And Barak is talking about stakeholder enhancing that collaboration, meaning we should be proactively talking to each other and talking together before the problem happens. So it starts with you and me recognizing the importance of these various stakeholders, identifying and knowing where they are critical. We rarely do that. Turning very quickly, and I'm mindful of that other time for diplomatic issue, to ICANN. ICANN is an acronym for a very long name, and June here is responsible for ensuring that we achieve what we're trying to do in Africa. ICANN stands for the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers. So the most important thing in that name is the last 2 N's, names and numbers. By the way, you didn't realize that without one of those N's, you might also not be able to go online. So probably we could also be the issue here. So why is that important? Why are those names and numbers important? when you open up the names component of the N and the numbers component of the N, you will find a very big ecosystem. Of course, they do converge at ICANN in different shades and colors, but very specifically, each of those groups are global ecosystems. So if you talk about names themselves, the person you know closest to you is Kenik. That is the name that you know. But from where we sit, we have over 1,000, give or take 800 different names. So take the .kes of this world, or what we call CCTLDs, or country core top-level domain names, and potentially every country or jurisdiction that is recognized by the UN has a name. So how many of those? Around 200 or something. Now, on the other side, we have a different category of names called generic top-level domain names. So the .coms of this world, .net, .info, we have over 1,300 of those. So if you add those, you're looking at over 1,500 or so possible names. Now, that is excluding those that we call IDNs, or internationalized domain names, so written in Chinese or in Arabic or something, which are also domain names. So you start to think and actually appreciate how big that ecosystem is. And as Chairman was saying, every ecosystem you open, you find their own stakeholders. Okay, so when Kenik convenes their stakeholders, probably they don't convene KPLC. But if you go to KPLC, you'll find their own stakeholders. So stakeholders vary in relevance, but it's always important to map your stakeholders as a unit, as an industry, and ensure that you work together to leverage your resources, your opportunities, and your expertise. On the numbers part, as you know, when you go online, by the way, the only thing that your device understands is numbers. You see, in your phone, you've saved people's numbers by their names, isn't it? So when you go there and call a name, your phone goes ahead and calls. But what does it actually call? It calls a number. In other words, if you knew the number, you can as well just type the number and the phone will do the same thing. That is exactly what your device does. That for you to join this global network we call the internet, which is not one network, by the way, you need a number. In whatever device you are using, you will always need a number. I don't know how it got into your device, but there's a number there. And that number gets there through a very long chain. Now, in the process of getting to your device, there are processes that are automated, there are processes that are manual. There's a process which must have an application, an approval, and something. But then between you and your service provider, it is somehow automated. Like Barak says, you know, Wanjiku doesn't want to know. They just want the thing to work. But your device must have a number. So ICANN is responsible for the global coordination of these numbers and names. We call them Internet Critical Identifiers. And in there, there's a lot of policy work involving all manner of stakeholders. If I ask you today, what does .SA CCTLD stand for? Or which country has .SA as their domain name? Quick one?
South Africa.
South Africa? Saudi Arabia?
Did you say SA or ZA?
I said SA.
You know, also in our local tribes.
S for S.
Shida ya matamshi.
S for switch. SA is which country? So between Saudi Arabia and South Africa, which one is more SA than the other? So it would be right for Saudi Arabia and South Africa to both claim SA. Theoretically, that should be possible, isn't it? And we would imagine that is a potential case for international adjudication, isn't it? I mean, they are all SAs. But how come they have not raised issues with this? Why did South Africa go for ZA and Saudi Arabia take SA? That is what stakeholder collaboration does. That is what policy-making processes around these institutions ensures, so that we then adhere to standards that everyone has agreed on. If you come and find SA is taken, then which one do you take? Okay. Today we have the Kingdom of Eswatini. Formerly it was Swaziland. So if they now want ES, so what do we do? Okay. So without this kind of collaboration, even on the internet, I can assure you there will be serious potential chaos. I think I'll answer the specifics on the delegation, maybe on specific questions, but yes, that is, our global overview.
Thank you very much, Bob. I know Fiona is almost stepping out. We're also coming to the end of our panel, but the most important stakeholder is government or government. And very important because we have heard of internet shutdowns in Africa. Thank God it has not happened in Kenya, but I suppose it's due to stakeholder Kenyans on Twitter, or is it Kenyans on X? We engage there and solve the situation. So I want to invite Joel to speak about the role of government, and more importantly, with respect to skills transfer, because you're also representing Estonia. So what's the role of governments within the multi-stakeholder ecosystem?
Thank you. Can you hear me? Thank you, Barak. I think I'll sort of just pivot a bit in terms of where that goes, and I'll try and draw some parallels from the Estonian scenario, so that we see where we are versus where we want to get to. Thank you. So Estonia, I hope you all know where Estonia is first.
It is where you are.
Ama, we draw I can remove a map of where we are. So we have a very dear neighbor to us who is currently invading another country as we speak. So Estonia is neighbors with Russia. And we got our independence. You hear me saying we, because this is where my salary comes from. So we got our independence 20 years ago from Russia. That was the second invasion. They invaded us in 1905, then came back in, I think they forgot some things and came back. So they came back and left 20 years ago. And one of the things that Estonia is very unique about, Estonia has no natural resources. Estonia is the size of Kisii County. Estonia has 1.3 million people. So this room can be a county, so to speak. So 20 years ago, what did Estonia decide to do? We're not competitive, we have no minerals, we have nothing, we've just come out from an occupation. The only thing that we can compete in, which we will do, is tech. So Estonia is the most digitized economy in the world today, because that is the route that government took. And I'll draw some parallels to each of the panelists who have spoken. So one of the things they decided, tech is where we want to go. And the first thing they decided, internet as a platform. So they created internet. So by the way, as Kenya, when you hear things that the government is talking about, they are not bad things. They're just not well thought about, but they'll get us to where we want to go. So 20 years ago, Estonia took something called the Tiger Leap, and they decided every Estonian must have a device and be able to connect to the internet. So that was the first leap that they took. And what did that mean for them? That everyone was able to communicate, right? So when we look at internet, internet was a platform that they created for their country to move to the next level. We discussed here about stakeholders. There are three, I wrote them down: stakeholder identification, stakeholder mapping, and the third one, which I added, which you do in Estonia, is stakeholder clustering. So in Estonia, every business belongs to a cluster. So if you're in the ICT sector, you belong to the ICT cluster. If you're in health, you belong to the digital cluster. And why was that done in Estonia? For identification, so that everyone can know what you're doing. Because the government wants to help you, but can only help you if you're in a grouping or a community. So that is what Estonia did. So everyone who has a business must go and join an association. Because if you're not in an association, we don't know who you are. So again, to that conversation about stakeholders, a lot of us in this room probably have a hustle. Where is your hustle located? And the problem we have in Kenya is my hustle, I'll not tell someone else because someone will copy or someone will do something else. In Estonia, because we are such a small economy, everyone tries to help the other person. So if today someone wants a device and I don't have, they'll refer the next company because they don't want that revenue and that resource to leave Estonia. So they don't want other people bringing their own things that Estonians can do. So people actually share what they do. So when you talk about stakeholders, we must be able to show the value of the stakeholders. It's not about competition, it's about us working together. If I ask chairman here, he said there are 400 members. If those 400 members are not talking to each other, then there's nothing that will happen within the university space. So those are things we must look at when we talk about stakeholder management. When we talk about curriculum, Fiona mentioned about curriculum. In Estonia, from the day you enter school, one of the courses you must do is ICT. Right? And ICT doesn't mean only the textbook. You must also do live practicals every single time within your classes. So the delivery, I believe they call it the pedagogy of ICT, is about live examples. For the people in this room who are in the cybersecurity space, Estonia has created a competition every year where they ask the citizens of Estonia to hack the government. And for the last 15 years, no one has been able to hack the government. But what is the government doing? It's stress testing its systems, but at the same time, giving those guys in cybersecurity a platform to try and do what they want to do. So again, the hackathons and all those things, those are things that are in the school every single day. It's not an event every 3 months, or when there's an event is when a hackathon happens. It's supposed to be part of your daily life. So if you're going to become a software engineer or something, you're always training on those things as we go along. So that's something that is key. But remember, you also have to have the devices, you have to have the connectivity to be able to do some of those things. Otherwise, you can't. In Kenya, we laugh. We're talking about 25,000 hotspots. I was the one at Kenyatta Market the other day. Even the guys there in the butchery were just laughing. I think they are using those wires to light the fire for their nyama. So how are we looking at some of the things we are rolling out? The notion of 25,000 hotspots is a noble idea, but how are we rolling it out? And that's what Alphonse was asking. Let's do a survey. So we rolled it out in Kenyatta Market. How many of those guys have the devices to connect to that Wi-Fi? Or is it for me who's coming for a haircut or coming to buy some meat? What exactly was the agenda to put it at Kenyatta Market versus putting it elsewhere? If it was me, all those 25 hotspots should be in schools. Let's start there. Okay, you guys out here, you can pay for bundles. Those guys in school can't. Let's put them in schools. But as I said, the idea is noble in terms of creating internet connectivity for everyone. So again, we need to interrogate all those things. So that leads me to the question that Barak has asked me. Where did government play in all of this? And where is the government playing? My sense, and I hope this is the time that the camera goes off, so we're not recording this bit, let government allow private sector to give the solutions. Our government wants to do everything. Government in Estonia just said, we have a problem. We have cybersecurity threats. Whoever can help us will give you the environment, will give you the tax rebates, will give everything to help us. Anyone who can give devices, please help us. So the government just created the environment for them to be successful. I sense that our government wants to be the one that gives the policy plus does the same thing. Now we cannot do that. That's not government's role, in my view. Government's role is to let us in this private sector to be able to do these things. If we wanted, many years ago, as Fiona has given us the history, CA could have continued running KENIC as a department, right? But CA in its wisdom and the leaders of the day and the partners said, let private sector deal with it. We will be the regulator. If you remember, CA was on the board for a very long time. And CA walked away and said, we cannot be the regulator and we are sitting on the board. You guys do your thing. We will be your support backup, right? So those are the things that this government of ours needs to start doing. Let us create the environment. I'm not even going to start discussing taxes because that's another story altogether. But today, we want devices. Yes, we're talking about devices. But if I'm going to come with a device and you want to tax it, double the amount, really, we've not helped each other, right? So can government just create that environment that us as the private sector can actually deliver what the government needs? The government should actually just be saying, we have this issue, please help us as private sector. And private sector, I can assure, will stand up and deliver the best resources there. Because private sector has the financials, isn't it? When we go for government meetings, unfortunately, the only thing we find is a begging bowl. Yes, we want cybersecurity help, but we want you to pay for it. Then why are we talking to you? Give us the environment and we'll do it for you. So in my view, government's work is an enabling environment. And drawing from the Estonian experience, they just said, we cannot do all these things, help us. And private sector stepped up. And even now today, when I talk to guys who are talking about startups, we want to fund startups and the rest. And I was talking to the governor another day and I told him, leave all these things of startups. You give the startups your problems. If there's traffic on Langata Road, tell startups to give you a solution. You will find a way that these guys will make this road more efficient for you. But if you're the one thinking about it, and your many other things you have to think of, who is the MP, who is the MCA, I have to please everyone, you will never get that solution. Let the private sector do that work for you. So I think for me, government should just be an enabler. It should just create an environment that we as a private sector can step in and give solutions. That would be my summation of what government's role is.
Thank you very much. Joel? Okay. Thank you very much, Joel. I think allow me to wrap it at that. It's been a lengthy panel, but a lot of insights. I think this is a subject that we cannot exhaust. And I know if I open the floor, knowing zile sessions are chiefs or barazas, we might not exhaust this stakeholder engagement conversation. So we are carrying on with this conference even tomorrow. And my humble request to each of you is that we could continue with this conversation on the online spaces. Most of these speakers are going to be here, but so that we don't push the upcoming panel probably into 5 o'clock or later, we then bring this panel to a close at this particular point, and we can continue bringing up the issues that have arisen even in the conversations that are coming up tomorrow, if that is fair. I see the MC is raring to go. He's on his feet, and some of our panelists are also raring to go.
But just something that I forgot to say as Fiona is leaving. Yes. I had the whole morning around, let's do things local. There's nothing wrong with learning from international, but learn international and build local. Because those guys have done it. Why are we reinventing the wheel? But I had a lot of bashing about international in the morning. It's not that bad. Just learn from there and be able to build your own solutions, because your solutions cater for this market. So that's just a piece of advice.
That was a stakeholder. Thank you very much. Over to you, Gitau. A photo.
Thank you very much for this fantastic panel. Maybe just stand for 1 second. Picture session. Yeah, just one.
Sorry, I have had a busy day back to back.
See you. Do you want to join?
Let me spoil this photo. This way.
Some balance, eh? Some balance.
Yeah.
2 seconds. All right.
One second.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, panelists. Round of applause, another one. As they walk away from stage, I want to invite our next panel, which will be our final one for the day. John Walubengo. Karibu, karibu. Clap for him as he comes. And also invite William Kimuhu. We also have Fred Wahome. Frederick. Yes, there you are. And last but not least, she's really waving her head, but Beth Njao, please come. So this panel will be discussing trends in data protection and guidelines for the future. So Karibuni, welcome them again with a hand clap, and then let's take it away.
Thank you. Let me check my notes. My name is John Walubengo. I teach at Multimedia University. I am one of those Fiona was bashing about training people on too much theory. Yeah, but it's a hot topic even at university level, but that's a story for another day. For this session, we'll try and keep it short and sweet so that we can perhaps break early and move on to the other things in life. It's about data protection, and we'll try to start generally and then maybe focus more on what it means for the DNS groups. So with me, we have Kimuhu. Maybe we'll give them some time to introduce themselves from Mwalimu Sacco, then Wahome from Second, and Beth from Kenik. I can see Juno Carl. I was hoping she would come on board here. She's from ICANN, but it's okay. And also apologies, Ross Kimwatu couldn't make it. So to start off, maybe Kimuhu, as you introduce yourself, you'll just give us opening remarks on what data protection means for you within the context of where you work.
Thank you. I want to introduce myself as William Kimuhu. Work with Mwalimu National as a data protection officer. I think over the period, the landscape in terms of registrations about management of information, and more specifically towards personal data, has changed, and it's continually changing with the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner passing across various determinations, which are also impacting on how business is being run. Within the financial sector, we could say that we run on processing and interacting with information about Kenyans who are members of our entity, and Kenyans who are service providers. So you could try to map that to your work environment, that in the course of our work environment, we interact with the names, phone numbers, is it ID numbers, postal addresses that relate to a non-Kenyan. So with these changes and the determinations, we are then bound to refer back to the Data Protection Act that came into force in the year 2019 and enforce various technical and also organizational measures to ensure that the information that we process is well guarded. Yeah.
Okay. Hello. Looks like we shall share this one. Thank you, Kimuhu, for those opening remarks. I will now go next on my left, Wahome.
Thank you, Mwalimu, for this opportunity. Also, KENIC team. I'm delighted to be here again. But now I'm wearing a registrar's hat as a leader at Sekinet Technologies. We have been there for the last 13 years, providing IT solutions, and one of it is on domain registration and also web and hosting. And in the context of what we do, our key objective is to, in as much we register domains and provide such services to our customer as an entrepreneur, we make sure that we extend a hand to our customers to make sure that they are well aware of the Data Protection Act, and also to handhold them and guide them on how to implement affordable measures and to ensure that they mitigate against any risk that can result into loss of the same data. And again, in the event that they experience a cyber or a data breach, which has happened a couple of times, so we are also there to guide them on how to report, where to report, and also how to avoid being fined by the ODPC. Yeah, that is in brief.
Thank you, Wahome. Just by show of hands, I want to know how many are registrars in the room. Registrars. Okay, that's good. So now we go to Beth. Just introduce yourself, and I know you are from KENIC, the registry, so you may not have the execution of things, but at least tell us what are your views on data privacy.
Good afternoon. My name is Beth Njao from KENIC. I'm the DPO. Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here. With regards to data protection, KENIC is a critical infrastructure, meaning that we provide the platform that our registrars use to register domains. So we have the database of all the .ke, currently 105,000 .ke domains. So it's our mandate to protect that database because it's the information that is pushed to us by the registrars. So we've put the necessary measures to ensure that the WHOIS, that is the name, the phone number, the email address, and the postal address, it is protected, and we do not just share that information with anyone.
Thank you for those introductory remarks. Perhaps you'll also allow me to share my introductory remarks because data protection is really one of my passions. And just to make sure we're on the same page with regards to data protection, as he mentioned, it was an act put together in 2019, and the referee or the regulator is known as the Data Commissioner, currently Madam Kasait. As you know, in the general industry, the hot thing at the moment, even as I see the paparazzis in the room, the issue has been you've taken my personal picture and you have put it maybe on social media without my permission. And so it becomes a data protection issue. But that's just one tiny little bit about data protection. It is actually a broader discussion with about 8 principles that include being fair to your users or to your customers in as far as personal data is concerned. If you're collecting personal data, whether you're the registry or the registrar, that data the customer is giving you, you need to be fair to them to the extent that you're able to be transparent in terms of how you'll store their data, how you'll protect it, and if you're sharing it with third parties, who are those third parties? Then you need to be fair in terms of restriction. If a customer gave you their data for purposes of registration or for you to register their domain, it may be a violation if you then use that data, personal data, to do other things that the customer didn't actually anticipate. There is also the principle of data minimization. How much data are we asking from our customers as registrars? Because if you over-collect personal data to include that which is not necessary for that purpose, you'll actually be in violation. The other principle is on storage, and I think this touches a lot with the registrars. Where do you keep this data? And for how long? Because the law talks about preferably in Kenya. Okay, so if you're collecting Kenyan citizen data, you preferably host it in country. But we know registrars, you probably have things in the cloud, in servers in South Africa, US. The law may not stop you from doing that, but there are conditions around how you can legally do that. Then accuracy. If you're keeping my personal data, it's got to be accurate. That's a requirement. And we know, maybe from the people who are practicing, the records of who is the admin for that domain keeps changing. Okay, I remember for my university, I used to be the contact person. Now I'm no longer the contact person. Things change. So how accurate is your, database? Because if it's not accurate, then you could have an issue. And I think what Beth mentioned on security, that still remains a principle. The issue to do with whether that data is secure, whether you're using encryption or whatever mechanisms, it's an expectation. Then accountability, we have to report to the data commissioner. So if you're not a registered data processor or data controller, you may have, and you're collecting personal data, you may have some problems. And the reason I've given that background, before I go back to the panelist for a second round of question, is so that from the floor, you can also share your experiences or even ask questions that you think have been troubling you with regard to personal data. So let me turn back to Kimuhu from Mwalimu Sacco, and this is just from your experience point of view. I don't know if your customers have started raising personal data related issues, and if they have, what are they and how are you addressing them?
Thank you. I would state that within the last 1 year, we've had customers starting to raise what we call data subject access requests. This will highly be borrowed from the Act Section 26 on the data subject rights. Remember, the Act says Kenyan has a right. And now, when it's a right, it's not something that an entity can negotiate with a data subject. Some of these requests have come like, I want to access footages of I having access to your premises. What do? Do you tell them you can't? or the manager security is out on leave, then now when you refer to the regulations, it says data subject access requests have to be honored within 7 days. So someone has come as a register and asked, I want to know the information that I provided to you in the when I was registering my domain. How soon do you relay this information? Or even wait first, what are the procedures in place for accessing that information? Has the entity formally put in place procedures for data access? Or rather, how do you respond to requests from data subjects? This, you should again have it in your policy. So guided by the policy, we've been able to answer such. We also have people, I feel like I'm the foreigner here because I'm in the financial sector. So I know some of us, we have those facilities with SACCOs. Some of us are members. And if you are not, you can join Mwarimu. So you have people signing in for each other as a guarantor. Then you choose to default. The economic times are not very friendly, so I realize. And your guarantors come to the office, they say, we signed for person X, we do not have their contact details. So can the entity then provide information about Waru to Fred, to a third party, though a person? So data subject requests are coming in, and please note these requests are rightfully received and ought to be rightly received by our entities as they are enshrined within the Data Protection Act, within the rights of a data subject.
Thank you, Kimuhu, for bringing that up. The data subjects have rights. Your customers, whatever business environment you are in, I come from academia. Our data subjects are the students, and we also are, supposed to follow the Data Protection Act because we are one of the, I don't want to say violators, but maybe notorious people when it comes to handling student data. Professors tend to have, not a very good attitude towards their students. So a student sits an exam, it's marked, but they don't have a transcript. So a student goes to the dean, asks for that transcript. Dean says, come next week. Next week becomes next month. Next month becomes a year. Students are in fourth year. They have never seen their first year transcripts. And that is a violation of the rights of the students because, as he said, they have a right to their data. And if you ask for my data, I have 1 week to respond, either by availing the data or giving a reason why it cannot be availed. So there are certain rights beyond consent. There are certain rights that our customers, because of the new act, well, it's not so new now, but because of the Data Protection Act, they're entitled to. And you as a business, in whatever industry, you have a right to, or you are obligated to fulfill those requests. So I want to turn to Wahome and also hear from him. Are the customers you're handling putting some pressure on your business operations from a data protection point of view?
Wow, thank you for that. First thing that we have done, sorry, as a company is that we signed up for a data controller certificate, sorry, and after some time, we are now also going for data processor. because we realized that we are also somehow processing data on behalf of our customers. So what William is saying on the issue of data access, data subject access request, it is something that actually we struggled for some time, and we tried to look for a solution from outside, and whatever we were getting, it was not really serving us. And what we did is that internally we were able to come up with a solution which now grant access to our customers to make any form of request. And the reason being, this request must be logged, so that someone will not say that I made a request over the phone for my information, and there's no proof in form of either screenshots or whatever it is. So internally we were able to develop a solution and we have actually seen our customers make request. Can you update my information? Our IT person is no longer the person whose information is maybe in the US. Can you update our information? And another area that is somehow a bit tricky is when a domain has been used to maybe commit something like a cyber fraud, and the investigators are reaching out through the phone, they are writing SMS, who is the owner of this domain, and they have to go through the right way, and we also route them through, let's say like a place like KENIC or KESAT, the CA, and you know, that has been a bother actually. But for the few cases that actually we have been able to handle, all of them, they have been routed through the right channel, that is through KENIC and also through KESAT. But we have seen customers make such a request. And also we had a case where one of the customer, one of the person who made the request, he made a request for information regarding a domain because the owner of the domain registered the domain and did a business and refused to do 1, 2, 3. So the third party say, now this was my domain. I gave him, you know, the money to do this. So it was just something else. And in such a case, somehow we may not honor such a request, but we always make sure that we log all those requests for future reference.
Okay, thank you for those practical insights. I have a few follow-up questions because you are representing the registrars here. Specifically, I want to know, I used to be a techie a long time ago in the server room, and we used to have a command called dig. You know, you query the server to find out who is the contact person, who are the owners of the domain, and it used to have personal data. So I haven't done dig for a while. I would like to know if it is still that transparent, and if it is, what does it mean from a privacy perspective? That is one question. Then the other question I have is that we know that registrars don't just register domains. Some build business around that. They start hosting websites. They start creating, you know, email platforms for their customers. So I wanted to know whether the concern of storing abroad, you know, how are you handling that with respect to the fact that the Data Protection Act prefers that you host Kenyan data within the Kenyan territory? So just some highlights on those 2 points.
Thank you. Thank you for very practical questions. And on the issue of the US information, which is a requirement that when you register a domain, somehow this information should be accessible publicly. This the contact details, the technical details of the domain. And from Kenik, I want to commend Kenik because somehow there has a technical provision to hide a bit of that information. And for us, again, when we started with this data subject access request, it was just a small solution. And now, as it's growing now to include things like privacy protection, because beyond what Kenik is able to provide, we were able to see that it's possible on top of whatever that we are giving to our customer, they can probably add a small fee, which is going to guarantee them that their information is going to be protected through our solution that we have implemented. And during the registration process, we usually have somehow an elaborate framework in place. Yes, we are in business, and the more we register more domains, the better for us as a business or as a company. But again, we realized that it's possible to register a domain and it's used for fraud purpose, and then you find yourself in the court because you are the registrar of that domain. And you, out of ignorance, you never requested for registration information or documentation, the KYC. And what we have done currently, we have made it a mandatory requirement. Anyone who calls, because they used to call, I have a tender, I'm applying tomorrow, can you register a domain? And I want just one email. And because you want money, when they said 10,000, yeah, you register the domain. And before you know it, they commit fraud with that domain. So what we have done currently, we have somehow made it a bit harder for us, for them. Somehow it has negatively impacted on our numbers. But we know in the long term, we are already securing ourselves and also securing them. So they must, if it is a business-related domain, they must present proof of a registration of a business, and also they are the owner of that specific domain, and they are not registering on behalf of someone. And in case they are registering as a reseller, for instance, they have to present a consent from the owner of the business. So that is just on the part of registration. When it comes to servers, we used to have a number of our servers outside, of course, because of issues of cost. But when the data protection came, and we had a first case where we were almost taken to court, so we decided to go the wrong route, and we transferred most of our servers locally, and almost every .ke domain that is registered, we make sure that we set them up locally. And one of the things that customers do, they are very, very much aware of the data protection. So they will ask you, where are your servers located? And that is one of the measures that we have put in place to bring some of the servers for .ke locally here in Kenya. Thank you.
Wow, that is very exciting for me to see that the registrar and registry stroke registrant ecosystem is actually on top, or at least they are aware of the privacy implications. Now, I want to go back to Beth as the registry.ke registry. Maybe just tell us internally, what have you done to comply with various sections of the Data Protection Act?
Thank you very much. First, I would really like to commend Wahome. That is very, very impressive. It's good to know that our registrars are taking precautions on that. I think we should send our registrars to benchmark. Andrew, what do you think? It's very impressive. Back to your question. First, Kenik is registered as a data controller. That is the first thing we did to make sure that you're compliant with the ODPC. Secondly, we have a number of policies internally. First, we have the information data sharing policy. That is a policy that guides on, you cannot just walk into Kenik and ask for information pertaining a particular domain. You can get a complaint. Mostly they are via WHOIS, Somebody will tell you, I register this domain and I want information regarding a particular domain. We have a procedure for that. But we have also liaised with the KESAT because of the fraud complaints we get. So we share the information with them. We also get requests from the DCI, but we always make sure they go through the KESAT, then come to KENIC. We also have other policies, like we have our own data privacy policy. We have a data protection policy also. At a system level, we have also implemented things like 2FA, two-factor authentication. We have access control measures we've put in place. We have DNS, we have implemented DNSSEC, which is an extra layer of security. Yes, so far, and a lot of awareness internally, definitely. Yes.
Thank you so much for those insights. You can see our panelists have, I hope, added some knowledge to you people. So I want to sort of have maybe 5 or so minutes open session with the members on the floor. If there's a question, there's a clarification or a comment from your experience, please. Do we have somebody pushing the mic? I have so many mics here.
Thank you, Chair of the panel, for this very illuminating discussion. I think mine is just a comment to say that I think almost everybody here is probably from the business community, maybe the business community in the tech world. Yeah. And the first thing I would like to say is that, yes, data protection is alive and it's with us. But the first thing we should always remember as a citizen, both a corporate citizen or an individual citizen, is that you have a responsibility to this country. One, to uphold the laws, but also to realize that there's no law that is cast in stone. This is a very new law. And yes, as it gets being implemented, you find that its mandate or its hold becomes larger and larger in the country. So one of the things that I would like the business community to take upon themselves is that the lessons we've learned in implementing processes or education or etc. Around this law is that we can then inform we can inform the legislative process, so that when we have the Data Protection Act of 2024 or 2025, it becomes better and better, and you don't have what we call scope creep. In engineering, we call something scope creep, and goes beyond what we expected it to cover. Yeah. And so that it then protects the data the way it was initially intended to do. So I would like to call upon everybody who's here that whenever you have an opportunity to give advice or to give direction to the legislative process, please do. When this law was passed, very many people were probably not involved. There were fora asking for input to the regulations. There were fora asking for input to the acts, to the bills themselves, but not many people participated. And now they are caught in this thing where they have no idea where it came from, and people say, what is happening to our schools posting photos, and then they're being fined. Yes. So what I would say is, let us rally, especially the tech community, that even on our own volition, on our own motion, true, we can start to better the act. And with our friends in Parliament and National Assembly, we can also make that act better, so that eventually the data protection ecosystem works for us. Yes. Absolutely. I mean, the Office of the Data Protection Commission has been very open, by the way. I don't represent them, but I've interacted with them, and they are extremely open and welcoming areas of improvement.
I'm aware that they are also doing sector-specific guidelines. So they would come back to the community for input. What is working? What is not working? How can this guideline be structured in a way that makes it easier for the business community to achieve its objectives without, violating data privacy? Chair.
Yes, I just wanted to contribute on that that Davis has mentioned. They have actually sent a call for feedback, especially on the regulations and also on the act. I think it is the time is ripe for us to give those concerns and areas of improvement. And for me, one of the ones that I found a bit disturbing, it's just in the way the Data Protection Act prescribe the procedure for reporting a breach, which in itself can expose you to bigger problem.
The limit, the 72-hour time slot.
72-hour time slot, and also that you have to inform the data subject who are affected.
Yeah.
So if you are dealing with a very wide stakeholder, you are basically telling the person who has breached you that they have succeeded and that they should actually hold you tighter. So I think that is an area that they need to look at. How can we still protect the data subject? Because that one does not quite protect the data subject per se. In fact, the fact that you, if you have not solved the little problem and you go out there, you are actually calling others to join in the party. That becomes a bigger problem. Yes. So I think that's an area that they may need to deal with. But I think it's the other issues are okay. Thank you.
Okay. Now that you mentioned that, I can just clarify. When you suffer a breach, it is mandatory to report to the data commissioner. The law was tricky. The Kenyan law, the way they drafted it was in a very, the lawyers in the room, as a layman, I would say a bit ambiguous. With respect to informing the data subject, it is sort of implied. The lawyers deal with the must, may, shall. So with respect to informing the data subject, it was left to the data controller to make that call as to whether to inform the data subject or not. However, informing the data commissioner is mandatory. Now, once you've informed the data commissioner, she reserves the right to ask you, why haven't you informed the data subject? She reserves that right. And if you're not able to explain yourself, she will force you to inform the data subject. But if you can explain that, for example, we feel that we have closed the gap and, this data subject is no longer exposed. In fact, he or she didn't suffer any damage. So we just thought as the business, we don't need to cause panic in the market. If you have a justifiable reason, then you may not inform the data subject. But that's a Kenyan law. The Ugandan law is mandatory. So each jurisdiction has its own nuances, but I thought that is an area that can provide some comfort to the business. Obviously, businesses are expected to inform the affected data subject. And in most cases, they do. For example, if somebody does not necessarily a data breach, a normal IT breach, you are working for Safaricom and you notice Walubengo's line has been breached, you'll just call him and tell him, boss, come to our office, we change your SIM card. So some of those issues are almost like out of your own volition. But then there are others which, as he says, are very sensitive, and so you feel this one we'll discuss with the data commissioner, but not the data subject. You have a point there? Yes, go for it.
Yes, I have a question.
Yeah.
For Fred. So
Okay.
you mentioned what you do at SecuNet is you ask businesses to provide verification that they are actual owners of these businesses before a domain is registered. I think that is commendable. I agree it's a good way to secure yourself, but I have a concern, especially to those people who have an idea of a business and they already have a name or a brand name designed. So the idea for me is to secure my IP as I look into growing the business and registering it in future. So in your business model, will you be locking me out, or in your recommendation, how would you recommend I go about that? Because let's say I want to protect my brand so that I do not have to buy it from a domainer in future. So how would you suggest I go about that?
Go for it.
Okay. Thank you for that. Actually, it is not cast in stone. What we do is first we have different levels of like checks and controls. So number one, is the domain being registered a business domain? Let's say KYC Limited or KYC Solutions. So that represent, the assumption is there is already a registered business that goes by that name. So of course there's somewhere that they have to access a form and fill all that information. Is it an existing business? Is it a startup? Then in situations where the business has not been registered, just as the same way there is the DPIA, the Data Protection Impact Assessment. So we also seek for justification why the domain should be registered. And we try as much as possible not to get ourselves into admission of liability if something wrong happens. Yes, it can be a startup, but you can register, then in the next 1 year, you decide to use it to commit something different. So we want to protect you and also to protect ourselves. So there is somewhere that you will sign. And yes, this process has somehow slowed our onboarding of our customers, because this customer probably should be onboarded within 1 hour. But now it is taking 2 days, 3 days. But we don't think that is a problem to us, because we know if such an issue brings about the issue of litigation, it is going to be so much expensive for us. So if you have an idea, whatever it is, then let there be a justification that yes, I have not registered. You have an idea. There should be maybe a white paper, whatever that you are designing. But we will not keep it. We are not interested with your data or whatever. But you want a justification that if the domain is misused away from what you have said, then we do not admit any liability whatsoever.
Thank you for that. We are almost coming to the end. Is there any burning question, comment from the floor before I give my panelists 1 minute of closing remarks? Okay. Yeah.
So on the issue of because the law, we can see that the law now is growing, it's growing its feet. So one of the issues that we have seen, also we provide services in data protection. And one of the issues that we have identified, so someone comes in as a consultant, so you give them that job to assist you in complying to the law. Let's say they do the assessment, the DPIs, and all those things. But then they use their personal email. They use their email apart from the customers or the owner of the certificate's email. So we have had about 2 situations where now the consultant have refused to surrender the email to the customer. The customer wants to download the certificate. They are asking for more money. when you go to the data protection office, it is just something else. So these are things that are coming up, probably which were not anticipated in the law, but we are there to help that law grow.
That is so criminal, because I've registered several companies, and just out of ethics, I tell the IT director to give me the company's email, because I might die tomorrow, surely. Why do you want to hold the whole company at ransom? Wow, that should be brought to the data commissioner. It should, such that when their team sees a discrepancy between, of course, the person registering and the name of the business, if there's a discrepancy, they should just pause it. Otherwise, people will be held ransom. It's not good. Wow. I think we've come to an end. I want to give my panelists maybe 30 seconds closing remarks. Then I hand over to the MC. Oh, go for it.
So I think in our tradition, or where I was brought up, we say thank you after we are done eating. Because when you say thank you before you eat, they will assume you don't want to eat. So as I close, I want to appreciate Kenik for giving us an opportunity to come and discuss this issue of the Kenya Data Protection Act and the compliance thereof. As I conclude, I would wish to say that the Act is here to stay. We need to appreciate that every day, the moment you open the office, whether you are preparing the payroll for your staff, whether you are authenticating users into the premise or into the system, we are processing data. Therefore, let us move and be very deliberate about creating awareness to all our data handlers, all our staff, from the cleaner to the CEO of the board, all stakeholders that we interact with. We'll say actually the biggest risk to entity would be third parties. Let us ensure we have data control agreements with them that stipulates what are the security controls they have. Please do not photocopy or copy paste a document from another entity that you feel would be suitable to you. Line by line, go through it, seek to know that it addresses your concern in as far as processing of data is concerned between the entities. Therefore, I pray that we are all going to be compliant. We are going to push for compliance within our workspaces. And thank you so much.
Thank you from Mwalimu Sacco. Now to Wahome.
First, thank you to our chair here, Mwalimu. Thank you for, I have been following your articles online and they are quite enriching. So I want to appreciate you publicly here. I also want to appreciate Kenik for considering me for the second session, although I had a few things to do out there. And to the audience, thank you for making time up to this time. And it is because of people like you that we feel more encouraged and challenged to keep pushing more, especially on how to align some of these things that will make our country a better place to work in. And if, let's say, you're in IT, look at data protection from an opportunity perspective. There are so many opportunities that we had not even anticipated. Like now, we started with a data subject access request solution, a very small solution. Now it is mutating to be a whole data protection management system. Then from there, looking at it from an innovation perspective, if you're in IT, also try to look at it from an innovation perspective. It is going to open up so many opportunities for us. Another one is from a registrar's perspective. we go a step ahead to create and make awareness for all our customers. So when they register, we try to reach out to them. We encourage them to be changing their passwords. We have a client portal for them, and we also ensure that the moment they register, they have access to like a free SSL for 1 year, and also access to tips on how to create strong passwords, and also issues to do with data protection. And at least we do like about 1 or 2 sessions, virtual sessions, and out of this, we have seen some of them renew their domains because of such information and such value addition that we give to them. Again, thank you and God bless you.
Okay, thank you so much, Wahome, for agreeing to join our panel. He was officially not there, but as you can see, he has added value to this panel. Finally, Beth.
Thank you very much for having me here. It was an ambush. But it has been a pleasure to be here. My parting shot is data protection is here to stay. As much as you want to put all the power to data processor and data controller, you as an individual, you also have a role to play. Please get out there, go to the internet, webinars, read about data protection. Get to know about your rights. You know, Kenyans, we don't read. True or false? Majority don't. Okay, not all. Sorry. Majority of people don't read. Until, let me use an example. You are caught by a traffic police. And some of the things, so long as you know the act, you can actually get away with it. But unaenda umeshikilia 100 shillings or 1,000 in advance. So let us also be proactive. Read about it. Know about your rights, right? As a data subject, you have your rights. You've gone and registered your information. You've been asked for your ID. Ask why. Why do you need my phone number? Why do you need my ID? Right? And we shall all make the internet a safe space. Thank you.
Thank you, my fellow panelists. I think back to the MC, our job is done here. Asante.
Thank you very much. Photo session. Let's take a picture with you guys. Yeah. CEO, do you want to join us again? 1 sec. They like your shirt. Please join us.
Because I'll make her look taller than me.
Thank you very much again, panelists. I think at this point I'll invite our CEO, Andrew. Maybe you can just come back and give a vote of thanks. I think we are done with the session, which is our final one, and then we can prepare for the day tomorrow. I have only one ask. So tomorrow we start at 8:30. If we can all be seated by 8:25 would be great, so that we can really cover each and every item in the agenda. But you've been a great audience. Clap for yourselves, please. Thank you very much.
So I imagine the energy levels are low, but I want to commend all those who have stayed on up to this time. A good place to start is to thank you for doing the whole hog. And I look forward to seeing you early tomorrow morning. We'll have fresh faces. We'll have some people who are there today. So looking forward to that. Secondly, let me start also by commending all the presenters, all the moderators, all the panelists for doing justice to the theme for day one. We started slowly. It was a bit cold, but as we picked up pace, I've really enjoyed the panels. Have you? I hope so. I was taking notes furiously there and lots to learn. I'll have a chance early tomorrow morning, I believe, through the MC, to recap a few of the themes that have come through, and I think I'll enjoy digesting that this evening. Beth, I hope you will not be ambushed tomorrow. I saw Beth struggling while she was seated here. Her feet were not touching the floor, so I thought maybe we need a shorter chair, but that is just something to cheer us up. I also have a simple duty to welcome you for a cup of tea on your way out, so kindly mill around. If you want to take a photo with my good lecturer and mentor, Walu, I'm sure he'll enjoy that. But I'm looking forward to seeing you again tomorrow. So wish you a lovely evening. Get some rest. You deserve it. Asanteni sana.